ever since I met you, babe. I've been knocked down every way. You started fires, I'm afraid that I can't leave, can't walk away. I knew you was trouble, babe. I know you think my heart's a game. I saw that hunger on your face, the lioness and I'm the prey. I know I should run, I know I should hide, but I keep staying one more night. I try and resist you, I know that I should, but danger never looks so good. Looks so the danger never looks so good. Your eyes know just what they want, like a maze inside I'm lost. I try to climb, escape these walls, but every time we touch I fall. Lord, please tell me what to do. Is this a test set down from you? She comes in hot, then leaves me cold. I'm always coming back for more. I know I should run, I know I should hide, but I keep staying one more night. I try and resist you, I know that I should, but danger never looks so good. The danger never looks so good. This will be my last goodbye. This will be my last goodbye. Last goodbye. Running away from the sun and the rain, like a sun in the sand. This will be my last goodbye. Do it again, nothing will change. 'Cause I'm in the sand. This will be my last goodbye. always ends like this. When I think I'm healing, if I had one wish, could you save me from my feelings? Chemicals can't fix all these wounds that I'm concealing. I'm lost in light and sound. I need you to hold me down. Baby, won't you give me a sign? Oh, I need you to. Just go when they turn on the lights, I'll run back to you. One touch and you're getting me high, oh, tell me it's true. Find me at the end of the night, I'll run back to you. Always ends like this. Taste of something stronger, dancing on my lips. Now I'm falling 10 feet under. Try to drown it out, but I'm swimming in deep water. I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
These are the two best teams over the last several years across LoL esports, whether you're counting world championships, whether you're counting MSI, whether you're counting regular season wins, it doesn't get better than this. This is the marquee matchup of Korean League of Legends. It is T1 versus Gen G for a history-defining spot at MSI. Welcome to the road to MSI here at Wonju. Dagon alongside Wadid, Puni, and Yankos to break down T1 versus Gen G.
Man, again, they have to play against each other, and this is very last game in road to MSI. Only one team makes it out.
We've seen this multiple times, a lot of time. We're at the final round. It's crazy.
And you know, I think nothing housing up as hard as T1 against Gen.G in the LCK, man! It's crazy!
Chill, bro. You didn't start yet.
Chill,
bro.
The camera was breaking because of Yankos' excitement, but we're all just as excited as we take a look at the journey on how we got here. It all kicked off with D+ beating the Giga Chads, and then it was KT with the reverse sweep. Then Hanwha Life Esports, the #1 seed, assuming as such as the #1 seed from the LCK to MSI, and a 3-1 victory against T1. Gen.G took care of business against KT, and that sets us up for another red versus gold matchup. T1 versus Gen.G in a best of 5.
This is our big three, and HLE already made out to MSI. Now it's between T1 and Gen.G. Personally, I expected them to make it out because they were the team who were in MSI for representing LCK, but now there's only one spot left alongside HLE.
Yeah, and you can see some of the history here. It has been T1 going since 2022 to MSI. Before that, it was Damwon Gaming. And then it's only going to be one of them. Gen.G, the back-to-back champions of MSI. Or will it be T1 joining Hanwha Life Esports?
Yeah, I mean, it's a T1. It will be 5th time, and Gen.G will be 4th time. Someone will break that in a row.
And not only that, but Gen.G was there all the time. Right? You can see that graphic, 2013, 2024. And Gen.G was also MSI champ, so them not making him sign would be absolutely hurtful for them as a team. But T1 is there to take it.
Well, here are some of the records that will happen upon each team's victory. As we see some of the experience that they've had, right? Doran, Owner, Faker, Pays, and Keria all having a lot of experience. Surprisingly, Keria hasn't won it yet. One of the few things Keria hasn't won here with this DOF GK roster.
I mean, the thing is, T1 were not really great earlier of the season. They were like popping up in the Worlds, but like for MSI, it was not their event. But I think apparently T1 got a lot stronger from the start. But you know, Gen.G is always great in the early of the split.
Yeah, I mean, this experience is crazy, right? Like, this is the only MSI experience, and there's so many up here. They champion, qualified multiple years. I mean, it's really insane.
And the only time that Pays won MSI was actually with Gen.G roster, right? And now he has to fight off against Gen.G to even make it to MSI.
You need to control your excitement, Yank. I'm too hype, man. Destroying the desk.
I'm just too hype.
You started too early.
Again, here are the records that will happen upon each team's win. It would be 5 consecutive MSI appearances for T1, and they would become the most appeared team at MSI, passing G2. Or will it be Gen.G with the opportunity to go for the 3-peat and 4 consecutive MSI performances? Knowing that they would pass G2 here, Yankos, how does that make you feel?
You know what? I'm a big G2 believer, but I'm also a big T1 believer. So if these two teams have the opportunity to play against each other at MSI, I'd love to see that.
Yeah, well, recent history shows it has been Gen.G getting the job done, including at MSI Finals last year. But again, you know, these are not, you know, many best of 5s here.
Yeah, and I still remember what happened when they faced against each other in 25 MSI Finals. I saw Duro playing Duro playing Pyke into Keria, which was really epic series. And I think this time around, it's all about the support battle. But again, like I can't wait to see the draft.
Yeah, well, we're not done with setting up the history yet, because here's a crazy stat for you. If you go back to when this team used to be Samsung,
that is wild.
They have never lost a qualifier best of 5, have Gen.G or Samsung, all the way back on to 2014. They are 11-0.
Yeah, I mean, the 100% win rate at the qualifier, it is real crazy. And we see that some SKT and also the T1, the back in the days, they even didn't lose at all, like from the, you know, when there was a Samsung Galaxy, and the gene is there, right? Like the DNA is still in the blood.
The DNA is still in the blood, but if you look at the previous statistic, you could see that T1 won the last BO3 against Gen.G. And you know what happened before as well? HLE won the last BO3 against T1. And then HLE defeated T1. So now technically, going with the same logic, T1 might do it.
I followed along
like
a little bit. All right, history be damned. Let's start looking at this matchup specifically. And we're going to start with some of the drafts that we had here, Wadid, because this has been the focus at Road to MSI. What was the prep coming to Wonju? We got to see it over the last 2 days on Friday and Saturday.
So I'm going to talk about the bot lane as well, because I think it was all about giving the Ezreal Karma open and then play Ziggs Camille into it, because I think it was the biggest concern to play against T1 and Genji, because they're having a great bot lane. So I think if you just let them play Ezreal Karma, and then I think it's going to be 15 FF. But it was not. It was opposite. Actually, Guma, Yushi, and Delight played so well on Ziggs Camille and absorbed the pressure, and then they just managed to win easily with their bot pick. So I think it's going to be really weird to see like someone dropping the Ezreal Karma and like playing Camille Ziggs into it, because they didn't actually play the Ziggs Camille side. So it's going to be really interesting.
And I think that given T1 and Genji have a similar meta read, I'm very curious how is T1 going to adapt for tonight, right? You could see this Trundle pick from HLE was just so big, because that just made sure that top lane matchup gets harder. Doran was just getting camped in that matchup, and he wouldn't breathe under the tower as Trundle was countering him. In the next series, Genji got to ban the Trundle, so they denied it, right? KT couldn't really pick it. So I'm very curious how the adaptation is going to go tonight.
Yeah, which then leads us to what the top lane is going to be, knowing that if Trundle's going to be priority pick or priority ban, is Sion going to be played? What do we got here, Huni?
Yeah, I mean, the both top laner is really similar champion pool, which is like, I think the Sion especially, they were willing to play into Jace. I mean, maybe being M'd up they playing because the Ezreal Karma prior was really high, but that's still a thing. I think the Jace plus the Rise and with the counter pick jungle especially looking really strong. Even though KT dropped the game, the Jace was actually really fat.
Yep.
And HLE, the Jace was so fat, it was like so easy to snowball. The win con was really clear. And I think that was, I mean, I think the today will be the really main point of the key. Who's gonna high prio Jace the game one?
Yeah, and I like your point saying that the champ pools are very similar. When we think of someone who was breaking that meta early on, it was Perfect who was playing those early marksmen and taking risks there, but it has kind of gotten a little bit more similar over the last little bit. What wasn't similar was the performance of one of the great junglers of the LCK. World champ owner had himself a very difficult matchup on Friday against Hanwha Life Esports here, Jankos.
And man, this is not the owner I'm used to seeing. He did so many mistakes, and it wasn't just one game, it was multiple games in a row where he was just falling short. You can see he's preemptively ulting here with Nocturne invading beforehand with Krax, dying there now, no synergy with Faker, ults in Ahri, and now solo invade on enemy Krax. Again, we just have seen him dying on Nocturne in the same place, and now he dies again, going way too deep. So I feel like Owner's performance on Friday really wasn't it, and I think if T1 wants to take the series, Owner needs to wake up, because we are not used to seeing him play so poorly.
Yeah, because on the opposite side, we have like different player who is playing actually really good. I think Canyon is performing so much better right now in terms of the objective control and so on. I feel like they just need to work on how they want to play, because in here as well, Keria looks for the hook, but Owner just ults out the Maokai. So where is the chain CC? Where is the teamwork from T1?
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important, the biggest different thing is like, it's just how much are you the synchronized with the between your team, right? Like these cases, like I think they were so synced up, like it is so clear what they want to do as a team. But previously, I don't think we can see the synchronized stuff.
And the thing is that Canyon really popped off yesterday. He was so insane that Wukong, multiple times outsmiting Kaz, also finding these plans on the Wukong. He was really on point with the team. So if we see Owner from Friday and then we see Canyon from yesterday, this is going to be a slaughter.
Yeah, going to be a difficult run here, and we love to see when Canyon's in form, and there's been times where he's been missing, but very much so ready to go here in our road to MSI finals. Speaking of missing, we've been kind of wondering what the mid laners got up their sleeve, because the champ pools yet again have been a little sneaky. What do these magicians have here, Wadid?
I think we saw high prior on the Lissandra pick, and I think that means we need some proactive plays from the mid laners. Even though Faker is a great player on Azir and Anivia, we just need something from him. He needs to move around the map, because like Chobi last night, he was just like all over the map with Annie and Lissandra, and I think that made the game a lot easier for Genji.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotta be about like it's got playmaking, right? Like look at the champion pool, just like even Azir Shuffle, Lissandra, those kind of CC setting up for the team. It was the main key, but it wasn't actually working for T1 this series, the Friday especially. So I think maybe we could see more stepping up from maybe lane dominating champion. Like for example, your Victor could be there. You know, like there's some champion that may more focus on lane instead of for the playmaking.
Yeah, in the post-game interview, Coach Tom was saying after the loss that it was both execution, but also their ideas around draft. And we know that Team 1 will make adjustments, and we know that both those mid laners can play more than just that. But they've had a little bit tighter champ pool because the bot lane that we did a big pre-show on before we got here was going to be focused on these duos. It's going to be Kate and
Ezreal,
Bard,
Karma.
you know, Ezreal, Karma, Lucian, Milio. But it didn't turn out that way on Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, in fact, everyone just high prioritized their top side. So the thing is, you gotta go with strong 3 picks with their top side, and then just finish your team comp with the 4-5, the bot lane picks. But I think you gotta be really smart on this one because you can actually ban out more supports, more AD carries on 4-5. So that means maybe you have to play against the worst matchup as T1 did against the HLE in the game 3. They picked the Milio. Maybe they were thinking that maybe they can get Lucian or Yunara, but HLE, Guma Yushi Delight picked up the Kog'Maw Lulu by themselves that kind of puts them on really favorite matchup, and like Lucia couldn't do anything. And the game 4, they had to send up Blitzcrank into Aphelios and Thresh, which is immobile. So I think it was really the bot pick gap in this series.
And I feel like normally when you drop bot lane to 4-5, it is quite a lot about whoever gets the last pick because you get that big counter pick. But whenever that doesn't happen and you cannot counter it, it gets difficult.
Yeah, again, during this play yesterday, we were like, what? Ruler ults backwards, but Wadid did a great job of counting this out. He had to use the ultimate to get away from the Lulu engage. Watch Effort here, we're gonna slow it down. And Effort looking to try and make a play here, Ruler up to the task.
Yeah, like look at now, Lulu tried to flash Polymorph, but Ruler reacts it during the team fight. And I think this kind of shows that he's on form right now in Wonju, and I think that's why they were dominating yesterday against KT here.
Yeah, as much as they ended up losing in that fight,
It's fine.
the
Doesn't matter.
reaction
He's
on it. Was aware. He knew what was up. And don't worry, he played really well the rest of the series. But so was FaZe. FaZe wasn't an opportunity to try and catch up and deal damage in their victory. There was the Sivert cleaning things up.
Yeah, I think for FaZe, he couldn't really do much last game. So I feel like they just need something in the draft, like for example, what they did before, they just picked strong bot lane in 1-3, and I think that kind of enables the T1 to snowball through the bot lane. That's what they did in the regular split as well.
Yeah, well, there seemed to be a lot of focus on this bottom side of the map in terms of their play, in terms of their champ pool, but also in terms of their careers. As you know, both these players played on Gen G and had spent time swapping around as well on JDG. They've been interconnected, and this is the first time that these two storied AD carries are playing in a best-of-5.
And I'd love to see, like what I explained, I would love to see some heavy bot lane matchups here where we can see maybe the Enchanter matchups even with the Ashe, with the Caitlyn, with the Ezreal, because I feel like those are very exciting. And you can see this ego battle of both of them being ex or current Gen G AD carries.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, especially T1 failed the topside draft, right? Like 1-2-3 heavily, just making a strong draft.
Yeah.
But I think today is the like as a player perspective. Are you gonna go again with the same logic, or are you gonna adjust it?
That makes sense. I think they gotta fix something, but maybe they pick up something from HLE, or they have their own idea into the draft.
Well, both players played so far here in Wonju, and they are standing by right now with an interview. Let's take a listen.
2016 로드 투 MSI 최종전 경기를 앞둔 양 팀의 바텀 라이너 페이즈 선수, 룰러 선수 만나보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 두 분 인사 부탁드립니다. 먼저 페이즈 선수.
안녕하세요. T1에서 원딜 맡고 있는 페이지입니다.
안녕하세요. 젠지에서 원딜을 맡고 있는 룰러 박재혁이라고 합니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 오늘 굉장히 중요한 경기인데요. 페이즈 선수와 룰러 선수가 BO5 첫 대결을 갖게 됐습니다. 이 중요한 순간에 만난 서로의 기분 어떠신지요?
이렇게 룰러 선수를 BO5에서 처음 만나서 되게 기대되는 것 같습니다.
네, 저도 언젠간 만날 거라 생각했는데 이렇게 만나게 돼서 되게 긴장되고 재밌다고 생각합니다.
네, 오늘 승리에 따라서 엄청난 기록이 걸려 있습니다. 먼저 T1은 MSI 5년 연속 진출, 그리고 최다 9회 진출 기록이 걸려 있고요. 젠지는 MSI 4년 연속 진출 그리고 3핏 도전까지 노려볼 수 있습니다. 이런 기록이 걸려 있는 거에 대해서는 어떻게 생각하세요?
그 기록 계속 이어가고 싶고 저는 작년에 못 나가가지고 이번에 꼭 나가고 싶습니다.
근데 저도 이제 사실 대기록이니까 꼭 이루고 싶습니다.
네, 명성만큼이나 또 화려한 우승 경력을 보유하고 계신 두 선수분입니다. 최근 폼도 좋은데요. 두 분은 서로를 어떻게 평가하고 계신지도 궁금합니다.
어제 경기 보는데 룰러 선수가 되게 잘해가지고 저도 오늘 잘해야 될 것 같습니다.
근데 저도 T1 경기 보면서 계속 뭔가 빛나는 느낌이 많이 들어가지고 좀 경계하고 있습니다.
네. 자, 그럼 후계자에서 이제는 라이벌로 만난 두 분인데요. 대결을 앞두고 서로에게 해주고 싶은 말이 있다면요? 먼저 페이즈 선수.
오늘 경기 서로 즐겁게 재밌는 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 저도 오늘 좀 같이 재밌는 경기해서 좀 길게 갔으면 좋겠습니다.
자, 그럼 이번 시드를 향한 각오 한 말씀 들어보겠습니다.
오늘 경기 이겨서 꼭 이번 시드로 진출할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
네, 저도 오늘 경기 무조건 이긴다는 생각으로 꼭 이 시드로 진출하겠습니다.
네, 페이즈 선수와 룰러 선수의 멋진 경기력을 기대해 보면서 인터뷰 마치겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Heji, for that interview. And I don't know, guys. I could feel that Pays was kind of reveling in it a little bit more.
Yeah.
But then Ruler said, I hope we have a long series. Right? Like, he's a knower of what the fans want, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that if this would go all the way to... We didn't have 5 games yet. We had 4 games, we had 3 games. We didn't have 5 games in this
We need it.
arena. We need it.
It's
we
time.
absolutely need it.
It's time.
But now it's time to get hyped. Now
I don't know.
is the time.
He's gonna break the pad here.
Yeah, let's go. I know. You bring too much hype here, Yankos. You keep punching the tablet, man. All right, let's take a look at our predictions for the crew as... Maybe it's not what you all at home think. What do we got here for Global?
What we got here?
Are we cooking? I think. Wait, what? The four of us are cooking? It's the 4 of us and Umpty. That feels bad. And then the king of Gangwon-do, Beryl, who put his predictions earlier.
What is it?
And said it was going to be Hanwha and KG.
Hey!
Beryl!
He's
Wait,
only
but
one.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I mean, he was half right, half wrong.
Yeah.
Really,
so it's
the
like
only people that have been right all weekend is myself and Jonna Strong, and we're on opposite sides as well.
So we'll know which one of you guys is the fraud and which one is the genius.
So does that make all of you frauds because you already missed it?
Yeah,
then, Yankos?
basically.
Okay. Explain yourself. Why did you pick T1 here with it?
I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, be honest.
In fact,
Please don't lie.
I feel like Genji is stronger. Like in terms of like how they're laning, and like I think they're just much better in the like normal speed of the game. I think they're really good at like neutralizing and then slow macro.
Yeah.
But I still trust in T1 because whenever I don't trust T1, they make it. And I think this time around they had like horrible series, to be fair. Like it was like so sad to watch like them not having a great series. And I think this is the day like what matters the most, right?
Yeah.
And I think they're gonna bring the T1 circus, the T1 magic, T1 drama into Wonju.
I think I'm similar, right? We've got T1 best of 5 Magic, which is one of those things. It's a qualifier match, which before I saw the Genji record, I put in my prediction for T1 3-2. But they were very aware of their shortcomings.
Yep.
They took it on the chin in the press conference, and they like to cook, right? They like to cook beforehand with those ideas, and that's why I'm going with it until proven otherwise. Go ahead and show me T1 3-2. What you got here for me, Hooney?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the same, right? Like, I think it requires the 5 games, like for sure, for T1 to win, to actually order to get victory of the series. Because I think I still really do agree, like what Awadi said, right? Like I think the Genji is the basic fundamental. I think they are stronger because the T1 did show a lot, like the early game of the mistake, like those kind of mistake were not really acceptable. Like cannot be happen against Genji, but I think it will happen. So I think that's why I think it will drop high chance 2 games, even though T1 get the series win.
For me, Friday was more of a wake-up call for T1. I feel like their drafts were just not really up there just yet, and I think they had one day to really discuss it. Also, these teams, for me, are completely opposite when it comes to early games. Genji really likes slow games, very methodical playstyle, focus on team fighting, while Team T1 is also amazing at team fighting. They do like to play this very aggressive early games, especially on bot lane, and they can really take the lead within the first couple of minutes of the game. So I feel like Friday was just not how I normally imagine T1 to play, and I think it was more so them playing badly, and also Gen G having worse opponents that T1 have to face in terms of HLE and KT. So I'm not actually like a copium believer. I generally believe that T1 is gonna show up today, and they will fix the draft, and they will be there.
Sorry, KT fans, I will apologize for Jankos there. For
No, what?
insane dunk.
But
Well,
HLE!
as we have one of the greatest team rivalries here, we have one of the greatest mid lane rivalries. It is another chapter in the Faker versus Chovy matchup. When you take a look at the individual game score, it is 76 to 71 Chovy over Faker. But when you take a look at the best of 5 score, it is 9 to 8, as close as you can be, playing 17 games in the 18th battle. Will it go towards equilibrium, or will it go towards Faker? Final thoughts here with Did.
I don't know. Absolute cinema between these two. Always.
It's another T1 against Gen G. I mean, it's how many times do we need more? Like, I don't know. Keep going. And it's at the final round. And it's the Omega pressure is waiting for them. Because if you lose, it's no more. If you win, you're going.
Can I get hyped? Am I allowed to get hyped now?
Yeah.
You can get
Oh my
hyped.
god, T1 is facing Gen G, and it's like the best series in the LCK. It's the best team, it's absolute cinema. I can't wait to Faker to face against Chovy, and I'm so excited for this. I think Faker's gonna take it. I think it's gonna be 10 and 8 final score after tonight.
Oh my gosh. All right, there is the prediction. It is yet again another chapter in the greatest rivalry in esports. Sorry, KT, you're going to have to sit this one out. It is yet again Chovy versus Faker. It is yet again Gen G versus T1. And this time, only one of them will continue their streak of MSI. Will it be T1? Will it be Gen G? Let's all find out together and enjoy. We'll see you after game number 1 here from Wonju.
로드 투 MSI LCK 상위 6개 팀 중 단 2팀에게만 기회를 부여합니다.
MSI는 한번 나가보고 싶다라. 왜냐면 한 번도 못 나가봤으니까. 근데 지금은 당연하게 나가야만 하는 그런 대회라고 생각하고 있습니다.
경기를 보면서 역시 젠지라는 팀은 쉽게 무너지지 않는다 느꼈습니다.
LCK 선수라면 누구나 원해마지 않는 MSI 진출, 그리고 우승. 세 번째 MSI 트로피에 도전할 수 있는 티켓은 단 한 장입니다. 수없이 정상에서 격돌했던 숙명의 라이벌이 이제는 물러설 수 없는 대결을 앞두고 있습니다.
소환이는 주변에서 너무 잘한다라는 그런 소리도 많이 들었기 때문에 포텐이 높은 선수라고 좀 기억하고 있었어요.
재혁이 형 경기를 볼 때마다 기복 없이 꾸준히 되게 잘한다 생각해서 흠잡을 데가 없는 선수라 생각했어요.
앞서간 자의 등을 보고 꿈을 키워온 이제는 우상을 뛰어넘으려는 자.
재혁이 형, 이번 MSI는 제가 갈게요.
뒤따라오는 추격자에게 절대 추월을 허락하지 않는 자.
수환아, 높은 무대로 올라가는 길은 결코 쉽지 않을 거야.
로드 투 MSI 2시드 결정전 지금 시작합니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk here as we get ready for this second qualifying match to MSI. Only one more team can go, and it's either T1 or Gen G. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf and Orcs, and we are ready to get into this best of 5 for the final spot.
It's a critical day here for both of these teams who have been on a streak representing Korean League of Legends at the Mid-Season Invitational, but for the first time in several years, only one of them will be going. So rivalry that has stood the test of time here in the LCK, Gen G and T1, a matchup that we have seen countless times, but a matchup that maybe today T1 could turn around after a rough start this weekend.
And I think we've just kind of default expected these teams at MSI after the recent years we've had. Gen G defending back-to-back champions, and T1 obviously with that insane streak of Worlds, but HLE getting that huge win, taking their first opportunity to go to MSI, and then bringing us this matchup to decide who is the second seed. It's going to be an exciting series.
It certainly is, and it feels like Gen G and T1 are the only teams that we kind of sent to MSI over the last 3 years. They've been the only teams that have gone. Now we have bucked the trend completely, as HLE did claim that first ticket, and only one of our mainstays are able to get there. Let's have a look at our predictions once again. And yeah, the Spaces, I think, all got together and decided that they wanted to go with T1.
Bit of collusion?
Yeah, a little bit. Or maybe it's just, you know, collective. Everyone, when you hang out together too much, you get influenced by one another.
I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot to be said about the fact that they're all 3-2 predictions. It doesn't seem like any one of them feels very confident that T1 will win. It's almost just a feeling that they have, and that was basically what they said there on the space. Especially Woodid, who was like, "Look, I think Gen G might even just straight up be better," but they think that T1 will overcome. Right? We'll see them return to the form that we expect. That's not me. I watched T1 play on Friday. I commentated that series, and the drafting needed a lot of work. The individual play from Owner needed a lot of work, and I'm not sure I could believe that after Gen G has the extra warm-up, right? They played just yesterday and got that 3-0, that they're going to have enough time, T1 will, to return to that form in just really under 48 hours time.
Yep.
Insec here.
Yeah, Insec ready to, you know, kick some people around, I guess.
Hopefully we get some Lee Sin today.
Yeah, we're going to need it.
I think we will.
I think that might actually be the case. It's Canyon and it's Owner. Owner has a pretty cool skin on the champion and an incredible record, and Canyon has objectively the best Lee Sin play in competitive of all time. So I think that maybe the Lee Sin could be something that we'll see a little bit contested so far today. And man, I mean, there are so many people here, by the way, guys. It is an absolutely packed house here at Wonju as well. So the atmosphere is electric, and I just hope that the games can be so as well, because I think what you were alluding to, Wolf, isn't necessarily like you don't think that T1 are a very good team. You were just quite disappointed in their performance last time around, and I think a lot of us share that sentiment. That's why we did go for the Gen G prediction. We'll see whether T1 can prove us wrong, as now it is time to welcome our players to the stage, starting with the top lane, as both of them have played on Gen G before, as Doran and Keen, sort of a Keen coming in and Doran moving on, finding his place T1 and only going up.
Keen being such a versatile player for Gen G, able to do so many different styles and constantly being that force to be reckoned with in the top lane. And on the other side, Doran, the Krug Lord himself, who had that legendary performance last year at the road to MSI, hoping to channel that again today to get the team to that tournament once again.
It was on the final day of Road to MSI where he got that 3-0, crushed Hanwha Life Esports to end up being our second seed. This is a legendary matchup between two incredible top laners that we have seen be at the top of the LCK for so many years now. I think Doran often has struggled to get the credit that Keen has, but his consistency and the fact that he's maintained his spot on all of these epic top-tier League of Legends teams here in the LCK speaks volumes. And he is often the one who gets it done in big best of 5. So we'll see if he can match up against Keen today and bring T1 back. But I'm more concerned Was it anything for the next matchup that we're going to have to talk about, guys?
Yeah, this is the big one. This is something that you mentioned already, and the space was talking about as well, as we welcome Owner and Canyon, two players with pretty different form moving into today, as Canyon comes off that 3-0 victory yesterday, and Owner not necessarily off the same success.
Canyon's just been in great form this year, especially after 2025, where I feel like he was struggling to have that same impact. He has been such a big force for the team. Owner has struggled so far on road to MSI, and we've seen phenomenal performances from this player multiple times in the past. When they've needed him most, he has been there, but in that most recent matchup, he definitely was struggling.
I agree, and I think that it's often, for me, felt the opposite. Canyon's been a little bit inconsistent, but Owner was the face of jungle consistency for so long.
Yeah.
His career was often, when T1 was struggling, the player you point to say, well, it's not his fault. He's nailing it, right? But that was not the case on Friday. There were a lot of draft issues, I think, which didn't make his life easier, but Canyon looked much better for him yesterday, and this is something T1 and Owner specifically are going to have to solve going into this matchup today.
Yeah, I think that Canyon certainly looking great, but did have some slower early games. I think KT did get off to decent starts in their series against Gen G. But here is the big one. This is the one that you've all been waiting for. Faker versus Chovy. Chovy having an unbelievable showing yesterday against KT. And that is not an easy matchup up against PDD. And Chovy made it look so. He was ridiculous.
In that matchup, and in this year so far, he's had so many clutch moments. Chovy getting POM after POM, but he's going up against the GOAT, a player who has a career full of clutch moments that have won him so many titles, so many championships. This is that big matchup we always love to see.
I want to see Faker on more playmaking than facilitation and utility today, which is something we've not said that often about Faker because he's always the macro guy. He's the guy who's got the side lane push, the rotations are crisp. But I think mechanically, he's in good form today, and if he can challenge Chovy there, maybe get some mid-prio and empower Pays in the bottom lane, they can find success. But picks like the Galio that we've seen in the past, Twisted Fate, aren't necessarily going to work, I think, when you're playing against Chovy. If you want to try to be that facilitator, and Chovy has the lead, and he gets first movement on the map, it doesn't matter if you're playing a global, you just won't keep up.
The thing that's really scary to me is that Chovy's performance was outstanding in areas that Faker has been really good at. It's been team fighting, it's been initiation, and making those clutch plays later in the game that really got him over. But later in the game is where we want to go to now, because both of these players are going to need that level of consistency, and I think Pays might have the edge when it comes to carrying those late-game team fights on hyper carries.
And these two players have been compared so much.
Oh yeah.
Hayes came in to replace Rulo when he went to the LPL, and then
Gen G fans, JDG fans.
It's been pretty endless, but the fact that they're facing down in a best of 5 against each other in this situation is so exciting to see how they match up one-to-one.
They've often just been replacing each other and not interacting with each other on the Rift, and so to see them actually get to play this best of 5 here directly against each other after they've been felt like by so many of these teams to be kind of slottable, right? Like you could pick whichever one you prefer, whichever one's available, and to now have them challenge each other in these 2v2s is going to be incredible. But in AD carry matchups like this, you got to put a lot of the focus on the support, right? Because a 2v2 is a 2v2, right? It's the AD carry matchup has this element to it. And while I do think Duro has been incredibly consistent this season and is such a good player, it feels like he's been playing as long as Keria has here on the other side. Keria is the savior of T1. He has bailed them out of so many situations. He has carried them across the line. He's gotten them through mid games. He's snowballed early games, gotten Pays ahead. I think that both of these players make a huge impact, but Keria's form is more important because if he's not on form, it seems like T1 as a whole, the other 80%, doesn't always pick up the slack.
It's always tough being compared up against Keria, but Duro really had that breakout first year and some massive matches, bringing out things like the Blitzcrank at MSI, the Pyke as well up against T1 in that late playoff match, and having the confidence to do that against Keria is so key, and I expect to see that on display today as well.
And that was what he said when he made his debut. He was like, I am coming for Keria's reputation. Like, this is the type of player that Duro wanted to be when he first stepped out onto the LoL Park stage. Keria has since then only gotten better and is currently, I think, in probably the best form that we've seen him in. His Rakan 2 days ago was unbelievable, and despite the outcome of that best of 5, I think that no shade can be thrown towards Keria for that one. As the coaches make their way out, Tom and Ryu going to be battling for this last remaining ticket. The last time Tom was here, there were 2 of them, and now one of them is gone, and there is one last opportunity to make your way over to Daejeon. Unless they have a bus, in which case they could just drive there. It's pretty close.
Well, they can actually still go, just they can't attend MSI as a competing team.
Yeah, not as a competing team.
Yeah, you can't just publicly go to Daejeon. That is.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. It's
myself.
a city of fun.
Yeah.
I might go right after this.
Yeah. I think, in fact, all of us might be doing exactly that. But that is enough joking around as we are getting ready for the last team to be sent to MSI. And there is a bittersweet feeling, right? Like, it just feels weird to not be sending both of them.
Well, I think for me, I look at this series and this situation that we have as a higher stakes rivalry. Like, sometimes it's in the finals, right? Sometimes it's in the winners bracket finals. Sometimes it's in the winners bracket finals and then in the finals also. But you see this matchup every time. The stakes are always high. But because these 2 teams and players like Faker and Chovy have been the faces of LCK to international fans who don't watch this region domestically, to have to take a back seat, to actually not go. When it's here in Korea, it's in Daejeon, it's just a train ride away. To be watching at home and maybe even considering going and watching and cheering on your region instead of being the one who's pushing it forward, the one that's competing and fighting for it, is a very tragic feeling, I think, for anyone who doesn't go, to be a watcher and not a competitor.
Yeah.
And especially given that the LCK didn't manage to win first stand, didn't even manage to make the finals. You would love for your team to be the one to bring glory back to the region at MSI if they can come out on top, not to be the one watching from home.
It feels like to these teams, to these players, that MSI belongs to them. They have earned it so many times, and every time for the last several years, a majority of these players have gone and represented these 2 teams. And so to not go feels like the end of an era, almost in its own right.
Well, it is now time for us to get into pick and ban for the first game of this best of 5 series. T1 will be on the blue side this time around to start us off, as Gen.G on the red will be first pick over on their side as well. We've seen some variation when it comes to right of first selection, right? As to which has found the most success. I do think that it's reached this point of balance, and it's more about what you prefer as a team, right?
Absolutely.
Like, and I was of the opinion, like, oh, first pick's really good for the first few games, and then you want to get counter pick when Fearless is going to eat up all of those blind picks and stuff like that. I don't know whether that is even necessarily as powerful as it used to be with the amount of science that our teams have done with all these pocket picks that they have.
My favorite right now is to pick blue side, because they usually take first pick, and then you end up getting the counter picks as well as the ability to play through that blue side pry-out in the bottom lane. But even if they do take second pick and do the blue side first pick, you could shift your draft around that as well.
Whoa, blue side first pick? That's novel.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy. But we're going to be checking out our little train here. With Kundori on it, wearing the Teemo hat.
Yeah,
the mascot.
Daejeon's mascot.
Daejeon, yep.
They have a ramyeon as well that they made, Daejeon, recently with this mascot, and I've been trying to get my friends in Daejeon to get their hands on it. It's apparently really hard to find, so I'm hoping that I could get my hands on it pretty soon here during MSI and taste that one, but...
Can you put a word in with Shadow for me too?
Yeah, I'll try. I've been trying.
Okay,
I've been trying to get that ramyeon unlocked. It's hard to find.
If anyone else has any orders, just make sure that you just send Wolf a DM, and I'm sure that he'll get you hooked up. And also, if you're into pizza, he does make some of that as well over here in Korea at the same time. There's a little bit of a delay getting into this pick and ban, but we'll be there as soon as we possibly can. As thankfully, we didn't actually have anything in the draft just yet, so we don't need to worry about going back and restarting things, because nothing had actually started yet.
I am just a little bit curious, because we had that You know, we talked about it with the space before, the homework copying.
Yeah,
We got a little bit.
Ziggs, Rise drafts.
Yeah, with the Jason to the Ezreal, Karma, Sion. I'm wondering if Game 1 is going to open in a similar way. And we're going to get like the 3rd series in a row where Game 1 is kind of
So
defined.
both teams are going to be playing Ezreal Karma.
They might try to. Maybe we get the Ezreal denial from the Karma pairing.
That's a good point. As here we are finally on to our pick and ban here for game number 1. T1 on blue side, first pick for Gen.G. And the Varus, we're never going to see.
This is where Hanwha Life Esports had the initial Camille pick though, right? And that's where the woes for T1 kind of started draft-wise, right? Was right in that game 1. T1 were able to bring it back a little bit, but Karma's gone, so we're not going to have that set up anymore. But this, for me, is a bigger look, a bigger temperature gauge as to what T1's read is after some pretty rough reads a few days ago. What's the transition here? What's the new prio?
Well, the new ban is going to be Cassiopeia, I would assume. As
Rumble's still available, of course, as well. Gen.G are always going to ban the Bard against Keria.
Well, it's interesting, actually, because they had Bard ban against them 100% of the time. Now banning Bard in this situation, which is understandable being against Keria, but I wonder how much they shift that and try and get the Bard themselves to Dura later. Denial as well. The Jace ban too, so T1 says, look, we've done those drafts, both of us. We're getting out the way. We're not going to have a repeat of what we saw there, but it does mean, as you said, Cassiopeia, Rumble, Jarvan, all big picks are available now. And we're going to see what Gen.G going to take fifth.
Rise also has been jumping up in priority, and he's available too as a pretty safe blind pick.
The thing is, it's really hard with the Cassio available, and we just never see it, right? Like, we've seen Rise first picked all the time because the Orianna Cassio are always banned away, but the
Do it for Insect
will be the first pick.
Do it for Insect.
There we go. Thank you for bringing him along, Chijik. We really appreciate it because his champion is played in the very first game.
With no Vi here, you know, locking the Rumble doesn't feel like a sure thing because you're playing Doran Rumble into Keen Sante probably in that situation as well, which is pretty scary to think about. So I think the Cassiopeia I much prefer. It looks like that is what they are going to lock in here, which also weakens a Rise pick for Chovy.
Yeah, I think it's good into the Lee Sin. Obviously, a lot about his mobility and dashes. Good into the Rise. Rise Lee Sin being very popular. They might go to something else, but that does weaken the Lee Sin a little bit. We've seen Annie Lee Sin, but Cassiopeia is still a very good lane into that, pre-6 at least. And now for T1, a pick for Ona might just come through here.
I mean, they've got Cassie or Jarvan. Feels pretty good if they do want to go there. Obviously, they can lock in a bottom lane here if they would like to, but we don't often see that until games like 3 or 4.
Owner doesn't prefer the Jarvan. We've noticed that this season, right? He had a negative win rate on it coming into this weekend and has otherwise avoided it. Generally speaking, he's played less Jarvan games than most of our top junglers right now. So instead, he's looking for the Trundle pick here, which is curious considering how much Lee Sin can circumvent those pillars, but there might be a larger reason here as well.
This already feels like a very control-based composition from T1, even with this, just with these 2 early picks. But the Trundle's interesting because we saw it initially as a counter specifically to Xin Zhao in the meta. Then it moved up to being a bit more like, oh, well, if they have Sion, we can see it played. Now they're coming out this early. On the other side, Gen.G go for Ambessa Galio. So Galio, a pick that does have setup for Lee Sin. Not the most fun, though, playing Galio into Trundle Cassiopeia. This is not a great time.
No, and we just saw Faker do this, right? Into HLE, and it did not go very well at all in that particular matchup. Zeka kind of having a field day. Cassio went completely ballistic. So this could be a little bit of a risk here in game number 1 as the Vayne is the answer into the Ambessa.
I thought it was almost 100% always going to be a ranged top laner here into this Ambessa. Could have been the Gnar, could have been the Vayne. I mean, in a crazy world, it could have been the Tristana, but this was left available, and T1 already have so much consistent damage with Cassiopeia. Now they have 2 threats, and they'll have a 3rd with Pays later on in this draft. And I think for Gen.G, you really, really need to now have a lot of consistent damage for Ruler. Moving into the 2nd phase, though, T1 likely to target that, as they'll take away initially here this Rakan that pairs well with the setup for Gen.G's draft.
Yeah, I really like the Rakan ban because he can play so well on the flanks and threaten getting onto this backline, even though he can have a tough time into Cassiopeia. With how the draft has played out so far, having this triple melee topside into Cassiopeia, Trundle, Vayne, you're going to need to get on that backline, those backline carries. That's going to be the goal for Gen.G. And Gen.G's bans are things that will stop that, make it even harder. Things like the Poppy coming through as a denial away from Keria here. I think both teams are pretty clear goals so far. but I think Gen G are the ones who really need to bolster what they have so far to get on top of these key carries.
Yeah, I think a powerful bottom lane is going to be pretty important here for Gen G. We need a lot of damage, and yes, the Nautilus is going to be a big one. Maybe something worth banning away here for T1. They do want to get rid of it.
I just think
obviously has a lot in his quiver.
if Gen G go for Nautilus, it can't be Nautilus Misfortune. You know, you need a little bit more consistent damage, especially against 2 and eventually 3 consistent damage threats here for T1. If the MF combo doesn't work, you will always just get rolled over by the follow-up damage you'll never be able to compete with. Poppy going to be taken away first, so we'll see what this final ban is now for Gen G. Bottom lane, so unknown. I like the Ashe ban. Works really well with the front line they have.
I think Ashe as well has that longer range engage. You don't have to run into the Cassiopeia to get it off. They banned the Lucian, interestingly enough, in this situation. I was wondering if a Lulu ban would end up coming out here.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Because I think if you deny the Lulu here, it weakens the Ambessa pick for Gen G, and Gen G need that consistent damage pick, like, for example, Yunara Lulu, but T1 always have the first pick priority here so they could grab it for Keria. Instead, it's just going to be Ziggs. Pretty weird Ziggs angle here in a triple DPS composition.
It's kind of cool, though, because they already have an 80 carry.
I think the theory is they have enough DPS, and Ziggs is very good at controlling melee short-range compositions. You have the Minefield, the Satchel. He's going to be hard to reach if Hayes is playing it well.
And if Ona's playing it well, the pillar can be amazing in this composition.
This is so much a control comp for T1, and now Gen G have to find a way they can break that open. Silver's going to give them movement speed as a good matchup into the Ziggs, does give them that sustained damage.
Ooh, I don't know about this.
Yeah, they go for the Jhin as well. We've seen the Jhin as follow-up when teams are diving in, and that is what Gen G needs to do, but...
I think there's too many things Jhin has to kill. He doesn't have enough bullets. You know, there's three. There's
going to be 5 champions, and he's only got 4 bullets.
I think Keen is going to be so important in this draft, regardless of what the support ends up being here. He is going to have to do a ton of damage. He's going to actually be having to help kill those backline targets. And if he's behind, this gets so tough to play out. And they're going to go for the Camille support again. I find this draft here for T1 to be really strong and a much better read than what we saw on Friday, but it's so unusual. Speaking of unusual.
Wait a second. Who's playing Jax? Who's playing Trundle?
You know, Keria has played Jax support in solo queue.
I mean, they're just doing a top lane matchup in the support role. Supportal combat has never been this brutal before. And they're going to lock in the Shen instead. This is a Keria special. And he has certainly found a lot of success on this one in the past. A different look, but the thing that this Camille gives Gen G, which is really important, is the Camille Galio combo. And unlocking Duro on the map can be incredibly devastating if Gen G can get themselves into a position where they can do so. But the amount of control that T1 has, especially now with Stand United, makes things really, really difficult for Gen G to make their composition work.
Yeah, you have the shield on whichever targets hit. You have to kill 3 targets eventually, so the first one needs to go down incredibly fast. And if you can get a decent amount of damage done, maybe Keen cleans up, but I don't think the Jhin really ever does into what T1 has.
This feels like a lot of takeaways from T1 from their match against HLE, where they played this melee-heavy composition into the Shen, into the Cassiopeia. Now they're the ones with the Cassiopeia, with the Shen, yes, in a different position, but they're playing the defensive control side of the matchup, and it's up to Gen G to close the distance, and especially when you're playing Ambessa into Vayne, who is such a strong early lane, Cassiopeia on the other side of the Galio, this is going to be a tall ask for Gen G in Game 1, I feel.
I think this is going to come down to form, and I think that Gen G's is going to need to be a little bit better than it was even yesterday, based on what we're seeing here in the draft. This is a lot of comfort, though. Chovy's Galio has been legendary in the past, and it's Keen's Ambessa. He's on a carry. Let's see whether they can make it work as we get onto the Rift for Game 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 of this best of 5. One team will go to MSI and the other will go home. That is what this one is all about.
So they got that ward down quickly into that lane brush just above mid lane, and then they all stacked there, and they basically ensured that there's no ward coming in to spot out Canyon. Faker doesn't have as much safety as well, so I wonder if they're trying to set up for an early gank to come in. on the back of that. Obviously, if Galio can just flash onto the Cassiopeia, the Lee Sin can be there for the follow-up.
Now, there's also another question here about lane priority in this draft, with the Cassiopeia's early levels going to smash the mid lane here, obviously, into the Galio, and then the Vayne into the Mbessa favors Doran in this early game, too. He's gone for the common exhaust. And down here, depending on how you play this Shen, if you can get level 2 first and you can control this lane, you can have a lot of power, but they're not doing that now.
That is a lot of damage to that fourth shot. We're looking for another one, but it's just Duro that gets the work done. First blood over to the Camille.
Just not respecting the level 1 of the Camille, the Ignite, so much power on top of the stun, and Carrier just gets caught out, especially the burst damage from the Jhin. Didn't have his dash available.
And the Ziggs is never going to be able to match that damage. I think you really needed level 2 if you were going to actually go into on this. Space is going to have to satchel his way out. That was a great reaction. But I think you really needed to play that very differently as T1 if you wanted to look for the early aggression. It was too soon and way too close to that level 1 Camille, as you mentioned. And this is a huge lead here already for Genji in the bottom lane.
This is starting to get tricky already. Duro thinking about going for a back, but he is not going to be allowed to. As we check in towards his top side, this should be a matchup that Doran will eventually have a lot of control in. Certainly in the early levels will have a lot of control in, but it's still Mbessa, right? As Chovy not going to have a lot of control in this one. There's a taunt, though. Shadow Dash from Carrier as they pull Duro back. They look for Carrier again. And now Ruler needing to grab this kill to try and equalize. He'll find it as Pays runs out of buttons, and this Jhin is becoming a problem.
What feels great here is that Ruler gets the kill in this situation. Carrier was the one who got the kill onto the Camille. They also commit the Ignite from Carrier there and just end up trading 1-for-1. So they find the aggression, but they're not able to come out ahead. And you see here, Carrier uses the Q for the shield and then has nothing left.
He's got nothing, right? And he's so far forward. There's just no escape. Even commits the flash there. Now with level 2, you can see there's a little bit more playmaking power here. Carrier's able to get the taunt, which sets up the satchel, and Duro is zoned. But all the while, Ruler is free hitting onto Carrier. So he has to sacrifice his life in order to get this kill. So it's not really a trade up for T1 at all, especially with where the gold went, as you mentioned, onto the Jhin.
Well, now we're having a check-in on this mid lane. You can see Chovy is about 11 CS behind. Faker having a really good time as the Cassio on this one. And he was the one that was bearing the brunt of this on the other side last time he played the matchup. And so probably very happy to be slithering around instead of being the Galio. I think Galio definitely picked more for composition rather than for lane, though, so we'll see what Chovy can get done as he is able to leave that laning phase. And Canyon, I think we're going to need to have a microscope on in this game. I think that this Lee Sin needs to be so proactive when we get to especially the mid game, but even hopefully earlier than that.
Camille sneaking around here, by the way. Great pathing from Duro.
Yeah, he is going to look to make his way in as Doran. Probably going to have to flash this one. There is the sweep, and he's just dead. Doesn't even use the flash, just knows that he's going to go down a 2-1-1 Camille now in this game.
Look at the vision setup that Doran had. He felt totally safe. He has so much information, but Duro's just able to skirt all of it and get over there, and he just did not expect it.
Yeah. He's currently 100% everything participation in this game.
I will say, good from Doran to hold the sums because you still had the hook shot from Duro. You don't know that he necessarily used it to get over the wall, so you have to be patient. If you flash and you get stunned after it, you're dead anyway. So at least he holds on to his summoner spells.
Oh, Duro looking for that sweep. He'll get the flash out of Pays. I believe he used the satchel a little bit earlier, so didn't quite have it back off cooldown.
Got to keep that defensive satchel into a Camille.
So I'm starting to wonder. Is Camille support the strongest support in the game? Hold up.
Well, let's see whether Chovy can be strong as well. If the Justice Punch doesn't work, he goes straight into the kennel as he looks to heroically charge his way out, and he will.
But is Camille's support the strongest support in the game, or do LCK teams not know how to play into Camille's support?
I mean, we've
been playing into it for years.
I know,
but a Camille support game earlier this weekend where it did not go nearly as well. So I definitely think it's a pick that has high risk, high reward. And we're seeing the high reward so far in this game.
We have a high risk as well.
Public execution, and Keen pretty happy that one missed.
I would tend to agree.
Yeah.
As we do have T1 trying to control the Scuttle Crab right now, but Genji are grouped here. We're going to have a little bit of a skirmish for it, potentially.
Yeah, Doran actually getting traded on here with the Electrocute coming out of the Mbessa. Nice little tech to make sure that these short trades are deadly. Doran is still able to get this one shoved up, taking plates. Does have a little bit of a CS lead. It is going to be a gold advantage over to Keen, though, based on that assist that he was able to pick up as Carrier and Duro both parked in this top lane.
both teams are just trying to surprise the other, but they're both aware of what's going on, and so I don't think anything should eventuate from this. Orin holding onto his ult right now and the exhaust, so has a lot of power, but his health is fairly low here, so risky to commit. I think this is not going to end up being anything. Owner is coming up right now, however, and is unseen. Wrapping around the backside here is the Ziggs is very self-sufficient without the support, but Ruler has Prio on the bottom side. Let's see if Owner can find something here.
Yeah, they're just both of these top laners are just trying to act. You know, it's just a bit of an acting class towards his top side. Like, yeah, no one's here. No, we're just laning. It's normal. It's fine. Everyone knows everyone.
Everyone is 100% aware.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so the acting is, like, you're aware that it's acting, but maybe it's good anyway. As FaZe and Ruler, like you say, just very happily farming off against one another. And this is kind of why you pick the Jhin, is to allow you to kind of equalize the amount of left alone to do what you want. And it's why I kind of like this this Camille support angle. Even if it is a Jhin, it's not something we necessarily see paired alongside it as much.
And of course, the combo with the Galio.
Yeah.
Chovy did have to use his ult defensively earlier, and obviously Duro doesn't have his yet, but when that combo comes together, pretty devastating. We're seeing so much more, I feel like, this weekend since the patch hit, of just our supports abandoning lane and being super far behind in levels.
Yeah, just becoming a second jungler, effectively, and looking to, and without farming, of course, and just looking to be an extra engage button to get the lanes ahead. And when one support roams, you have to match, or you have to dive that lane, right, and look to punish the AD carry. And with the Ziggs, it's really difficult to punish him because he has so much wave clear, he has his ult. So we're just going to see the Camille, who wants to be more aggressive anyways, lead the charge, and it's just a follow here from Keria all over the map. But haven't really seen any ganks since those early ones because everyone is so hyper aware of who's missing. And right now, you can see they're very aware, T1, that they cannot actually get control of this bottom side, so they look to trade Dragon for Grubs, but there is going to be some extra plate gold going over. Can they kill Keen, who has no flash here? He has his ultimate.
Well, it can be hard to outplay it, but with 3 people, it might work. There's a heroic entrance as Chovy's going to join in, and that will be enough to defend their top laner. It is going to be Grubs taken here by Owner. The Dragon just secured from Canyon, and Gen.G retained that slight gold advantage that was built by the bottom lane earlier on. Nothing has really changed too much. I think the stabilization has been commendable here by T1.
Oh, they're going to try again.
Well, if at first you don't succeed, see whether you can do it with the Camille there as well, as he does have the hook shot. Mega Inferno Bomb, able to lock down the Ambassador, but it's 2 already on the floor. As Owner wanting to go back, they're trying to get this reset, but FaZe taking so much damage from the tower, and Duro is massive on this Camille.
This is being a pretty big fail from T1. There was a...
Oh, they're collapsing.
Oh, there's in so much trouble.
There's a Galio coming as well. The little Ziggs does avoid the Sonic Wave, but he walks up. And so I think that will have sealed his fate. And it's going to be a safeguard over, wanting to deny Chovy an assist, so it's going to be a solo kill over to Canyon. He'll lock that one down.
A 1 for 3 in that situation. T1, the ones making the proactive play, but they get punished massively by Gen.G. And the thing is, the initial dive was prevented by Chovy, but they went back for it again to try and make it happen. I think the cost is so dear.
I think the rationale behind this play is Chovy's TP'd mid. We need to make something of this. Keen's just, he's ice skating. I think the rationale is Ziggs can do better than a Jhin pushing that bottom turret because he has a short fuse. We might be able to get a lot of plate money here. If we can kill Keen, the value will be immaculate. But Keen is able to survive here, right? Duro does so much work, and eventually, yes, you get Keen on the follow-up, but the turret ramp is insane, and FaZe is a Ziggs, right? Like, he doesn't have consistent damage, he has to wait for his cooldowns. That last turret shot really seals their fate, and because it takes so long and they can't get this kill on the Duro, it gives plenty of time for, yes, the Galio teleporter, but he's coming up, he's walking up, here comes Canyon, and FaZe just doesn't have any outs.
The wave was so small as well when they went for that. It was definitely a rushed play. They're like, we need to get this kill now and get out, and just weren't able to disengage. You saw from Keria having low HP, he went in with that taunt knowing he was just dead. There was no way he was getting out. And I think the game plan was 1 for 1, but did not factor in the extended turnaround from Gen.G. We do now have level 6 being hit by Keria. Duro's about to come in. Big playmaking tool for the Camille, but the ult from the Shen is so much value.
Certainly is, and Duro's sacrifice means that even Ruler is level 9. Like, everyone's level 9 on Gen.G's side outside of Duro. who hasn't quite hit Hextech Ultimatum, will now finally do so. And that is a huge cooldown that they now have access to. Keen looking for Doran, will be able to find him here. Bone Plating does go down, but now Canyon's in trouble. The Bouncing Bomb somehow misses, but the Mega Inferno Bomb is not going to. That's a bigger circle. And so the Lee Sin is going to get pushed away.
Not a lot of
still trying to
setup.
figure something out.
And not a lot of setup here for Ruler to actually try to continue anything here, even though Keen has his ultimate. He's isolated on top side, so it should just be the Scuttle control. And now they're going to look to try to cut Keen off, but he has Flash and ult, so I respect the gusto from Keria and how proactive he's been here to try to get Doran ahead, but I don't think there's an angle here. And Canyon's very aware of this, is already heading back top side. They're going to see him on this ward, and I think that's the end of that, surely. But Duro's here as well. You really got to be careful if you want to commit. Could backfire in a huge way, as T1 have spent so much time and so much resources trying to get this Vayne ahead, but he's 0-2.
I feel like at this point the supports have spent more time top than bot lane.
Yeah, this is the new lane swap, I think. We've just got completely different mid laners and bot laners. Okay, Duro looking for a bit of an angle here, but we know that Keria is waiting in that brush. He comes out. The double taunt is fantastic, but the public execution is also very good. Doran goes down. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but it's support for top lane. Ona flashing away. Canyon follows. He'll find the Tempest Cripple and the double kill as the teleport comes in from downtown as Faker swoops in and will be able to at least keep Keria alive.
The teleport's so late that ends up coming through for T1, not able to turn around the play, and the target selection was just better from Gen G. They take out the sustained damage off the Vayne immediately and then work through the highest priority targets. In this situation, Keria does end up getting what could have been a great taunt, but unfortunately Keen buffers it with the ultimate, so he doesn't get CC'd. He's able to catch onto the Vayne. Vayne goes down even with the Shen ultimate, and then you traded, as you said, top for support. And from then on, they just have way more damage. They focus down Ona, and then Keria there's no way he wins this.
I want to point something out that's been going on for a while here in this game. Pays has not completed his role quest, and Rulers has been done for a very long time. You look at the CS, you look at the KDA between these two top laners, but Rulers already generated 500 gold the advantage, a lot of that in his earlier completed role quest, and that is going to be something he's basically always going to have. Pays will never be able to catch up on. His role quest is still not finished, and this is becoming a larger and larger problem here for the Ziggs, that they tried to get ahead, they tried to get those plates on the top side, it didn't work out, and Pays is just not in the game state he wants to have here heading into the mid game.
And now looking for a second dragon here is Gen G. It looks like Canyon will be able to lock that one down by himself, or maybe with a little bit of help from Chovy, who's going to rotate his way up. They have a lot of deep vision, though, and I think Gen G will be able to very comfortably pick this one up for free. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Absolutely beautiful as we get a Cloud Soul. Thanks, T1. They are very reliable when it comes to Cloud Souls, and they're getting it out of the way in the very first game.
Keen hitting that one-item spike of the Eclipse is such a problem for Doran, who had this Vayne matchup and was hoping to come out successfully. 0-3-2 now, and Keen feels like such a scary threat. They're still trying to four-man top lane.
There are so many bad guys here as Doran goes in. Mega Inferno Bomb. They do manage to kill the Ambassador as Duro just has to get himself the heck out of there. Finally, mission complete. As Duro is likely to go down as well. It's a double for Faker as Chovy looking to trade this one. Ruler also getting some damage down in this mid lane. The cross map is pretty ridiculous here from Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G are going to be able to grab this first turret in return. Keen not able to ult in that fight, but almost bursts down the Vayne. Imagine if he gets that kill before dying and they get the turret, would be absolutely insane. But T1 want to turn this into a larger turret win here.
This Condemned Flash was so nice from Doran. He actually messed one up earlier under tower, but nails this one. And with the Miasma follow-up, there's just nothing that King can do.
And T1 want to get this turret. That's part of why they want to get this play, but they're still outpaced by the pushing Galio on the bottom side. They still haven't finished this turret here top side either. So yes, you got the kills, but the gold lead hasn't changed.
Yeah. And that role quest situation that you were talking about, I can't stop looking at it now.
Look at the gold, it's
still not quite there. Exactly.
Now.
It's only expanded by another 250 gold.
The more time you spend with role quest completed advantage in the bottom lane, the more that lead compounds, and you'll just never get it back as T1. You can't go back in time.
Well, Keria is able to stand in the Spirit's Refuge. That's going to help him out against Ruler here. As Dura now in a little bit of trouble. Faker moving over as the taunt set up just to try and get this Camille out as the Rift Herald down very, very low. Secured here by the Jhin as now Keen shows up and gets so much damage. Down goes Dora, the immediate revenge for the Ambessa. The curtains were called, and it is indeed curtains for T1 in that play, as the Herald goes over to Gen G as well.
Keen's ults this game have been so good. Teleports into 4. Oh, Baker and
Duro comes in. Speaking of ults, as now Chovy turns up with a gigantic taunt, and down they all go. Even Duro surviving the Mega Inferno Bomb in the end.
It's nearly an ace, and they have a Herald on the turret.
And T1's composition, one that wants to control the pace, keep them at a healthy distance, is just struggling to do so. Gen G, so crisp with these engages. Initially, Keen, his ultimates have been so good, buffering CC constantly.
And Chovy's follow-up as well in that fight is fantastic. So watch this here from Keen, TPing into the fight.
He knows the weight for him.
And they know exactly how they want to play this. Goes into the backline here, sets up a huge ultimate here from Chovy as well. His gets backline access right away. Well, guess what's happening in the backline? Ruler following up. The composition is working like a well-oiled machine. And then they catch Faker here on the side and lock him down.
Look at Chovy as well. Channels the taunt. Little sidestep to dodge the ultimate from the Cassiopeia.
Oh,
so beautifully played there. Those little micro movements are just textbook.
They finally got the turret, though.
There we go.
It only took 17 minutes to try it.
No,
Hey, and because they got it late, they get the bounty.
It's big news. We got the bot lane roll quest.
Hey, yes! There we go. Big celebration. And so now this 1,000 gold lead shouldn't just naturally extend over time, unless Ruler continues to get kills.
I mean, you do get that influx of gold when you complete it.
True.
Unfortunately, Ruler picked up a bunch of gold in the team fight. So, not looking great.
Well, Chovy, once again, not going to get hit by the Petrifying Gaze. And I guess, I mean, he's already stone, like he's a gargoyle. Shouldn't Petrifying Gaze not even work on a Galio?
You would think.
Yeah.
I do find it interesting how you know that meme we used to have of like all the players turn around and fake it in the other way and they put the Cassiopeia in front? Just Fake would always sidestep it in away. And this game, Chovy's been putting that on display. Has also picked up the Imperial Mandate, which is on Galio an insane item. 30 ability haste on every ability but your Q is incredible value.
Yep. Pretty ridiculous.
With how well Keen has been playing and how well Gen G have been playing around Keen, it has been that Gen G have known the game plan from T1. They've been one step ahead of T1. They've matched those rotations. There has always been the Canyon's been rotating over a little bit late sometimes, but in time. And Keen's playing so incredibly well that T1's game plan just isn't working. It just isn't working at all, and now Gen G have such a lead, 4,000 gold here with a 2-dragon lead. They're looking for Soul Point as they group for this prio right now. Chovy's about to have his teleport back. Keen is resetting right now to come over. They already have the control around this pit. I think T1 are just going to have to give this up, which is so tragic, so disastrous in the game state that's already been so rough for them. They just have to sit back and give more.
Yeah, and this is going to be Soul Point, like you say, but they also miss out on their red buff. Gen G really taking control of anywhere they kind of choose to look at on this map. And it's not the game state that I was expecting. I was expecting this Ziggs draft to be able to play out this stage of the game and really take control of structures, get control of areas, utilize the trundle with the pillar and all this sort of stuff. But the way Gen G has been playing has just been so fast and loose, and hats off to Duro, man. Just completely warping the game from like 2 minutes in. And I think because this Camille got off to such a great start, it just adds an extra weapon to Gen G that T1 didn't account for in the draft.
I mean, it's been so impactful, and it's the fact that we have this game, and earlier on this weekend, we had that Camille game where it was a 1-9, and it just seemed to be dying non-stop, really struggling. It is such a feast or famine pick. You are playing on a knife's edge to make success on this champion, but Duro has just been pulling it off again and again in this game. Gen G as well, would have been a Cloud Soul. I feel like there's so much value for their team. Not necessarily champions that sync up that well with the ult to get movement speed. Jin, for example, doesn't. Oh, Ian looking for an all-in.
Yeah, Canyon is going to come down here as he does have support from Carrier. He's going to be able to pick up that kill as Canyon now has to get out a teleport in from Faker as well. A lot to make sure that Keen goes down, but they get their man.
If there was a dragon here, I think this would feel great for T1 because maybe you could turn that into something. Instead, it's going to be here an attempt to stop Chovy from getting the cross-map turret. They got the kill. That's important. That's valuable money, but this turret is so healthy. They're going to stick for it. They're going to look for more.
Yeah, Canyon is able to safeguard as the Condemn is coming down. As now Pays He's on his satchel, but he's just going to get wiped out by Ruler. Finds the bullet, and he's able to take him out. Petrifying Gaze under 2. It's Faker. Makes the flash play. And now Canyon trying to get himself out. The heroic entrance is going to allow it, but now Chovy's in the firing line, and he is just
Here comes Duro.
his way down. And
Duro,
the hero of the hour, is looking to make his way in. Another Condemn coming on through as now Gen G find the front foot. And the teleport from Keen, as this man has been addicted to revenge this game, and he's going to find even more as Faker goes down.
Ruler's opening the
Chovy gets
base.
his man, and yeah, Ruler has never been with his team, to be honest. He's just killing turrets.
The side lane Jin effectively just flip pushing on his own. T1 think they found a successful play, but they want more out of it, and Genji punished them for their greed. In this situation, they turn around this play well. He's very confident in the 1v1, but it doesn't end up being a 1v1. The exhaust comes in, the Channel comes in. The Canyon disengages. This play, though, Zig's typically very safe, but the flash from Duro means he can't satchel to interrupt the hook shot.
He has
and once
nothing
he
he can
connects, he's just stuck.
Then down here, they want more, right? There's a lot of greed, but there's so much control here for Duro. This ultimate buys a lot of time, and that's all they need to do is to buy time for the larger team fight to come through. And Genji play this so incredibly well, right? They play it slow, they don't overforce, and then the TP comes through. Keen shows up after respawning here, and T1 are just outgunned, outnumbered, and the play took too long.
And this is a timer that I think T1 would have, in the past, been right on top of, you know, playing around when Keen is going to be back up again, when can he punish? And that's when we back away. It's almost like T1 playing with a little bit more desperation that we've seen otherwise. As Genji now is Soul Point, minute and a half left on this Cloud Drake.
They are in a pretty desperate situation. This series is do or die, and right now this game is not in a great spot. Genji, 6,200 gold lead, Baron's up, Dragon's in a minute and a half. They're looking for Faker here.
Well, he does have Owner as support. And so Chovy not going to be quite as tanky as he otherwise would be, but I think they're just going to flash on it. They look for the angle onto Faker. Petrifying Gaze does connect, but Canyon still resonating strike comes in. Double knock-up as the heroic entrance comes down. Justice Punch for more CC as Keen is there for the cleanup. He is going to go down as he goes a little bit too deep. The Condemn was pretty good there from Doran, but a 2-for-1 and the turret going down. Genji still with their eyes on a potential Baron.
This draft for Gen G had to be played so well. Keen had to be able to absorb that pressure topside. They needed to be ahead. They needed to be able to snowball through this Jhin and take T1 apart constantly. But this is what it does when it's ahead, when it's firing all cylinders, when it hits all of its breakpoints. You just kind of bowl them over, and Ruler fires at fish in a barrel as you lock them down. And T1 have no recourse. There is nothing they can do this far behind against the execution here of Gen G. Perhaps Keen could have played that last part a little bit slower, but ultimately, does it really matter? I think the answer is no. No, Soul Point already here. 20 seconds until that dragon spawns for Genji. This comp is already so strong from ahead, but with the Cloud Soul, even more potent.
Oh, with the Cloud Soul, they're just zooming, and Galio as well, being able to taunt and being faster as you do it is just, that 15% movement speed goes so hard when you're trying to connect on the targets. They're going in for this TP. T1 want to contest this, but they're so far behind. This needs to be flawless from them.
Yep. Teleport does come in. There's a Deadly Flourish onto Carrier as Canyon just gets on top of him and Chovy knocks him down. Now Ona's going to need a fantastic smite, but it's Gen G that are looking for the team fight as in goes Keen. He is going to give me Petrifying Gaze though, and now able to dash his way out. Still taken down by Ona, who is doing battle in the back line. Still going to be taken. He did buy a lot of time, but Pays is still dead. The Hextech ultimatum saved for this Ziggs, and now Gen G pick up the ace, and they can do anything they want.
Duro does nearly 3,000 damage
this
in that fight.
Carry.
He's doing so much work, saves the Hextech ultimatum till the end to pick up the Ziggs. But here, this pick on a Carrier, the Deadly Flourish lasts long enough for them to just go in on him. He can't taunt before he goes down. And then this flank from Duro, even though Faker gets a great ult to peel away, it's still so hard to reposition from here, and Chovy just beelines immediately for the Cassiopeia.
And they're missing the critical Shen ultimate in this fight, and the pick to kill Carrier was through really basic abilities. No expensive cooldowns were used, so it's really easy for them to follow. And they haven't broken open the base just yet, and the Dragon does go over to T1, so there's some small, very microscopic silver linings here. I just don't think it gets better from here, as Canyon could do whatever he wants, seemingly. He's got GA as well.
Yeah.
2 levels up on Owner. Like, legitimately 2 levels up.
Canyon. He's going to get hit by a Petrifying Gaze. That GA may not last very long as he does safeguard, gets the kickback onto Owner, and will keep that. Oh, never mind. Okay, still holds onto it. Calculated, I guess. Chovy is now here, so the Lee Sin is going to be okay. No flash, though.
Some aura farming, I guess.
Yeah.
Not necessary at all.
Oh, there is a taunt. Looks like Carrier's one is going to be working out okay, but the Winds of War do damage now. Riftmaker now done for Chovy. And even though there's a lot of support items, like kind of for Chovy, he's still doing a lot.
I think what those last 2 attempts from T1 indicated is that the damage just isn't there. The fact they couldn't even get Canyon into his GA and Chovy just seemingly not taking any damage right now.
We've talked about a split pushing Camille in the top lane, but how about a support Camille at level 11 threatening an inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and now the inhibitor.
Duro testing out his top lane career here in this game is now Owner getting taken down to about 2/3. King Tribute going to be helping him, but this is an inner turret still under fire. The siege minion is just sitting there, hitting.
He's just got hit by a bouncing grenade.
Oh, I think Canyon might be in a little bit of trouble here. Goes down to the GA, double knock up there from the heroic entrance as Chovy should be able to save the Lee Sin, but for how long, that's the question. Great interruption with the pillar, but it's not enough to save Carrier. And you guys were talking about it this whole time. Where's the damage?
And you know what's so sad? If they'd gotten the GA earlier on Canyon, that would have been that whole kill there. But unfortunately, it's now just a 5v4 as Gen G are pushing into the base. There's Duro.
Yeah, looking for the angle once again. Hextech Ultimatum is going to be thrown down onto Owner, and he is going to be taken out. No subjugation going to work this time as Canyon looking to get on over here and take down this inhibitor as well. But the top inhibitor is also going to fall. The base of T1 just being turned into rubble here by Gen G in game 1.
And it almost felt like they wanted to just use Canyon as a Chovy ult point. Just stand near them so I can get a good ult. And he's just been walking towards T1 and setting up these traps. You know, sure, you almost got him. You got his GA this time, but it's not worth it. There's no real win as the dust settles. T1 have been able to bring this to a nearly 30-minute game, but 2 inhibitors are down, and that dragon is going to spawn eventually. As we see this attempt to kill Canyon, but it's just Chovy following up. Look at who's also following up the Jhin, right, from Ruler. And there's no way for T1 to realistically, with the low damage they have, do anything here. The pillar is cute, but Keria dies in exchange for the GA, and the siege continues. They turn this into a double inhibitor take after all those T1 tools were burned on a GA.
And so now just focus on the bottom lane and take the dragon when it comes up.
They're just at the point where any target is easy to take down. You Hextech Ultimatum, the Trundle, he ults, it doesn't matter, he will just get massacred. Canyon now 3 levels above Owner on this Lee Sin.
And Ruler, Chovy, and Canyon all haven't died so far this game. Their carries have been incredibly safe. Keen and Duro just absorbing as much of the pressure as possible. It's pretty textbook here from Gen G in game number 1.
One of these mid laners has a completed Rod of Ages, but he's over a level behind the opposition here in Chovy.
Oh, man. Let's not look at that one, though, because Canyon is almost 3 full levels.
Yeah, he was a moment ago just 3 levels, you know, on the casual, like you're kind of cheating, but now we're looking at almost the full 3 XP bars.
And now it's 8 seconds until this Cloud Soul is available. Gen G will be booking it around this map, and it's an 11,000 gold lead. If ever there is a time for the T1 magic to be employed, it is right now, and they're going to need so much of it.
I'm starting to wonder if it's in game 2, actually. It might be the time.
It would be great if we had it then, too. If they wanted to win game 1, though, they're going to need a lot right now.
And let's see what happens with the siege on the bottom side as they're all grouped up right now. Baker a little bit extended.
Oh, public execution will be avoided here, but the Petrifying Gaze also does nothing. And Carrier, oh no, he didn't sign up for this. Well, actually he did. He pressed on the Cassiopeia, and he's going to go down as well. That's going to really create some problems as Gen G are running so quickly, and they are looking for this last inhibitor and probably some Nexus turrets afterwards.
This should just be the game if they just keep the push up here. Triple inhibitors is a death sentence, and Gen G, this sidestep they keep getting on these Petrifying Gazes have just been insane. The microwave from them.
Oh, Q gonna get picked up here as the back onto Pays. Canyon finds it one more time. Keen's gonna go down though, and now Doran with that ulti running, looks for the angle, gets a double kill here as Ruler's gonna be taken out for the first time this game, and Canyon gets on top of him. Down goes Doran. It was some heroics in the end, but I don't think it's going to be enough to win them this game. But maybe they won't lose just yet. As Carrier, going down. Faker with a full health bar, looking pretty good. But Chovy looking to get on top of him. The taunt is not going to work. Petrifying Gaze onto just Chovy is not enough. And now it is just Owner against the world as Gen.G move in with their army of minions and look to take game one here. As, man, looks like Gen.G are hungry to defend that MSI title.
Canyon looked out into the crowd and sent a wink to Insec, and then he went straight into the back line, man, and said, I'm ending this game right now. And that was the end of that as T1 had a heroic defense attempt, but Gen.G so far ahead, over 13,000 gold up, just take out the Nexus. An oppressive Jhin Ambessa game here, and the multi-carries, the Cassiopeia, the Vayne, and the Ziggs, right, that was so safe and looked like they were going to be able to zone with, just fell so far behind the composition, could not function, and T1 fell apart.
It would be very easy and realistic for Gen.G's composition just to stagnate, slow play, not find the momentum against this T1 composition and struggle in the late game. But they played the pace so intensely. Duro from level 1 was setting the pace of the game and just never let go. And T1 never got an opportunity to really hold their ground. You look at the gold graph, just smooth sailing from Gen.G throughout. They didn't put a foot wrong and had a crushing game one against T1.
And Chovy doubled Faker's damage approximately. Is there another bug like with Imperial Mandate? Is it like accepting all the damage from everybody else as well? Like, is that what's happening? Is the vulnerability stacking up? Because that number looked weird. And Chovy just continuing his POM form. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 5. T1 are known to bounce back. And let's see whether they can as we take a short break. The Space gonna break this one down. And then we'll see whether we can reach a best of 3 with a comeback in game 2.
직스 너플.
베인 봐야 돼.
베인 아저씨님 왼쪽으로 가자.
베인 노플. 너무 빨렸다. 베인. 나이스. 이거 타워 위에 타워.
뺄래. 야 이거 안 될 것 같은데. 이거 바로 보자. 빼는 거 맞겠어.
근데 이대로 싸움 보면 될 것 같은데.
천천히 봐봐.
이대로 싸움 보면 이길 수 있어. 싸움 볼게. 그 카시 노플. 돈만 잘 패봐. 잘 패했다. 나이스.
끝났어. 나이스.
Wanna say Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Wonju DB Promi Arena where Gen G, they got into first gear, they got into second gear and made sure there was no gear possible for T1. A 12,000 gold lead and an exclamation point to start the series. It is 1-0 Gen G over T1. Welcome back to the desk. Digon here alongside Wadid, Huni and Yankos. And as the T1 predictors, out of people on the global desk, there was a lot of talking right here before we set up this segment because a lot of things went wrong for T1 and Gen G were impressive throughout.
I mean, I think it all started from the draft because I think it was, again, topside heavy draft here.
Well, the thing is, I feel like T1 adapted very well towards this game. They picked Cassio Chandel into Lee Sin, and then the natural counter to Cassio is the Galio, right? So they kind of predicted the Galio pick with the Chandel pick and then the Bane pick as a counter pick into Ambessa, because Ambessa, you don't want to pick a tank even though you're blind picking.
Sure.
So you pick Ambessa, something that has dashes that can run away from the Chandel, right? So I feel like the draft is actually mega good, the first 3 for T1. But the thing is, they need a stable game. They need to make sure that Doran has a good game, that he's farming, that he's getting items, because later on, Chandel should be unkillable. Cassio is buying so much space with that miasma, and then Doran is just killing everybody. This is not what we have seen. But then,
In theory,
yeah.
And also, I want to talk about the bot lane picks here as well, because I think in the pre-show, the bot lane pick on the 4-5 is going to be really important, because if you mess up your bans on the 4-5, then you're going to have to play worst matchup in the bot lane. And I think that's what happened for T1, because I think they had to pick Ziggs by themselves to deny the Ziggs Camille, but you cannot pick 2 at the same time. So like you had to play the Camille, you have to play Shen into Camille. So I think they didn't have a great matchup, because also Genie's good matchup into Ziggs as well. So I think the whole draft of the 4-5 for T1 was not ideal.
No, definitely not. And then the play of it as well, right? At level 1, getting the early kill, and then trading another 1-for-1. Your bot lane is going. That allows the Camille to start roaming around and try to make plays, and T1 trying to match it and make mistakes.
I mean, this is so tragic for top lane, right? You're winning 1v1. It's just about where comes the jungle path. And also, you need to know, like, before this happened, there's actually Shen is showing the mid wave, and he's going bottom. Meanwhile, Camillus is not showing on the map, and it's just like, you can't you can't do anything. These guys are freezing.
But I feel like you can't just walk up. I know that it was bad and Kin was freezing, but at that point, if your jungle and the support came around once and you got that wave, you have to base.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's so frustrating, right? Like, because it's like 1v1, you're winning 1v1, your jungle and support was there, and then not be able to get the base timer. It's just like really, really tragedy for. It's so annoying, but like, this one was also
but
was a free kill.
Just don't move.
It was so free kill, but it's like.
Keria was there in the right spot at the right time, but
it's instinct. It's League instinct.
Yeah, that was tough. Again, a lot of focus on the top side. As you said earlier, it was focus up there, try to get the Vayne going, the Trundle going as well, but Gen G were keen to that plan. No pun intended. They were ready to go and ready to make those counter moves here. And so T1 try yet again another dive on the top side of the map. This one was tragic with it.
I mean, at that point, you are fully committed already. I think that's why even Pace moved towards the top lane, giving up all the way on the bot lane, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, it's you could see like you're so desync, right? Your jungle is doing the grub, while like they could try 4v2 dive, 4v3 dive with the Trundle ulti, but I don't know. I mean, I guess they were just too greedy. Maybe they were trying to maximize the gold.
I feel like if they can actually get that kill without chance, Chandler can get the grabs, then they can get the whole tower. But like Huni said, I feel like it's just too greedy. You need to bring absolutely everybody. And especially at that timer, Chovy had a free roam because Faker didn't push up mid lane. So either you just don't dive, but then you don't use the Vayne flash. But then Vayne flash for Condemn, then Galio came, then they redive. But then in the redive, Galio and Lee Sin can then approach top lane and get even more kills. So in the total is 1 for 3. And the whole time Ruler is just bot tower. So it's just a disaster.
Yeah, again, you know, T1 trying to ask questions. They're not asking the right question. Gen G is like, you know what? I don't need to ask any questions. I'm just going to go ahead and take this tower right in front of me. They then have the gold lead, and then the exclamation point so early on. This is only 15 minutes at Herald. It was a huge TP by Keen.
And something I just don't understand here is that why T1 is even so proactively fighting there, but with scaling comp, they don't need to fight. This Chan doesn't even have an ult, and you really need Chan ult in these moments because you want to burst down whoever is in front to Keen. Unfortunately, Doran yet again, Q stumbles into Keen's ult, so Keen does just outplay Doran here, and then Doran gets locked down, Doran gets killed, and that just snowballs into even more lead for Gen G.
And look at Chovy here.
Backstep.
Side step as well.
Clean!
Yeah, I mean, okay, I think to be honest, the game ended already, like from the top dive.
No, but like you can still win if you just, you know, you can scale because they tried it, right? They tried scaling. It's just they made so many so many mistakes, like one by one. Just relax. You have a really good draft. Just take it slow. Take it slow. You can win the game with Cassie, with Vayne, with Chandler.
But they can also win by the T1 Sarkozy.
They tried, and we know how that went.
Well, I mean, in the past, it has gone well. They've been able to pull ones out and make plays, allow the other team to make mistakes. But Gen G, they were so clean here with it.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G were just so clean. Like, they knew what their plan is. And I don't think they just rushed for the plays. I think they just waited for the right moment. And the reactive play from Gen G was great. And T1, maybe it's too early to call out. But I feel like Doran is underperforming, like, compared to, like, Keen. You know, I think Keen is doing such a great job, like, just sucking the pressure from the T1. And I think, again, they should change the plan for the draft. Like, draft for the top side does not working out for them. So I think they should just pick for the strong bot lane, play through the bot lane. Doran is not, like, he's gonna be fine picking top lane tank and like he'd be okay on the top lane. And I think when T1 is shining is when they actually play on the bot side.
Yeah, it's when Keria is making plays and then Paze is able to knock him down after it's being set up. But that just doesn't seem to be what the meta has been here in Wonju. Not only yesterday, not in the day before that. This includes today here, Jankos.
I think you gotta look for bot-centric draft. I think Vayne is now out. Ban the Jace like you did before, and then look for a bot lane heavy draft with a weak side Doran on a Sion. He's very comfortable playing these matchups. Keen is also comfortable. I feel like in this kind of matchups, he's going to be fine. I think you got to trust T1's bot lane to really pull the team together.
Yeah, I mean, which is also the Karma's got to be up, Jace has got to be up. I think that's got to be the main goal for the next game.
All right, we'll see what happens here. Gen G had their draft prepared for T1's extra day of prep, and they got to watch Gen G. Did not matter as it is Gen G, the number 3 seed coming into this tournament, trying to continue their dreams of having a back-to-back MSI championship. To do so, they have to beat T1. They are up 1-0, already on the way. Let's send it back on over to our TriCast for game number 2.
Thank you so much, Tigon, and thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that game number 1. It is feeling a little dire for T1. However, the reality is Gen G still has to win 2 more games to claim that ticket to MSI and to Daejeon in a few weeks' time. So still some work to do, but still looking great for Gen G thus far.
It absolutely is. They played way better in game 1 against a draft that I think almost universally we all thought T1 had a bit of an edge in. Just could not get the execution down. It started with Keria's death at level 1. They fixed the draft issues, I think, in a lot of ways in that game 1 draft that we saw on Friday, but the play needs to step up as well.
100%. And uncharacteristic for Keria to making early mistakes in the lane. So often for T1 this season, it's been about the bot lane, having successful matchups, coming out ahead. We've seen the meta of Road to MSI shift because of the new patch a bit more towards having the support roam, having your AD carry be independent, and that doesn't feel like the sort of style this iteration of T1 is as good at playing as previous iterations.
Well, we are into pick and ban here for game number 2. No switch up as far as sides are concerned. T1 had right of first selection in game 1. They keep it here by losing that game, and they have once again decided to get on towards the blue side, first pick over to Gen G. We'll see whether that develops as we move towards game number 3, but kind of curious there is no switch up of the mindset here, as the final ban on the Gen G side is going to be that Karma. That is the only deviation from game number 1. The Vi was banned from them in that slot last time. Well, and that is going to be alleviated here as T1 take away the Rise instead of the Karma.
banning the Rise now because Cassiopeia isn't there. Now kind of deliberating because they banned Jace last time, but the Vi is available as well. And just a lot of picks in general. Sion banned, which it feels like they're trying to set up and bait Gen G into an early Jace pick with this.
It absolutely feels like that's the idea. With no Vayne, Gnar stocks are always up, but with the Jace here, it seems like a pretty obvious call for first pick here for Keen, but Keen doesn't necessarily need to get that early pick here. He's got so many answers to the Jace himself.
A pick away is what it feels like for Chovy.
This could be a triple flex if we're being honest. I know we've seen more mid, but we've seen the Anivia into Jace, we've seen the Anivia support, although it hasn't been as present in the recent meta, but keeps those options open. And also, if we do end up getting T1 taking the Jace here, Cassante is still available. Keen Sante still there. So if they were trying to bait Gen G into taking it, they have not gone for that bait.
That's the thing. I think with Doran playing Jace, you feel like Keen has more answers than the other way around. So it feels comfortable to go for the Anivia first. Vi picked up early here might mean something like Vi Ahri. Vi Lissandra probably not feeling as great with the Anivia matchup. So we'll see what Faker has decided to go with here. Could also be Annie, but probably not. It's a little bit less common with the Vi.
Yeah, the Annie Anivia, I feel like we have seen a few times, so it might be an option, but instead they're going to go for some different fire, as the Rumble will be locked away here for Doran.
And I think in this situation, Gen G could just end up going for the Cassante, for Keen, or... I mean, one thing is the Galio is not an option in this situation. We've seen the Yorick into Rumble be somewhat successful in terms of these options you have. But T1 with a lot of potential to set up a dive-heavy, engage sort of composition, which is kind of what came out.
Whoa, that's not what I was expecting, is they just slammed the Xayah Rakan.
I think both. The Xayah is great into the Vi in isolation, but also we've seen Rakan Vi Rumble look really, really good, and to be able to both have that added safety and deny a Rakan follow-up for Keria with how proficient he is at that champion just feels like a 1-2 punch here from Gen G in a big pivot that I don't think T1 would have seen coming.
We'll see what the response is going to be.
Prior to this series, on this weekend, we've had 20 out of 28 of the last 4 picks be bot lane. So getting a bit of a turnaround, the fact that we're prioritizing this bot lane early on.
I thought you were telling me that we're going to have jungle Rakan and mid lane Xayah.
That could be still, but I think probably not likely.
Okay.
Akali comes in for Faker, so committing heavily to this dive-focused composition. And we saw game 1 be Gen G wanting to lead the charge, get backline access, and T1 have more control. It feels like this, the script has been flipped a bit in this one, with sort of opposite themes coming through.
Yeah, the idea here for T1 is to try to deny all sorts of peel, because you are all winning now on your burst and your setup here. That's why they take away the Wukong, could just cyclone through team fights and disrupt everything T1 is trying to do. So that makes a ton of sense. See what their final ban ends up being here. Could be the Cassante, right? But you don't necessarily want to do that when Ornn is also available and Keen's champion pool is so massive. The Yorick is still looming, as mentioned before.
And the Jarvan is still available.
Yeah, Jarvan also so good here.
It's kind of crazy that it hasn't seen any priority at all throughout this series, as it has been first pick in a whole lot of them leading up to this on this patch. Nefiri going to be taken away first.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. We originally saw Nefiri come out as a Vi counter, and it's risen in priority, but especially here, would be hard to pin down.
It's probably just maybe even an Ashe ban, right? Because it's so much single target lockdown already. When the Ashe comes through, the Vi follows up.
I wouldn't mind a Sivir either. I think Sivir is kind of okay here, especially when they do want to just run at them.
I think a little short-ranged for the Sivir in this situation. Yeah. Rakan and Anivia. I think Ashe makes sense. The Arrow also, as you kind of said in the first draft, good at circumventing the control that Anivia offers. You just fire the Arrow, cancel the ult, and everyone can follow up. So now up to T1 to decide what they're taking into the Xayah Rakan.
I'm worried it's a Lucian lineup here. We had this exact same, not the exact same draft, but the exact same situation where it felt like FaZe was priced into playing the Lucian in the bottom lane, and it didn't work out. It's a lot of great follow-up to the Vi Rumble. The
Kalista!
Okay, I like this way more, because this is way more flexible on how it's going to team fight later on than the Lucian, which is super binary and falls behind, can't really function.
I mean, it's a similar story with the Kalista, who is largely aimed towards the mid game. but the mobility is going to be there. It's just what Gen G is now going to augment this composition with in order to make this Kallista's life hard.
What
as
about
Maokai would be one of those.
Or even Poppy jungle could work here. As
it's a lot of magic damage in the mid jungle, so the synergy between Chovy and Canyon not exactly going to be outstanding.
Those
but
upgraded Merc treads for Faker will go very hard.
Very hard indeed. But now a top lane pick for Keen. We're expecting the Cassante, but maybe something with a bit more damage could work out here.
Yeah, you
they
might
do have a pseudo tank already.
Might need an AD thread, so they end up going towards the Yorick. That does provide a good amount of AD damage, even though there's a decent amount of magic from the Yorick too. And it is looking just to be the Kalista Renata. I'm coming out of this one and once again feeling like T1 have the edge in terms of draft. This time it's Gen G with more the control element, trying to keep that backline safe, but T1, I think the bot lane matchup is so tough for Ruler and Duro to deal with. Kalista can just skirt around the grand entrance, the feathers, the mid jungle as well. So much potential to get on top of Chovy, and Merc treads are just going to make that mid jungle so hard to match into when Faker gets them upgraded. Hard to stun him, hard to get damage down with that free shield.
Now for me, I look at it the other way. I think that Gen G has so many forms of peel. Between the Xayah ultimate, Rakan can peel, Chovy's got Egg, right? There's Nature's Grasp, and even the Ghoulie Wall can be utilized to try to prevent that follow-up, so it can make T1's composition a little bit more disjointed. That's why I like the Kalista, though, because even though Kalista doesn't always do well if she doesn't get ahead early, they've got a good lane for it, and it also does consistent damage in team fights and can be cleanup that Lucian often struggles to do, and the Kalista obviously has a lot of additional power around Fate's Call.
Not to mention, Pays actually has the kill record at MSI on Kalista.
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well. He is really good at this pick. With how game one went and how defensively Gen Z were able to basically weather the storm and then turn into an oppressive comp, I worry that might happen again here with what T1's put together.
We'll just have to find out. I do feel like there is a lot of cohesion between the champions here on T1's side, but we'll see whether the players can mirror that as we get into the Rift here for game number 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
젠지 하나 둘 셋.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Onto the Rift for the second game of this best of 5. T1 looking to even out the scoreline like they did successfully against Harmalife Esports on Friday. And Gen G wanting to move to match point, try and stamp their ticket towards Daejeon already.
This is interesting. We're seeing from Chovy the Deathfire Touch. We normally get Electrocute from our Anivias in the mid lane.
Yeah.
We've seen a little bit of both, but it definitely has been more Electrocute focused, especially in matchups like this where you're laning into someone who has Electrocute and you want to be able to match that extra burst damage. So I do find that quite interesting. I think it has to be said that Faker's Akali has been incredible this year.
Especially in best of 5s.
Yeah, it is just a thing of beauty, and I think there's a lot of confidence in this draft for T1 as a result of it. A lot of comfort picks here, including Doran's Rumble. So, this is a draft that feels like it is incredibly T1 build, right? It is a draft they have such good mastery of. So maybe that'll be enough to get them across the line. As we expected, and as everyone knows, this Kalista lane is going to rule the day here on the bottom side in these early few levels.
It just shows how much comfort T1 has on the rest of the map that you don't even mention the Kalista Renata for Pays and Carrier as well. Like, there is ultra comfort here for T1. I think it's a great mindset to have moving into a game 2 after you lost pretty convincingly in the first one, right? It's like, let's get back to basics. Let's do stuff that we really know. And so far, so good.
Interestingly, the Pays not going for the cleanse, and a lot of time you see barrier for the early trades, the tempo barrier I've seen so often. The cleanse value pretty high here, and particularly because Ruler's taken exhaust.
Yeah.
So if you had cleanse for that, would have a lot of value. Olin comes in here.
Yeah, that's the heal out as Ruler and Duro holding on to theirs, and in fact, looks like they will not need to expend it. T1 will chase them down. You've got a Maokai in the area, spotted on a ward.
Actually,
think back away.
The position there from Ruler was really good because Pays was trying to hop around the feathers, but they were against the walls, so he had nowhere really to go.
They have such an advantage right now because they have heal. The exhaust makes it difficult to all in with bailout, and Maokai's here. So actually, they regain control really quickly of this bottom side 3v3.
And I kind of want to go back to the draft again I know we've been talking about it a lot, but talking about this series as a whole, I feel like the value of the Xayah Rakan pick away cannot be understated. Because Keria was unbelievable on the Rakan pick. Duro had a great game on it yesterday as well, don't get me wrong. But now you've denied that from T1 to have that comeback game where Keria really pops off on this champion. Obviously, he has a lot of others, but it's just another reason why I kind of liked what Gen G did with their bottom lane early pickup.
I think 100% Keria picks it up if they don't take it away there for the Rumble Vi. We've seen this so many times by Rakan, but with the Rumble on top, it's just so easy. T1 are utilizing this early prio here in the top lane really well as Doran's starting to finally chip away at this first plate. But otherwise, it's all quiet on the Rift. Ruler and Duro got through the toughest part of this early laning phase. We'll see what happens when we start getting to these first few objectives as Dragon spawns in 1 minute's time.
Yep. So far, just some more laning to be happening here. Ruler trying to get some of these feathers down, successfully does so. Once again, not using his own skin, which kind of makes me a little bit sad, but going for the Skinergy there alongside Duro this time.
Gotta have the matching skins, that's the most important thing.
Yeah. That's all right. Chovy and Faker just going to be laning against one another. You can see this time around Chovy having a better time in the early laning phase, but that is to be expected in the ranged versus melee matchup, as he's just flapping around having a good time. Not going to quite find that Flash Frost, but not going to be the end of the world. Faker throws down the Twilight Shroud, and we'll just now look for a little bit of a reset angle, potentially clearing out that wave comfortably.
There's a ping coming through. I think T1 are looking to invade here. They have Prio in the bot lane, or at least get some vision down and find Canyon.
Yeah, well, they will be able to find him there with the Scryers. He's looking for the Grump, although might actually forego that. Owner moves over towards this first dragon, a very early one, as it only just spawned. Canyon coming down, throws a sapling in that brush. Doesn't exactly know where Owner is, but has a sneaking suspicion.
Owner has double smite, so he can smite the beginning of the dragon and finish with smite here, so he can rush it very quickly with the prio they have, and I just don't think there's any time to muster a contest. Chovy's already packed in mid lane, and this should just be break secured.
Yeah, I think the Chovy recall was the thing that really cemented that, because if Ruler, Duro, and Canyon had looked into contest, even though it's risky against the Calista, they potentially could have, but with Chovy gone, there was just no way, with the potential of Faker moving down on the Akali. So early Dragon pickup from T1, very early in this game.
And it's once again, we're doing the Earth, Wind, and Fire track. Not going to be the same order this time around, as we'd need a Mountain Soul for that, as now Canyon gets the ward down. Good Shuriken backflip is going to be there as the handshake comes through. And Duro trying to keep himself alive, but it's not quite working. Owner doesn't find the Vault Breaker, as Ruler still desperately trying to get out of here, but it's not going to work. Pays rips out the sticks, and down goes the Xayah. First blood to T1 this time.
Not enough value for the exhaust on the turnaround there. Ruler has a good feather call, but that is all he has. Too isolated down there on the bottom side. Doesn't have a barrier, and is just not able to fight his way out of that one. But this is, again, a numbers advantage here, as look at where Chovy is on the rotation down. Super late here. And yes, Canyon could deny Faker entry with some help from Duro, but it doesn't matter when the Xayah is just getting Callisted there on the bottom side.
Yeah, and doesn't bring the sums, because even though Pays was low and the exhaust could have kept Ruler alive longer, Pays still had barrier, would have just been away, so holds onto those for now. Keen trying to catch Doran out there with the baby cage, but it's unsuccessful.
Yep, actually doing a great job on this Yorick so far here in this lane. We've seen this go a few different ways, right? It can be relatively even, but we have seen the Yoriks have a pretty good time into the Rumble as well. And so Keen is mimicking more that one this time around, as he's hitting ease, and that is obviously the way that you win. Does have a slight gold advantage as a result. Gold, though, is pretty even, basically. You've got Chovy being able to pull ahead as far as farm, with Faker going for that roam, but the bot lane is going to be in a great spot here for T1, so a much more even affair this time, instead of Gen G just kind of running away with the game from a very early mark in Game 1.
And I think, unlike last game, T1 have been able to play to their win cons, you know, step by step, hitting every benchmark, with the early game Callista going very well, leading to a very fast, on spawn, essentially, Dragon for Owner. The bottom side prio they budgeted so much for in this draft is getting them the leads they want to have, that they need to have. Grub's on the top side here. Canyon has control there right now, so that may be the trade-off here, which is very valuable when you have a Yorick on the top side of the map. But T1, see what they do. They are sending Owner over right now to at least try to deny one of those.
Yeah, Owner is going to be spotted by the sapling as Canyon looking to get himself out of there. Holds that health bar as high as he possibly can. But this is the problem. Keen has full priority in the top lane. Doran just ulted the minion wave.
Yeah, they can't fight this.
Yeah, to get some tempo back. And because that ult is now on cooldown, this is just not a realistic option. Double grubs going over to Genji. Looks like it is going to be a consolation grub to go over, as that will be the 2-for-1 in favor of Genji as far as that is concerned. But because of that really, really early Drake, it did give T1 the ability to actually come over and contest, which they otherwise wouldn't have had.
And I do think at least getting one grub on that situation, considering Doran was pushed in, low HP, had just ulted the wave, I think the fact they get one is at least something out of the situation.
Level 6 for both of these bottom laners, but not really an all-in timing. Duro and Ruler do have the wave advantage right now. Canyon does have Nature's Grasp and is somewhat nearby, so certainly could be an opportunity if they could bait T1 in here, but I think this is just going to be a little bit of a look-in.
Like so often, the hallmark of Maokai has just been that ult bot lane. As you walk in from the side, it covers the whole lane. That's been such a common play. Faker...
Oh, stun going to connect the flash forward from Chovy as Faker is going to get out of there. Holds onto the flash, though. So Chovy with a little bit of an overestimation of his damage potential.
Doesn't have Electrocute proc in that final shot. If you look at his items, he certainly doesn't have a lot of ability power right now either. And I think Faker just...
like Catalyst, it throws a little rocket in.
I think Faker at this point was just able to realize there's not enough damage there. He doesn't panic and he walks it off.
Yeah, it doesn't burn his flash or ultimate, so Faker feeling really good about the situation now with Chovy being down flash. If Ona wants to show up mid, Chovy could be a target, or for this dragon in 30 seconds, if Genji want to contest it, then mid laner will be vulnerable.
Well, let's see whether Owner can get over there and lock this one down, going for a reset prior. If that is going to be first item collected, then that is going to be a big advantage for the Vi, and I hazard to guess that the Sundered Sky is coming in. There it is, Rageblade also done for Pays, as Doran throws down the equalizer once again. Man, he has been defensively equalizing all the time this game, as the Maiden is going to be taken out. Keen not protecting her that well.
Canyon showing on the top side here, so I feel like T1 has kind of free reign to set up for this dragon.
Yeah, and I think that Doran's going to just escape here, likely. Sapling will just barely get him to have to stay. They need to get something crossed if we're going to give this dragon up. I mean, it's double dragon here again with very valuable elementals.
That's a teleport to the top lane from Carrier, though. He does have the unsealed spellbook to allow him to get up there, but still, Owner is sticking with this dragon.
I think that's enough. That unsealed spellbook pick gets him the defense there, denies Canyon, and they get double dragon into Chemtech Soul.
That feels so rough, the fact that it's the double dragon that you secured, you put the priority on it early, and then it's a Chemtech Soul, which doesn't bolster your composition.
It's great for Kalista, though.
It does help out Kalista, that is true.
Especially with Bailout.
It's for sure not the one you were hoping for with this heavy investment towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, and Genji are going to double down on this top side as Ruler is looking to grab some extra plates. Pei's doing the same thing in this bottom lane, as we can see here, just ripping through these plates himself. Things very even as far as farm is concerned, but that first blood going a long way for this Kalista, now augmented with a bunch of extra money as he takes crockery from these structures. And Ruler is now going to have to back away, scries some stuff first before he does head back home. First items, though, have been collected by both of our AD carries.
I think going back to the Chemtech Soul point, for T1, it's not necessarily about the soul you're looking for. It's about how much you want Genji to force fights for it when you're at your strongest in mid-game with mid-game Akali and mid-game Kalista, right? And that's where you want to be forcing Genji in those uncomfortable fights. And Genji can look at this and say, you know, I will give you Soul Point if we don't like that fight, because we're going to scale up with our Xayah, with our Anivia, and we're going to be more powerful later. The fact that it's not a Hextech Soul Point, for example, gives Genji the ability to say no. Yeah, and I think that's what feels so unfortunate about this, because T1 right now, they have a significant gold lead here, but they need to win team fights with that gold lead to hold on to it, to maintain that advantage. And if Genji avoid those fights, that's when it gets a little bit trickier.
Yeah, Leandres is now done for Canyon as well on this first strike Maokai. And so even though Owner does have a bit of a gold advantage, over time, I think the Canyon should be able to comfortably move back into an okay position.
I think ironically, this sort of game pace and the slowing down of how the early game has progressed is really what T1 wanted last game with their composition they had there. And Genji kind of demonstrating when you are playing that more slower-paced, controlled composition where you have picks that want to come online later, this is how you just avoid interacting where possible.
Yep. Trade things back and forth as much as you can. 2 minutes on the Herald. That might be the next opportunity for T1 to start themselves a fight. But the problem is, I feel like in the last game, Doran versus Keen was much more volatile. This does feel like Keen just has control of this wave over and over again, despite the fact that Doran does have a lot of money towards that top side. Keen is just making things work on this Yorick, very close to that first item. And over time, will just become more and more of a menace in the side lane, able to get map control for Gen G when it could otherwise slip away, like you mentioned, based on the compositions.
Very quiet mid-game, favors T1.
They're looking...
Or sorry, Gen G, rather.
I was going to say, they're looking potentially for Chovy in the bot lane. Ono was just hovering around. Chovy's flash about to come up, and we so often see those plays made just before someone's flash becomes available, but he plays defensively, Canyon moves over, and nothing's to come for it. Faker now has that Gunblade spike, which is so significant on Akali. The all-in potential, very hard to deal with, but as you said, we'll just slow and calm, exactly what Gen G need.
Yep, now Chovy going back to base. We'll see what he's going to be able to complete here, as he has completed the quest. Probably wants to get boots 2, so he can immediately get some boots 3, and that is going to come on through. So some Swifties have been fully upgraded. This bird going to be flapping around as quickly as she possibly can.
Chovy the only gold lead on the Rift right now. It's pretty small, but it's the only one that Gen G has, and he's scaling up. Xayah is scaling up. Xayah has exhaust for safety later on too, making it more difficult to kill her. On top of her already safe ultimate, all the peel tools we mentioned. Right now we're looking at this game talking about the Glista lead, right? The explosive power of the mid-game for T1. Ruler has a heavy responsibility to use these peel tools and to be able to judge both his positioning but his timing of his ultimate. We saw a pretty funky angle from him on this pick yesterday. Hopefully he'll have those aimed the right way this time around. As it is going to be very critical for Gen G if they're going to win this game for him to play incredibly well when we get to that stage. We're not there yet as T1 have full control over this Herald. And as we've been talking about, Gen G just opt out because they do not want to give T1 an opportunity to say that 1,000 gold lead just turned into a 3,000 gold lead on a flipped fight.
And now they can use this time to get a bit of positioning around this dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Don't necessarily need to contest it, but they can threaten, get some saplings down, maybe if they see someone out of position, or just gather information and be wary of T1 before they move in. You can see now Ona trying to make his way forward.
Yeah, he's actually going to be able to get into that river brush as the saplings are really starting to do some work.
The Andre
one item,
strike.
But it is it's certainly working. Like you were saying, that first strike really looking like it's getting some work done as the Trinity Force is going to come on through alongside Keen, teleporting into the bot lane. As Gen G wanting to deny the soul point. Faker is going to be spotted here by Keen. Combat Herald down, and it's a lot of damage. Yeah, like you were saying, there is the Combat Herald as Canyon flashes out of the way, but he's still going to get knocked up. As Shelly getting a lot of work down. He sips the sap, but it's not going to work. Down goes the Kalista. The bailout is in for Pace. Gets the reset, but Keen is massive. Duro and Chovy on the other side of the fight. They're in a lot of trouble. And Ona is going to let his fist do the talking. Still Keen is in there, trying to take him down. And the egg, will it stay alive? The flash out from Chovy. He is able to keep himself up, and now Keen in a 1v1 with Faker. He finds another Morning Mist, and this Yorick is a behemoth!
Keen is just an absolute monster. I think the two biggest things for Gen G that kept that fight even was his Yorick just running around, smashing skulls.
With a maiden!
As Blade Caller as well had so much impact. A fight that T1 definitely felt like they should be winning with the Combat Herald as well. But in the end, it's Keen who comes in strong. And we're going to get a refight for the Dragon.
Yeah, good handshake there from Carrier as Doran's looking to move his way back, but he hasn't been back to base yet. And these ghouls, man. What
I think this is just Gen G's Dragon. There's just no two ways about it. T1 not able to make it happen here.
Yeah, Ona was still on the Krugs, by the way. He was like, no, guys, we're not doing that.
Initially, I thought with this fight, Gen G had maybe overstepped, right? They didn't have to fight for this. They had been so measured in all of the other fights leading up to this, but they play it out so well. Combat Herald comes down. Canyon backs away here. Flash buys him some space, but then you see what happens with Ruler on the right side of this fight. Ult comes out, good pullback.
Yeah.
Look at that, the double there. Denying pays the bailout. And then from here on out, yes, T1 have the numbers advantage, but they don't have a great way to deal with Keen's sustain as he just rips through this fight. The egg buys time. I think Gen G judged that they had enough here so well. It was on a knife's edge, but they played it confidently, and they barely walk out ahead.
Also, that ghoulie wall position, so Ona couldn't flash over the actual wall, was so good. They needed the Kalista alive to deal with the Yorick, and just some great team fighting from Gen G. And Chovy, he's the master of minions.
He really is. His own and the opponents, as he will just force them on a merry goose chase. Faker not exactly going to notice too much of a difference in the wave state, but it was a very cute little maneuver. Pays does have his static shiv now, as he's gone for that after the Rage Blade. Pretty good item on this patch at the moment, is now Keen getting focused down by Ona. Cease and desist comes in, the Maiden getting involved as well, and Keen, I think, will be burning down. And there he goes on the cross map. Faker trying to keep himself alive as the smite comes in, Twisted Advance is down, and Faker no chance of getting out of that one with Duro joining the party.
Oh, a turret has already gone down here in the bottom lane for T1. It's going to take Gen G a lot of time to get one in return, and Ruler's not going to be able to defend himself here alone, so there's going to be some tough calls made for Gen G. They are going to commit to that topside turret and trade, but T1 can match that and actually look for almost a second one here, as well as mid-side prio, so T1 getting a lot in this instance here on that initial pick. And yes, Faker dies, but T1 are still getting more.
Also, it's a 3-0 Yorick that they managed to take out, so T1 making a good practice play, even though Gen G, once again, cross-mapping, going for the trades. T1 are the ones who end up getting the edge in this situation. That being said, Doran stays with the tower.
I mean, he's not actually going to get punished. It looks like Duro might be able to get over here, but no one else is in the vicinity.
Yeah, that was close. Canyon was heading over, Chovy as well, but perfect timing to get it and get out.
They knew Canyon didn't have ult, and I think that was a good judgment from Doran, or whoever made the call to tell him to stay there, and they are able to just barely get the maximum value there. And if you look comparatively what Chovy was able to get their top side, only 2 of the inner turret plates.
And now, I mean, Doran has 2 items. He is very, very scary on this Rumble and has a slight gold lead. And after that last team fight, I was expecting Keen to just run away with this game. Things a lot more even on that top side than we expected. Still, T1 with a slight gold advantage as the Baron has spawned. Keen going to get his hand shook. Looks for the ghoulie wall as it is often about Keen getting killed and then going on a rampage afterwards. Not going to happen this time around. So a bit of a difference between this game and the last one is occurring once again as Doran comes on over here, watches as that plate falls down, but is able to incinerate that minion wave. Get a little bit of tempo back here for T1 as they move to 1,000 gold in the advantage.
So much of Gen G's agency is on the Nature's Grasp cooldown, whether it can be used defensively to secure an objective or to siege and look for a pick.
Ruler is doing a lot of damage with these 2 items now completed. It's getting a little bit scary.
One thing that's a real conversation. Oh, Faker.
Yeah, might be in trouble. Goes into the Shroud. The Keen is moving down. Nature's Grasp is going to collect him. And now he's going to ult to try and get himself away. The rest of T1 are going to show up, but he gets the ultimate to get himself out of there. Still won't have that if there is going to be a fight coming up. 1 minute until the Chemtech Dragon is going to come on in. And Gen G maybe looking for this outer turret mid lane, but even that feels a little bit too scary.
Some big tools baited out there by Fake and able to evade it without even bidding his flash, which is pretty good going into that next fight around the Dragon. I will say one thing is that normally we've had Blade the Rune King built early on Kalista, giving you that extra sustain, but going the Shiv route that applies those on hits, obviously very powerful, but you don't have as much sustain into this Maokai. And whenever the saplings hit, it feels so painful. That poke, very relevant, especially when you're trying to move up and contest his vision.
Especially when we don't have a tank to eat the saplings, to clear vision, and to go through those brushes. It might often just be Vi or Carrier's job here to eat that damage so you can go into the fight at full health. I do think the Shiv is incredibly valuable at getting Prio to be first on objective, because that's what T1 needs. And so while that trade-off is big, I think it's the right call here for Pays, as Canyon does have his ultimate backup. They have this defensive setup here where they can use the ult to deny T1 access or look to force a fight if T1 want to challenge. This is a very tough moment for T1. It might be the beginning of the sunset of this composition if they fail this fight.
Well, Faker makes his way over. His ulti just came off cooldown, but once again, Keen is going to find him, and oh my goodness, these Qs are doing so much work.
That's ult bin by Faker.
Yeah, he's out of there already.
Oh, Keen is doing such a good job of just keeping this Akali accountable. And with Faker baiting his ult to get out of the ghoulie wall, T1 pull away from the fight. It's 2 dragons apiece, even though the Chemtech Soul isn't the biggest win condition. It's slowing the game down once again. Gen G, they know exactly what they want out of this game.
Absolutely. That positioning of the ghoulie wall there for Keen was a game changer, but the fact that they were first on the Dragon was essentially checkmate, because T1 could not approach. It was just way too risky.
Maokai and Nivea first to the play does feel very unfair.
When you got a Rakan there as well.
Yeah.
And if you want to try to get on top of that AD carry, he's got ult and flash and exhaust, so
and
very, very
Graves Keeper at like 1 billion health in a very good position as well. Feel like Keen really having a great day so far today, but T1 hold on to a gold advantage. They got those first 2 dragons, so the fact that Gen G have taken the last couple doesn't mean quite as much, especially in combination with the fact that it's a Chemtech ult, so not exactly the most sought after. But I do think Gen G utilize it pretty well.
Chovy just got his God of Ages level up, so he's now level 16. 2 levels above Faker, and has that rank 3 ultimate, which is a big problem for T1.
And where does Faker lane as well? Because laning into this Yorick just feels impossible for basically anyone. But the Anivia is difficult to deal with as well, like you were mentioning, that level advantage.
Siege setup here, so easy if they want to trigger it.
Oh, Faker looking for an angle, but once again, the saplings are going to find their mark, and it's the slow that's the most devastating here, stopping the Akali from getting on top.
And they're just buying time. Like, Ruler's IE is coming up soon. Yeah. You know, that's all they really need. And with 3 minutes till the next Dragon, he should be able to have it for that. And I don't think T1 can look for a Baron start before then either. If they could get Vision, if they could get Prio and try to look for the double smite with Callista Rend, maybe getting the Baron could be what keeps them in this game. But otherwise, their clock feels like the hourglass is running out of sand here.
And you see how they try and collapse in on mid when Gen G are pushing up, but with that mid tower still being there, they can just retreat back. You're never diving in Anivia Maokai on the tower, and instantly the pressure negates. They're trying to break out of this setup that Gen G is playing right now. The Yorick, as you said, in the side lane, such a major problem.
And I do think that the sun hasn't set on this T1 composition just yet, but they're going to need to make something happen. They're going to need to find an avenue to get this fight working. Maybe that classic T1 Baron is going to be the angle.
Look at Ruler doing blue buff right now. They're just giving him all the money so he can get that IE as fast as possible.
Understandable. And the only big advantage here in this game is Owner over Canyon. And I don't think Canyon really minds too much. He just wants to press an ultimate button and CC a few targets and then maybe even go down. Owner will be imperative, will have the GA coming up pretty quickly.
Now he's on Wolves. Ruler is just hard farming right now. Got red, got blue, got Wolves, got wave, and he's just rotating around, taking all the gold.
Ooh,
and I think they're just
done for Pays, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe an angle. Now just looking for this outer turret in mid lane. Ruler going to burn down the flash out. And the cease and desist not actually going to be pressed here as Chovy now potentially in trouble. Faker liking this matchup a lot more as there is the perfect execution and gets the egg. But he's in range of the turret and is not going to be able to take down Chovy on this Anivia just yet, but gets him ready for the next bout.
Ruler decides to flash instead of ult, which I think is correct because it's more value for a potential fight he thought T1 might look to take after his flash was burned there. He has IE now. He doesn't have his flash.
Surely Wall comes in and Keen says, well, I think I'm going to have to get out of here. Pays was on his way down. I don't know whether they would have even been able to kill him, to be honest, but good respect.
I think that Callista is the one pick that has to sustain damage to actually cut through this Yorick, and it's why... I mean, we haven't had many fights this game. We haven't had many actual 5v5s, but if Callista is alive, that is the only person who can really shred...
I think Gen G are doing Baron. Like, they are like, I have Maokai ult, T1 cannot get there. A positional prio, we talked about it so many times. Ruler doesn't have flash, but it won't matter if they can never touch him.
This ward is pretty ridiculous, though, from T1, as Chovy going to get engaged on. He flashes out of the way. There's a Nature's Grasp as Owner separates himself. The hostile takeover, gigantic, but once again, Keen is going ballistic. Pays trying to dash around the fight and does Mega Cone his way out, and it's T1 that find every angle, and only Canyon is left alive.
T1 punished Gen G for going for the aggressive Baron. Chovy was on the front line with no egg, and they immediately target him. Pays kiting like his life depends on it, and it absolutely did.
Watch Owner when he goes in here as well, as they initially catch Chovy. Flashes on him, despite the charmed defensive attempt there from Duro. Jovi's taken out. Equalizer here, decent. Even though the feathers come through, Pays is able to fight his way out, kite his way out. He's got the bailout rolling, and that's the T1 magic right there. Gen G, I thought that was checkmate. They got Maokai. They have so much peel. Ruler has ult. There's no way T1 get in, but they make it work. And Owner has a clutch play to follow up on the catch on the Chovy, and now they're going to look for their soul point here finally after picking up Baron, and now they're 3.5 thousand gold ahead. Paze's Callista is crazy. He's got QSS online from that fight. T1 really in control. We were worried maybe the sun was setting, but it's certainly burning bright right now.
And also now Faker, level 16 with Flash. Chovy and Ruler, no Flash is available, only Duro, and Genji has his. If someone oversteps, missteps, Faker can just take them out. We saw how much damage he did earlier to Chovy to force his egg.
Yeah, and then the whole game might just be over, right? T1 with Baron and access to the base could just mean that this one is just going to be gone, especially with Doran and Faker doing a lot of turret damage as well if they are left alone. And not to mention, of course, Paze, who is just an absolute machine. Still, 4,000 gold isn't insurmountable, but it is starting to feel like Genji are falling that little bit too far behind, right? This is the kind of snowball that this T1 composition absolutely wanted to have.
This is the momentum they were lacking for most of this game, that really a composition like this once, and Genji had been able to negate and shut down. And I think what's going to be a little bit frustrating is the fact that the Baron was started by Genji. I think maybe the thought process was we can force a teleport here, and that can be enough. And now Equalizer coming down on the tower.
Yeah, handshake is good. Featherstorm going to be invested here by Ruler. That is a big cooldown, exactly what T1 wanted.
Yeah, and I think when Owner charging his Q and his ult available, if he doesn't press R there, he probably just dies, and letting the turret go is the correct call. But now he has another safety tool lost, and T1 still have a whole minute of Baron here. They want this inhibitor.
Yep, they're going to take the Maiden as well, as Canyon looking for a little bit of a potential engage. Coolie wall and the actual wall. He's going to get the GA out of Owner and probably secure his life as well. Hostile takeover doesn't find the angle this time as Paze is behind the base gate. He is in so much danger. The bailout not going to work as Ruler stays just barely alive. Carrier going to fall, and T1's Baron will stop there.
What a beautiful play from Genji on the punish. The wall was great.
There are so many things they can build. What game is this?
And Ruler is able to just realize that as long as I walk away here and they can't kill me, the bailout doesn't go through, then it's over, as Paze tries his hardest. But initially here, it's the catch on to Owner. They get the root, the Coolie wall, and regular wall. Dash is interrupted, as you say, and then Paze is like, I gotta get in here and carry this fight, but they get the charm on him. They put him in the bouncy castle. When the bailout comes through, Ruler pieces out.
You know what?
Says, you cannot kill me. You're not gonna get that extra auto damage to look for the Ren to finish.
I'm gonna say it.
Say it.
No, he didn't. He didn't need to do that. They could have just let Ona die, and that wouldn't be good, but it wouldn't be that bad. But they
but you know what happens? Paze keeps a friend. Okay? Owner's like, thanks, man. You didn't have to do that. You know?
He really didn't.
And now they're still buddies.
That gold, just the spike up and the immediate spike down.
I just think that there's a feeling or a tendency, especially with a lot of our LCK teams right now, this road to MSI in particular, including our play-ins, of desperation, of feeling that your comp needs to win now, that has led to leads being tossed away. And they had such a proactive moment that they had the GA. They thought, okay, we should be able to siege this up. Let's get kills. We get the inhibitor, but you get kills. You actually just win the game right there. And I think their eyes were too big for their stomach, and the punish was so swift from Keen and Chovy there. And Paze felt like he had to salvage it. He felt like he had to do that because if they lost that, they lose too much control over the map. And then Genji stabilized again off of just one pick, and they thought, we have to force. But I agree, they did not, and they chose to, and now Genji are back at the driver's seat a little bit here. Still down on gold, but we've already discussed so much about the compositions, and those flashes are back up. Ruler's got his flash back up. Chovy's about to have his.
Oh, Faker looking for an angle towards Chovy as he does dash on in. There's a grand entrance, and Faker is just taken out. Ruler finds the feather, and the Akali falls. Genji now with a huge leg up here, 1 minute until the dragon.
Duro's presence there was a difference maker. Faker knew Ruler was there, saw Chovy, thought I can take him out, but Duro's charm denies the chance of the play, and now Genji have full control over the map. If you want to try and move in and contest this dragon, it's going to be so hard. The saplings are getting thrown down. You're going to get choked out of your own jungle.
Yeah, I think Genji want more than just the dragon here, too. But they're struggling to find a siege angle here with Canyon.
Oh, Duro? He's Rakan.
Duro has had so many great peel moments this game, including on that base defense we just saw. He's 9 out of 10 KP. He's popping off on this Rakan pick, which has been so essential to their ability to deal with this composition. We talked about all the peel tools, but they're starting to really feel like they're being realized in this game.
15 seconds of Dragon spawns. Gen G don't get further any control. They don't look for the Nature's Grass siege on a turret, but they will get Soul Point here and bring us to a 3-3 7 elemental game.
Yeah, T1 are pushing now through bot lane. They can't go through the jungle. It takes too long, too many saplings. They're going straight through bot.
Gonna look for the fight.
It's going to be so hard to secure, so I think the fight afterwards is what they're going to have to look for, as the wall just prevents them from going anywhere near this. As Ona gets in there, he's able to actually get towards this streak. The equalizer, fantastic. It's Canyon that secures it. Ona goes down as well, as now Carrier in trouble. It is going to be Pace pulling out those sticks, grabbing that first kill. And Genji's health bars are going lower and lower. Faker finds Ruler as King's going to be taken down. Pace finally unleashed as he picks up the double. And Chovy trying to run away those Swifties, getting some work done, as once again will be able to put up that wall, but I think Faker might be able to find him, as Chovy not able to get the angle on the stun and now needs to keep flapping to get himself out of the way of this one.
It's going to get another Q though. It's got vision.
Jovi's TP is nearly up. Oh,
hang on,
I think
wait,
it's a bit
he's just
too long.
buying so much time though.
Yeah, this is actually such a win for Gen G. Even if he dies ultimately, he has his egg too.
Carrier has the CC, but he can TP in the egg. His handshake's gone.
Yeah, there's the egg. And Doran just goes for the golden burn to take out the Anivia. 420 gold over to him.
The thing is, even though he bought time, which allows the rest of Gen G to get up, him going down that late means T1 have ample time for the Baron. But here, this fight, Ona forces his way in to get access to the Dragon and just gets melted by Gen G so quickly as a result. But so many tools committed early means that Paze is able to teamfight freely. We even see Carrier interrupting Duro and stopping him from getting a quickness down onto Paze, and now Paze is just running rampant. It tights away then, cleanses the stun from Chovy.
Paze and Faker dance through the fight together with the timing there of the stasis from Faker, allowing him to do the damage, then get out safely. The Paze follows up some damage, and then it's the execution from Faker in the final moment there. The DPS duo working together in tandem so incredibly well. The Baron goes over to T1 now. They're back in control of this game. Level 20 hit for Doran, and now they're looking to break open more of the space.
Yeah, they haven't been able to kill the Rumble all game long. He's 4-0-8. Even though Keen was an absolute monster in this one, the Rumble has turned out to be the walking barbecue that T1 needed. And that has allowed Paze to get so much work done. The equalizers in these teamfights have been game-changing.
The problem is, though, this Baron, we saw what happened in the last one when Ona tried to get on the tower and hit it, and how difficult it was and how he easily got punished. You're playing a composition where your longest range champion is a Kalista. Sieging is not easy into this Gen G composition, so I just don't think they're going to make much headway in terms of pushing into the base.
Not to mention, if you push too far, the Maokai finds that angle, you all get rooted, you get stuck, and you get punished and die. Not to mention, also, there are flank teleport wards that they know they're trying to find all of, but they know they probably haven't gotten every single one of them. There are a few here that aren't necessarily designed for that, but could be utilized as such if they do push up too far. So T1 have to be measured and really, frankly, let the minions do most of the work, which allows Gen G to slow this down and look for clear in all three lanes. They have an Anivia, so it is really rough for T1 here without getting kills to actually look for this inhibitor. They do have a big stacked wave in mid now. They're going to transfer that pressure into this bottom lane.
I think importantly, the Anivia is not here for the bottom lane, so they feel a lot freer. The Maokai are going to come down, though, and that will just force them off. They can clear out that wave.
That is still a decent amount of damage onto Ona. The equalizer comes in, and that's going to be a lot as well. Still, Duro going to be there to try and help keep his teammates' health bars safer. That is going to be successful for now. Ruler's health bar still full. And man, 6 Elemental Drakes so far. The next one, 1 minute 20. And finally, the Chemtech Soul will come in. The Rebel Baron power play sitting at 1,400. Not a whole lot has been gained since that Baron did go down. It's still a 4,000 gold lead. But as we crest towards the 40-minute mark, 4,000 gold doesn't really feel like it means all that much. Both of these 80 carries sitting on 5 items each. And Gen G still in with a fighting chance. T1 going to have to keep it tight if they want to take this one. But the War of Attrition being won by them for, so far.
And Inhibitor looking like it is starting to really take some big hits here from those cannon minions empowered by the Baron. And Doran is just empowering that here. Gen G look like they will barely get the defense. No, they decide not to.
Yeah, a cannon will go down, so the inhibitor in the mid lane is going to fall.
But you're fine with that. Honestly, I think Gen G okay with that mid lane inhibitor, having the super minions pushing in, gives an extra source of farm compared to your opponent, because those minions will just push by themselves and mid easy to handle. Dragon up in 30 seconds. Nothing really changing from the Baron that T1 were able to take. And once again, we're looking to see these two teams throw down and play for the Dragon Soul.
Yep. 900 gold was the Rebel Baron power play in the end. So not a massive amount, but a teleport in from Keen. Looks like Gen G do want to fight for this soul. Quadra Chemtech Soul is kind of crazy, as now Ruler might be in trouble. Does have the Featherstorm, but the Cease and Desist comes down. He finally gets that ulti through, as the flash out doesn't work, and the bottom lane are eviscerated. Canyon still trying to fight, gets the sticks ripped out of him though, and it's Faker that grabs the kill. A double for the Akali, and T1, they don't care about a dragon. They just want to kill all of Gen G and win this game too, bringing us once again to a best of 3 for a ticket to MSI.
Keen does end up getting a kill onto Doran, and Chovy is buying time, but that mid inhibitor is open, and Pays is going to end this game. There's no way Chovy can get back, and I think we are going to a 1-1 series
They're
here.
just escorting him, keeping him under lock so he can't get back to base. They'll push through with the super minions. He will eventually go down, and T1 will equalize the series.
A beautiful game from T1. There was a hiccup, a couple maybe, but they held strong, and man, Pays on this Kalista. What an incredible performance and a huge turnaround, honestly, from everyone on T1 in this game number 2. They have really made this series look interesting now.
That is a momentum shifting, a series momentum shifting performance from T1, and sometimes it's comfort that gets it done. Sometimes playing what you have insane mastery of. Faker's Akali, who he's been crushing on all year long. The Kalista comes out. I mean, we could go for days and days, right, of all the different champions on T1 in this draft that they were able to pilot here to its full potential that we haven't seen at this road to MSI from them just yet. And even though there were hiccups, they never let up the pressure. They never took their foot off the gas, and eventually were able to catch Ruler there in the end. Owner had a phenomenal Vi game. His flash Qs were out of control good and were a huge part why they're able to close the game there catching Ruler.
He's the one who found Ruler, and considering he's been the one who was under scrutiny for their most recent series, popping off here, that Vi Akali coming up big. But Pays on this Kalista, definitely the main character in this one.
Yeah, he certainly had a phenomenal performance. Most damage in the game is not really much of a surprise after what we saw when from first blood to winning the game is what it kind of felt like. Never really tripped on anything. And so this guy's Kalista remaining legendary, but he will not be able to play it for the rest of the series. What does T1 and Gen G have in store for us as this one continues? We're going to take a short break. When we get back, the Space going to break it down, and we'll have game number 3.
애니바 물고. 오케이. 여기 나와 있으면 걸 생각할게. 네, 여기 와드. 빠졌고.
와볼래?
야, 잠깐만. 애니비야. 아, 애니비야. 애니비야 돼. 애니비야 줘. 이거 좋은데?
잘 이러면 잘 볼게.
좀 빨렸다.
잘.
나 뒤가 안 나. 괜찮아. 잡았어. 차에 잡았어.
잡았어. 이기가.
알겠어. 좋다. 애니비야 잡으러 갈게.
이게 요릭 사운드.
요리까지.
아래 좋아. 내가 애니가 지만 끊을게.
야, 이거 탈 거야. 아, 없다. 아, 미드라인 없다.
큐당충.
크리다.
큐당충.
보고.
희망해.
미드 갈게. 야, 우리
from me, monster. I'll make this quick. Stay back! Don't do this. Here we go. I got you.
Lock. This doesn't mean we're even.
It's good to see you too.
MSI 팬페스타가 좀 잘 돼야 되니까 이런저런 얘기 들어보려고 회의 한번 모아봤습니다.
저 팬페스타 참고 조건을 전원 가렌 코스프레 하는 건 어떨까요?
팬분들 전원에게 대전의 명물 튀김 소보루 증정 어떻습니까? 와 미쳤다. 이거 크랙이다. 이거 튀김 소보루는 완전히 인정입니다.
근데 그건 사실 예산 문제.
아니면 그거 어때? 꿀잼 도시 대전이니까 행사장에서 안 웃으면 쫓겨나는 거야. 너 진짜 천재 아니야? 이거 괜찮은데요?
자, 그럼 일단 어느 정도 아이디어가 나왔어요?
아니요 크리쌤님 하나도 안 나왔어. 아무래도 망한 것 같아요.
근데 저기 빅나 선수 아니에요? 닮은 사람 아니에요?
빅나 선수 혹시 좋은 아이디어 있어요?
사실 제가 대전 출신이어서 대전의 자랑 빅나 동상을 세우는 건 어떨까요?
대전의 자랑 바이퍼 아니야?
듣자 하니 도저히 안 되겠다 싶더라고요. 결국 제가 나서기로 했습니다.
비상!
재미있게 놀 수 있는 여러 가지 프로그램, 그리고 여기서만 받아갈 수 있는 것.
드디어 퍼즐이 완성되는 느낌이더라고요.
팬분들은 결국 이런 걸 원하거든요. 대전에서 뵙겠습니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
There will be no clean sweep for the ticket to Daejeon and MSI, the final spot for LCK. It is a comeback here by T1 in a slow and steady game where it started to feel they were getting outscaled and Gen.G were doing everything right. And then a couple of mistakes there opened the door, and then T1 shut it closed to put us to a game number 3, 1-1.
Well, when I saw the game 2 draft, I was worried about T1 because they didn't change the plan. They still picked for the top side. And second, I don't think it was a good option to pick Vi Akali into Zara Khan. And third, they had to pick Rumble even though there are so many counter picks in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you see, like, you know, the Rumble against Yorick, he being ends up playing Yorick. I mean, that's why he started really weak in lane phase. He was actually behind and had to use ulti like 2 times, 3 times for the lane phase. And that's how bad it was. But I mean, I think it was like, besides the lane, I think he played really, really, really good. And I think it was a mega pressure on him because responsibility on this game, I think it was huge for Doran.
I still feel like Rumble weak side is actually a little bit better than Vayne weak side because you can equalize those waves. Yeah. And besides that, Faker Akali was 5-0 before this game. Now it's 6-0. And you have Akali by Rumble diving into Anivia. While it is hard to play against Xayah, I feel like the Anivia really had a hard time in team fights, and we could see it later in the Baron fight. And also T1 gets that really strong bot lane match with Kalista Renata.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I like looked up and like I feel happy about it is because like Paze and Carrier finally had the winning matchup in the bot lane. So I think that was also the part of the T1 that they could win this game.
Yeah, and they proved it early on with the first blood, but then the game kind of settled down. There was not a lot of action early on. Over at, I think, the 4th Drake, we had a 4-for-4 that ended up going the way of Gen G. They were able to get the Drake, so it was slow, and T1 had to find a way to make an opening.
Gen G was scaling good until this point. I think this equalizer from Doran made Ruler flash out. It was really great. It was right before the Drake fight. And also on the top lane, he made Chovy Aglis. Like, I think it was really impactful, and because of these 2 plays on the mid lane and top lane, they could win the Nashor fight.
That being said, I feel like Gen G also was not in position to force this Baron fight. I don't fully understand. I think, you know, Ruler had Infinity Edge right now, this fight, so I feel like maybe they forced it because they thought, oh, Ruler is strong, we won the previous Drake fight, we can now force the Baron. But when you do a flash on Xayah, and when Chovy, the front line, gets hit by Q from Keria, his positioning is just not great, and then he gets caught, he dies, there's no damage left.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. Like, he got IE, and what? Like, I think he could get LDR, he could
keep scaling, keep scaling.
He could go for 5 items, and then it's gonna be stronger than Kalista, but instead waiting, I think the pulling Nashor is like, actually there was no reason, and I think the other way, I think the T1 find really, really great moments to actually just catch the opportunity while Gen G actually make a mistake.
Yeah, that was one of the few mistakes that it felt like Gen G made by skipping the steps after T1 had burned those abilities, and it was unforced, right? We all thought scaling was on the side of Gen G, time was on the side of Gen G, not the case here, and then later on, here is the Drake fight that ended it.
Yeah, I mean, it was great equalizer once again from Doran here. I think they were kind of worried about getting zoned out by Anivia, but this equalizer made them like push back towards the Gen G side. And I think, after all, Paze and Faker once again making the play.
That R2 by Faker was absolutely insane. The finish of Ruler. And Ruler still had flash in this moment, but also Paze popping up as well, killing up the Stranglers, and that did really open up the map for T1. That being said, I feel like neither team is immune to mistakes. Looking at these 2 games, both teams chose a little bit more scaling, right? In the first game it was T1, in the second game it was Gen G, and both teams actually making some mistakes that the scaling didn't really clutch it and didn't really bring them the victory.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the T1 adaptation. Like, it wasn't really, I would say, like, it wasn't clean game for T1, but like, that being said, like, they were making mistakes in the middle game, like, especially early game, but it didn't actually matter. They adopt, oh, we should approach it through the bottom, for example, for the Drake, so make sure we don't get zoned by any of that wall, like those kind of stuff. It was doing it inside of the game, and that actually helped for the win.
Yeah, and what I liked about what Gen G did, though, was they saw, hey, aggressive bot lane, we got torched once on there, let's stay away from that. Vi, which has been a highly contested pick throughout the road to MSI, let's slow down there. They did a great job matadoring T1 and not allowing it to snowball out of control. It was just that one mistake that opened the door.
Now coming to game 3, all about the mid pick again. We said Anivia is not a good pick because he can't really make the proactive play, and it happened. Game 3, there's one pick, Lissandra mid. I think it shows the high priority in Wonju here, and I think in game 3 it's gonna be like especially around the Lissandra and stronger jungler.
For me, okay, for me T1 should stick to their guts, should keep playing for bot lane. I think that bot lane's early Dragon Striking was really good. I think they should keep the plan going and play for bot lane.
I think, yeah, I mean, also, I think the Jace still went through up. Like, I think seems like both top laner doesn't want to pick Jace. It was like even Sion was banned too. I think it was like baiting, but I mean, we'll have to figure out the next game.
The adaptation will go into the championship rounds. It will take at least 4 games to decide who's joining the Teemo train here with Hanwha Life Esports on the way to Daejeon. It is the greatest rivalry in esports. Red versus gold, T1 Gen G, game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. And yes, it is a best of 3 from here, what we've all been used to throughout the regular season of the LCK. This one will result in a ticket to Daejeon, and for the loser, they will just go home, go for a bit of a holiday, and not exactly feel too psyched about it, as being the MSI representative is something that both T1 and Gen G have been very used to for the last few years. Let's see what this draft is going to bring us, gentlemen, as I believe once again Varus will be banned.
I think so.
Bold claim.
Yeah. I have focus on a few different champions here. I think the Jarvan, the Xin Zhao, the Ezreal are going to be big picks here, because as Engage starts to go by the wayside and we have less and less Engage tools, you know, when you have a pick like Ezreal, it's so hard to lock him down. It's so safe. And when you are able to get your hands on it, you have so much agency. Moving into this 3rd game, the Lissandra pick that we did mention, I think is an interesting shout out. I think it's definitely one that we've been seeing a lot, but it needs a strong jungle pairing, and so many of the classic ones are already gone.
Well, the Orianna going to be taken away here, of course. Cassiopeia is fearlessly banned, so they don't need to worry about that one. The Karma could be a ban here. The Rise still very high priority, and that one is what's going to be taken away. In the last game, this was backed up by a Sion ban. But the Varus is still up, and so probably going to need to be taken away by Gen G unless they want to leave that as a ban that T1 has to go towards.
Your first pick, then just make T1 ban it. You're already absorbing the Bard ban, so I feel like don't do a favor for them. They ban away the Karma instead, denying the prospect of Karma Ezreal, which we saw the last 2 days. And I imagine a Varus ban here.
Could get really interesting if it's not.
And where does the Varus then go? Because we've seen it banned in every single game for what feels like the last 6 weeks or something like that. Some absurd amount of time.
I think you hold the flex for
Oh, yeah, you have to. But where do they eventually then decide to put it, as it doesn't matter? It's going to be banned away.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that.
They really made me nervous because I said the Varus ban was going to be the one thing I knew was going to happen, and then they waited until the very final ban.
I wonder if we saw a lot of these Engage compositions in the last 2 games. I was thinking the Annie might rise up in priority. We saw an early pick from it from the other day. With these junglers being thinned out a bit as well, Annie Wukong feels really solid. And the question is T1 going to deny it, or are they just going to let it happen?
That's the question, because if you take the Wukong away, then you're effectively saying we're going to have a little bit of a weaker early jungle into the other meta jungle picks that are available. So it comes at a cost, and if you leave it, then Gen G get Annie Wukong, and the composition is simple to play. Looks like Owner's ultimately going to decide to take this one away from Gen G, and we'll see what Faker wants to play into the Annie right now. We've seen a little bit of Aurora as the counter pick. Maybe that's the way he wants to go, but Pei's taking a page out of Gumayushi's book here with a Senna lock-in.
All right.
So early priority on getting the Senna secured before much has happened in the draft, and we saw it work to great effect when it was played by HLE, especially when you had the front line that could lead the charge and Senna can just attack over the top of them. It's also something that can operate from a very safe distance, which is relevant against Yanni. I wonder, though, if Gen G are just going to slam like a Jarvan here in this situation, because obviously as an immobile AD carry, not much you can do against that. They will, though, prioritize that Jace first and foremost for Keen. And the question is, for T1, with Jace being picked here, do you pick a top lane to respond, or are you going to pick a mid to respond to the Annie?
Yeah, or do you pick a support to pair with your Senna as well? I mean, you could lose a lot of things that have a lot of synergy here with the champion. It's actually interesting because Senna Wukong was actually a lane that I believe Gumakeria played.
It is, at MSI 2022. But that was fasting Senna back then.
Yeah, it was that old Mad Lions lane.
Yeah, it was a weird one.
Yeah, so Mel coming out here for Gen G. So potentially looking for a kill lane. And if I'm T1 and instantly thinking there's a prospect of it being like Mel Pike we've seen.
Yeah.
So protection for the Senna might be really important in this situation. And they might opt to prioritize that before anything else.
I just don't know if there's anything that's safe to pick right now that you can lock in without the trade-off of losing your top, wall against this Jace pick that Keen has his hands on already.
And with the Mel pick here, you have already insane poke with Mel Jace, and you have the engage with the Annie. So now you've got to be wondering, you know, what do you ban away? You probably take the Pyke away first and foremost, but what comes after that?
There's also like Jarvan still available, which seems so scary to be playing into when you have this Senna who's so immobile. The Pyke makes complete sense. That's taken away. I think for the side of Gen G, 2 lines of thought. You can just hammer things like the Aurora away from Faker.
Nautilus away from Carrier.
Yeah, we've seen even like Victor be pretty successful in recent games. And I feel like T1 need another big damage threat with having this side in the top lane. And Senna isn't the highest DPS AD carry either, so they will just take away that Victor.
All right. One more ban here for T1. And do they protect Faker's pick, or is this going to be more towards denying the jungle from Canyon? You guys have been mentioning the Jarvan, and we were talking about it in the last game as well. He was ignored there. It's almost like he's been like shadow banned.
Nautilus? Neferi too. Pretty scary.
Yeah, Neferi is a strong matchup here. Nautilus is something they could use against you if you don't pick it up yourself. Nautilus is the ban that I'm most worried about for if Gen G get their hands on. You're going to have a really hard time because that's all they don't have right now is follow-up engage to the Annie, follow-up CC. I think this is probably going to be an Aurora ban just to protect this matchup for Chovy a little bit more. And they have so many different options they can go with here in the jungle role for Canyon right now. I think that's why T1 decided not to target that because it's too much. And there's that Lissandra.
Yep, shout out to Wadid, who was saying that the draft was going to revolve around this one. Not going to happen in the second round, as Faker is going to have that one denied.
And I do think, I'll say it, Faker's Aurora has not been iconic, right?
Yeah.
It's not his best pick.
I was going to mention it, but I also didn't want to mention it, you know?
Gen G have made that clear in this last Lissandra ban that they're not as worried about it either.
Well, let's see where he does decide to go instead. It's going to be Carrier on the cow. The Carrier Alistair has been an absolute menace so far, and it's so similar to what Mata used to do.
But now
it was just give me the cow, I'm going to win us the game.
You've now given the information to Gen G about what your support pick is so they can respond. And Faker already knew the matchup, so perhaps just trying to buy time to discuss and see what they're up against before making that final choice.
So they might have put the Jace into the jungle, and then they're putting the Zehen top.
Or vice versa, potentially.
Canyon was playing a good amount of Jace jungle in solo queue recently, and specifically the Zehen here. So you make sure you're not matching the Jace into Sion, and Zehen into this lower damage composition full of a pretty bulky front line is going to be so hard to
There's a lot of things to hit. A lot of things to hit. The Poppy support is the option for Duro.
It's been such a classic counter pick, too, the Zehen into the Sion, because it has the free early game. The Poppy, it's a great choice here as well. There's so much range, but also hard engage in this comp for Gen G. It's ended up being a brilliant draft. Let's see what Faker is going to play here in response to all of this. This is going to be the crux of this entire composition, what holds it together. He's got a lot of thoughts. I think they picked the Alistair first because he wasn't sure yet, and this is going to go down to the last second left.
Olaf! Okay. So Faker has played this before. I was actually there. I'm
not sure it's Faker.
But it could be Faker.
I think it's Doran, and they're putting Sion
mid Sion.
Because Chovy's just never going to be able to cut through or really have pressure against the Sion. And the Olaf, you can actually have kill pressure. You're no longer giving a free lane to the Zehen.
That's
very tricky.
A great call out.
Although, well, this reminds me, was this the first MSI that he played Olaf mid and just ran down his opposition? I think he's currently 1-0 on the champ, and I think that might be the only game that he's played. But we'll make sure that we get everyone on there. This is off the top of my head from a very long time ago, and he's not even going to play it. It's going to be the Sion in the mid lane, and it will be the Olaf towards the top side. So a very standard mid Sion here for Faker.
I think this makes more sense. I think you're allowing the Olaf to pop off, and something to remember is that last time Doran played Olaf, where the early game did not go good, the mid game did not go good, but the late game, he absolutely popped off, and it was into a Mel as well. We've seen a few times Olaf in a Mel, the other team runs out of damage, and you just run rampant with the Senna supporting you as well, healing you up. if this Olaf gets going, he will take over.
And it's also something that Doran has found a whole lot of success on as well. Like he often saves games. And if this early game goes horribly, it's not then smooth sailing for Gen G because Doran has had comeback games on the Olaf.
I think this draft for T1 in the early game is incredibly weak. We'll see how they pilot it here as we jump into the game.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for the third game of the series. Wolf!
So you're telling me you have an Alistair Senna lane, you have a Sion mid, and an Olaf that can match well, okay, into the Zahin top side. And how are you going to get out of this early game without wounds? How are you going to get out of this early game without some scratches, right, is the question I have, because this is so much range in this comp here for Gen G, plus the engage, so the backline access of the Senna, you're going to have to play really well. You're going to have to be the one that makes the first move with your incredible front line and your Wukong to keep the Senna alive. But if you fall too far behind in the mid game, or you end up with a situation where you have to fight a dragon you don't like to because they got double dragon and a Tex soul, there's so many ways this can go wrong. But I do agree that it's a very creative answer, and I think it does make sense. I do like that they opted for the Sion in mid and the Olaf in top for the reasons Ox already pointed out. Let's see how they weather the storm, because early times are not going to be easy times for this T1 draft.
I think the one thing I'm really concerned about in this game for T1 is Zahen, because I think even if the Jace, Annie, or Mel get fed, there will come a point where they can't just combo the Olaf and he can become a real issue. But there's a hen into 4 melee champions. If he's fed, I don't think T1 have an answer to that. So even though we've seen before Doran not have a great lane on the Olaf and come back strong, I think the bigger issue here is going to be Keen being enabled by that. So this top lane matchup going to be very important early on.
Well, this mid lane matchup is Faker using a very large health bar in order to try and stay alive against the Nanny. Olaf is just going to wander past the turret and look to take out all of these minions. Keen realizing that he probably wants to get some experience in gold, and so isn't going to stop him just yet. Azona is finishing his full clear of the bottom side. Canyon doing a very similar thing as he did. Just have a bit of a check-in towards the top lane just to make sure that Keen was going to be okay. He was, and then he gets himself to his purpose.
We haven't seen the jungle Jace in a really long time. It was very prevalent at the beginning of this year when it got some changes to its jungle clear, and we saw it a lot at Kespa Cup, for example. It was almost permabanned for a while because it was so strong in the jungle. Even though it wasn't winning, if you guys remember, like it was almost always banned, and that it would lose on the rare occasions we did see it on the Rift. But it is definitely a lot of power in the mid game and zone control with an already robust range poke on the Mel. So if you try to punish it as well, there's so much peel with the Annie, the Poppy, and the Zahin that's going into the melees.
There was also recently a match in the LCS, I believe, where Inspired did something similar to this, where they flexed it into the jungle to give a better top lane matchup. So it's interesting we're seeing that again here.
Yep. I like the creativity. I also like that this is obviously deliberate as well. Holding onto that flex, you pointing it out, Ox, that he has been playing this one in solo queue.
Yeah, I do. It is funny because you see the picks Canyon plays in solo queue, and it's like Jace, Diana, Quinn, and Bessa. And you're like, well, he's been practicing these. How likely are we to see them?
Yeah.
And it's nice when one shows up. Yeah. But definitely, don't always go into every match thinking we're going to see Quinn jungle.
This stat here, Chovy was the last one to play it against Fate.
Chovy actually 2021.
He did play a ton of mid-Sion in 2021. And I mean, I say a ton, it was like 3 or 4 games, but you know, when no one else was doing it, that felt like a lot back then. So he actually has a lot of experience with this pick, but now he's playing into it with this Annie.
A little bit of a different story at the moment.
Like, Chovy was the mid-Cassante guy as well.
Yeah, and the mid-Aatrox guy.
Yes.
Renekton also, although that I think belongs to Showmaker a little bit. Yeah, there are certainly a lot of melees that Chovy has liked to play in the past. And it's kind of weird. It's reminding me of, like, you know, 2012 TSM. You know, just watching Reginald run around the Rift on Sion before he became a real champion and not just a stun that would build only Doran's rings. Oh, what a time to be alive.
What's interesting is that we had the change to the role quest where you no longer get that empowered recall, and now you get 8% extra AD and AP, which just is not offering much to Faker right now.
Well, Ruler is going to go for a little bit of a merry jaunt here. Finds a snare onto Pays, though, and Canyon going to show up with a shock blast. There it is.
Well, that's the thing about Jace jungle is he doesn't have that great CC setup a lot of junglers have, but he can at least just kind of hang out and get some first strike gold. If he doesn't see the angle for the kill, he just shock blasts in and at least collects some money for his trouble.
I think what's nice is at least the lanes have a good amount of setup. The least is keen the top lane, and he at least can flip them back, and it's a longer lane. But mid and bot lane, there's a lot of CC to work with, which I think is kind of important if you are having that Jace jungle. Otherwise, it is just that farm into first strike poke.
Yeah, and we saw even the Mel can you do Senna setup for the Jace potentially if those rebuttals do come through.
Well, Chovy does now have the bear in hand. Faker can go back to base and then ulti back if he would like to. Only taking a bit of damage here from Canyon as the decoy comes out. Doran coming over the top though. Keen is just following him down, and we can see the top lane is incredibly even. Cute little Bramble Vest here from Keen as well, just to try and nullify a lot of Doran's power. Will put him a little bit behind his Trinity Force, but definitely picking this one for lane is going to feel great into both the Wukong and the Olaf. And in fact, building as much armor as you can is going to be a great move into T1 just in general, because I do not see magic damage, like at all.
The Scion shield explosion.
Sorry, I apologize. Wait,
Alistair's got a little AP ratio, you know?
He's just gonna go static shiv.
Hey, there you go. Actually, never mind. Static shiv. That's massive. Okay.
I will say there is at least armor shred that's gonna help out. Oh, they're going for a play.
Yeah, Ruler's gonna have to flash as there is Faker finding the unstoppable onslaught, knocks Duro to the sky, but doesn't have a whole lot after that. Still flash available here for this pop. He might actually have to use it over the wall and does so as Ruler finds a snare onto Carrier, who just uses his headbutt out of the way.
That was very cute from Carrier there. You know, something we hadn't talked about, which is in the rare cases where Scion is mid, is he kind of becomes a global threat with his ultimate between both top lane and mid lane for roams. Because
it's not a train anymore, it's a boat.
Yeah, he's going straight through the river. And in this case, able to get multiple critical flashes here. So that is a big win for him. You can see the lanes, though, in this early game and the jungle, with that first strike coming through here, are naturally ahead. Genji, without any kills here, have picked up a 500 gold lead off of their early lane advantages alone. Let's see if they can push that advantage into some of these real objectives here.
Oh, there's an interruption from Duro.
He really wanted to channel that.
Yeah, he did. Adjusts his microphone and then gets back to pressing Q. And absolutely does so, as Faker at 500 health. Bount has the same amount of health as Chovy is what it feels like, even though he is sitting at about 20%. Just Scion things. That's only going to get worse as this game goes on, as Canyon going to be starting off these grubs, and there is no monkey in sight.
They have control.
Should be able to take this.
They have control vision on the entrance there. They have vision on the dragon as well, so he feels very good about this.
Oh, that's a bear. That's all. That's my play-by-play, by the way.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's a bear.
That's all there is to say.
That's pretty unbearable.
It was a bear.
Oh, I apologize. I'll try and be better. It's all right. Faker down to about 300.
Lost the cannon.
He's fine. And all right, there's a shock blast, and Faker. Oh, it's in the air, and there's first blood for Chovy with a pyro blast.
Man, that is, for Faker, you feel like you did everything right there. You're just trying to catch this wave, and then you flash, but the Q's in the air.
And Canyon just presses EQ from off screen, and that's what kills you.
It's the worst feeling ever when you flash and you see you're already dead when you hit the ground.
I'm wondering, was the shield on cooldown? He didn't have enough mana.
Mana was so low.
His mana was pretty low. That might have been it, because I was thinking maybe he's like flashing to buy time and shield, but the shield never came through. That definitely would have saved him.
We'll probably only know if we get the first-person view there of Faker, but we'll see when we go into the replay if we can.
I hope they don't do it to him, as Hepa Pulverize does come in from Carrier. Ruler once again finding a bit of an angle here with his rebuttal, but the unstoppable onslaught delivers Faker to the bot lane, and Ruler, he has to try and dodge it, therefore walking into the waiting arms of Pays. And there is the answering kill for T1.
Yeah, they did it twice. This time they don't have no flashes.
I think, oh, Doran's in trouble here.
Yeah, Shock Blast does come on through. The Grim Deliverance comes down. The Ragnarok is going to be there for long enough to get Doran out to safety as the Dawning Shadow comes on through. Owner there for the defense, and Keen, oh, he wants this Crystalline Overgrowth. He'll hit it, and the flash immediately has to be used to get this Zehen out of there.
So it ends up being a trade-up in terms of summoners for T1, with Keen beating his flash, and it was only the Ghost there.
We are going to see it.
Yeah, but from Canyon's perspective.
Any moving 되나?
Very nice.
And here, it's the same play from Faker. You know, the ult comes through from Poppy as they realize they're in trouble, but Faker drives right between the tri-brush, and he's dead again.
Huh.
That's surprising. Not sure what led to that, but obviously...
Kill bot lane, die mid lane.
I
Kill
see
bot
a
lane,
Poppy.
die mid lane is that's the equilibrium that we're going to hit.
Yeah, the Malignant Spike is there for Chovy, but you would expect at some point Fake can kind of just brush a lot of the damage off.
It was a Poppy there, and I think he may have been a bit zoned in the lane as a flank.
Ow. Question mark. As Ruler this time doesn't have the rebuttal, he's going to get snared. There's the heroic charge back, but Carrier running real fast with that Ghost, and Ruler has nothing he can do. He just dies.
You know, I think with the Mel, you're so good at playing into sort of longer ranged abilities. You have that rebuttal or just anything you can reflect, but into things like a Scion or an Alistair, you just don't have tools really to outplay them. If you land the root, great. If they sidestep it, if it misses, if it's not used at the most effective time, they just get on top of you and then there's nothing you can do. I'm looking at this enemy composition as the Mel, and it's kind of nightmare fuel.
Yeah, it's not really working.
And it's, you know, when you're this far up in the lane without flash, very easy to punish you, which has happened now twice. I mean, really three times. The first time they got the flash, and then the next two they were able to get kills before he came up. As Chovy just whittles away at Faker, and Faker pushes onto Chovy for one more auto here. Just tries to charge Q? I don't know.
He really likes pressing Q.
Yeah.
His shield was on cooldown as well. Again, in this situation, he used it early in a trade, so didn't have that available. Nice sidestep there by Carrier, and then holds the combo for the Steadfast Presence from Duro. And does a short combo at the end just to catch out Ruler. Really well played to set up that one. Pays now with the static Shiv, especially when you're playing into a mage in the bot lane. Having extra wave clear that the Shiv offers goes such a long way. Obviously, this is the standard build to go the static Shiv early on center, but it's definitely a big pickup when the enemy Mel has Ludens already.
I'm starting to very strongly feel like Doran is going to have to do some heavy lifting in this game because Faker is so far behind. And the Senna is ahead, but that doesn't necessarily translate to a big mid-game or anything like that yet. She needs more souls.
No.
Canyon's here again. Oh, not one more time.
Chovy holds the flash, decides he doesn't want to go for it. And so now Faker gonna have to try and keep himself alive. Channels another Q, and now Ona makes his way in. Canyon flashes. Dawning Shadow comes down, and there's the flash from Ona to follow, and down goes the Jace. Ona here to save the play, and now Carrier will find the flash from Chovy as well.
This Triforce spike on the Wukong, you can see after the initial flash, they weren't sure if they wanted to extend the play, but Ona's like, no, I have the damage, follow me. And he absolutely did to take out the Jace and Chovy, having to flash as well, punishing there the attempt to threaten Faker's tower. And the thing is, so in terms of Faker's position in the lane now, he has upgraded Merc Treads. He's going to get the Koenig Rukin soon. He'll feel much better then, but I'm a little worried they'll just switch lane and put him into an AD champion after that.
Yeah, that's what I'm most concerned about. I mean, there is a, you know, the bottom laner obviously is also AP in the Smell, but the Zahen lane can work really well.
He actually went the Glacial Shroud just on that base, so got a bit of armor first. But yeah, damage comes in from that Shock Blast, the Magic Shield doing nothing there. They go for the push in, and then this time Faker has the shield available, so he can ult freely with the initial peel and the flash. Faker turns back, but Ona's like, no, 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 I have the damage, I have this spike, and Chovy having to flash away as well.
This is a small win here for T1. Really evens out the gold quite a bit. But I think they need to do more to protect this Senna through this mid game than just, you know, to be able to get this gank onto Canyon and Chovy there. So he needs to be set up for success with the gold that he has. Pays has everything he needs to rocket into an amazing late game, to be a super strong late game AD carry threat, big powerhouse, especially with how ahead he is over Ruler specifically. Ruler isn't going to have as easy of as a path there, but that means the front line needs to play well. And when Faker's behind, it means the Olaf and the Wukong are going to have to pick up the slack. And if they can set Pays up for success, I do really favor the game state here for T1, but it's yet to be seen.
Ruler will at least be able to clear out these waves pretty comfortably. Finds yet another nice rebuttal onto Pays, who does have Piercing Darkness, so he'll be fine. Ona coming on over here, spotted by Duro, as that sweeper did at least find the monkey. Feels pretty good. And Faker is once again taking a lot of damage here towards his bottom side of the map. I think as this game goes on, we need to feel less and less concerned.
Well, you know, it's the fact that he went for the armor, and we were talking about the concerns of him playing into an AD champ, but it means he's delayed his Koenig, and he hasn't gotten to the point where the Annie lane is just easily manageable that we normally see things like Galio or other tanks hit into. He would have had the Kanik right now if he'd gone for it, but they will just get some plate damage here. Canyon going for the money gangs we've kind of seen this game.
Yep.
Yeah, and he has a significant lead. It's not the most amazing, but he went for the early Serpent's Fang, which is very cost efficient and great into this composition for what it's doing right now. And Ruler has his first item, which is a little bit more of a damaging item than FaZe's first item. But again, it's about the fact that FaZe got that gold, has this item, and is looking for a second as he's also getting those stacks. Like, that's the extra element that you can't get from ganks. You actually have to get it over time. Still gated by game progression in that sense. So let's see what they could do to protect him and get him through this next part. If Gen G get double dragon with the prio we talked about they should have in this game early and end up with a really strong soul like Hextech Soul, it's going to get a little bit tougher here for T1, but they'll have to get that double dragon first.
Hextech Soul with their composition would just be disgusting.
I feel like Chemtech Soul would also be kind of crazy though. With a Zehen.
On the Zehen, yeah.
And a Poppy, you know? There's a Molten Shield.
Not the... I mean, it's a Poppy.
I'm just trying to say that no matter what the soul is, it could be fun. As Carrier going to take a bajillion damage. Does have the Unbreakable Will, so he doesn't necessarily need to completely go back home right now.
His will seems somewhat breakable there, I will say.
All right, Faker is just going to ult his way towards this dragon, but the Shock Blast value is gigantic. Gen G utilizing that range advantage that we've been talking about. Finally, we're seeing it in effect.
And they regain prio on this dragon. And now they're going to look to control this zone here into the choke point as the Shock Blast rain through.
Oh dear, Faker in a lot of trouble now, has to flash into the red pit. And I think that will spell the end of T1's contest of this dragon. And Double Dragon's great for Gen G, not the end of the world for T1 to have to give this one up. And I think dying on that hill is not what you want to be doing. Spade's coming on over, just grabbing as many souls as he can. Feeling good about that. As Duro looking to gank and Olaf. Let's see whether they can get the Ragnarok at least. As Mountain is going to get pushed back. It is going to be a Mountain Soul. Oh my god, if T1, if T1 get control of this game again and stack 4 Mountains, it's unplayable for Gen G. Absolutely. As now Doran taking so much damage. Dawning Shadow is going to at least soften up Chovy a little bit. As the exhaust was used just to get rid of him. And now FaZe throws the Rift Herald towards this outer turret in the mid lane. Ruler not with enough wave clear to clear this one out quickly enough. As first turret is going to be the race here as Ona finds Canyon. Canyon does get the Hammer Boot back and does have himself a Blast Cone in order to escape. But that is going to be first turret going over to Gen G and extending that gold lead.
Yeah, should see FaZe answer here in the mid lane. And Ono with a lot of pressure. He has to be careful of Chovy over the wall.
Yeah. Oh, low 4 health! And Owner is able to just turn around and say thanks for the red buff.
You know, the Wukong was once upon a time a counter matchup in the top lane for the Jace. You could see in that interaction with the Cyclone moments before that Canyon doesn't want to interact with him in the jungle at all if he can help it. He just wants to be very far away from him and a layering in poke. So I thought it was great that Owner found that pressure angle in to get on top of Canyon there and make a small edge. The value of the Cyclone in team fights is really high, but when there's no fight to be had, it's not really a cost that you're giving to actually utilize that to get a little bit more control. So really nice angle there Owner found. Still finds himself, though, with all that first strike gold and the extra farm here, significantly behind in the matchup as Cyclo Sword comes through here for Canyon.
Yeah, big spike.
Yeah, huge. Has the Serpent's Fang as well, which is great value into the Olaf, into the Scion in particular, and some value into the Senna for the ultimate. We have now got the Kanik Ruka in for Faker, so he should be able to just weather the storm in this matchup pretty comfortably.
Still taking a lot of damage here from Chovy, who is just able to walk around and hit him with as many spells as he can. I've never seen an Annie worry about mana more, because he just needs so many spells, because this health bar is so large.
His damage numbers on this Annie are going to be above average.
Absolutely absurd.
Yeah. Let's just say above average. I would hazard to guess. I think a pretty safe guess as these Shock Blasts hurt.
Looks like he's going for the Leandri seconds. Yeah. Really going for a burn-based bear. Which
you got to do it. I mean, look at this comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's great value in this situation. Obviously, going for a one-shot build only really matters if you can reach FaZe, and even if you do, you have to deal with the rest of the team. So
it's okay. Ruler's got the burst for that, right?
Yeah.
Canyon's got the burst for that. They are the ones who kill the Senna. You're the one.
And also, if we're being honest, if Chovy drops a bear onto FaZe's head, I think whatever build, it's probably going.
As long as it's got some ability power in it.
Well, we might see just avoid stuff after that, and then man, he will just not really worry too much about the champions on T1.
up.
So does Chovy. Faker completely out of mana. The flash forward to block the unstoppable onslaught. Apparently it is a little bit stoppable, but Faker isn't. He's able to walk his way out as Tib is able to come back and join this fight. And that is Duro hoping that that was the other Wukong, but the decoy can't walk. So they watch him leave. So Faker will be able to keep himself alive.
His ult was a huge difference maker there for Faker as well. Faker just gets out.
All right, well, Gen G, they don't lose anyone. And they do, I guess, theoretically gain some tempo in that play. But Doran still able to catch this mid-wave. Chovy moving over and will be able to utilize his brand new Leandries that he just put together. Minute and a half on the Drake. Probably going to be their next point of contention between these two teams.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, dear. Yeah, Carrier is in a little bit of an odd spot. There is the Keeper's Verdict, though. They get rid of the cow. And that is now Poppy ult on cooldown.
Yeah, trade of support ultimates will feel pretty good, I think, for Gen G because they're not necessarily that worried about ulting people away with this comp that has a lot of poke, whereas Carrier needs that durability.
Yeah, especially for that dragon fight. But with the Zeeks, it does give a lot of ultimate, gives you the ultimate ability haste and just some ability haste. So 50 seconds, I think it will be back up for Carrier by that point. You'll be able to play around it. This dragon, though, this next one, going to be a big one. Both teams so close in terms of gold. We just had Owner complete Sundered Sky. This 2-item spike for the Wukong, very significant, very relevant. And he's going to be a main factor, I feel like, in this next team fight. If he can get access to those squishier targets, which, let's be honest, there's a lot of them on the side of Gen G. He can do so much damage.
All this lethality, even with the extra brutalizer Canyon has, if he hits an empowered shock blast on the Pays and Ruler hits 1Q, then presses R, Pays is either dead or so low health that he is practically dead and has to leave. So his positioning needs to be really good here when we set up for these objectives. Gen G have Prio now. Faker's going to TP over and try to wrestle some of that away.
Yeah, Team makes his way in there as well as Faker turns up. Avoiding a fair bit of this poke right now as Duro going to get snared. Doesn't snare the rest of his teammates though as Doran is on a flank angle and he is so scary if he can get into this backline. Shock Blast goes wide. Actually could be a big deal as there is the flash in from Carrier, but he's a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team. They're chasing Chovy out of there. The Undertow's thrown the other way, but the flash to follow from Doran. In the meantime, the rest of the fight, Gen G trying to pull it back, and the flash forward from Keen gets the kill onto the cow, and Chovy somehow playing a weird game of tennis where the dragon is the net. What the heck was going on there? As the snare not going to connect onto Faker, who looks to get himself out. These health bars are so low. How is this just a 1-for-1? T1 get control of the Drake and just leave it there.
Goes so well for T1 because Doran occupies Chovy on the backside of the fight. Chovy never gets access to come in. And I was watching Carrier's ult. As soon as it comes available, he just goes in, pops the ult, has the Zeke's AoE on them as well. Owner's there with a follow-up, and even though they don't get the kills, they force them to disengage, they get them low. They do have to respect there's a hen with the fully stacked passive, but he only gets Carrier. And you see Chovy.
Chovy used the dragon wake up to get some space there. He was able to force the dragon to knock him away.
Ragnarok ended as well. It was crazy timing.
Doran was trying to use the dragon to kill him, but then the dragon was hitting him, and then Tibbers, and it was a whole mess. It was crazy. It was only a 1-for-1, but T1 end up having the pressure advantage. They didn't, though, get to finish off the dragon. A reset comes in first, and neither team even playing towards it right now after the reset.
Yeah, they're just pretending that someone took it, I guess. We will need to go back and grab some control of that one, but the waves are going to be dealt with first.
We are getting to the point of the game, though, where you can really feel how difficult it is to kill Doran. And in that last fight, Chovy had some shenanigans, right? Was able to buy a bunch of space, escape, run away, etc. Dragon got angry. But in a more traditional setup fight for T1, where it's not split like that, and he's not chasing Chovy alone, he's going to on top of Ruler. Things get a little bit different as Gen G again have this Prio now.
Well, into the pit goes Doran, but he immediately gets pulled back, taking so much damage. Dawning Shadow keeping him alive, but he will be taken out. They traded for Ruler, but there's still a lot of damage left here for Gen G. The Grim Deliverance from Keen. Carrier right in amongst it, but he's going to be taken out. And now it's Owner that's in there doing battle. Finds the Poppy, but that's just the support. And that is going to be the Drake going over to Gen G, keeping their whole top side alive and just foregoing the bottom lane and not really caring.
You know, Wolf, I think Doran heard what you said and took it a little bit too hard because he jumped in by himself and just got melted.
He needed more nearby there, and when he's down and the Annie is still alive, the damage throughput from the Senna you talked about in the draft earlier, even on 3 items, it just isn't as strong as other traditional AD carries. It's
especially
very slow.
when she's not there.
Yeah, it's not there in the beginning of this fight as Doran goes in and just gets melted. And the knockoff here of the Wukong means that there's not enough to lock people down for Pace to do the damage. Keen's ult here is fantastic, and he is unkillable. He has the res.
Yeah.
And when Owner gets back in, he's just burned down as Keen holds the line, and T1 do not have enough damage in this Senate to actually secure the kills.
Hayes spent pretty much the whole fight autoing a Keen who had a res with a bear sitting on top of him in his face. And there's just not much you can do in that situation. Doran a little bit over-aggressive in that situation, and it allows Gen G to get that 3rd dragon off the game. Damage dealt. Yeah, Chovy's done a lot of damage. I wonder who that damage has been dealt to.
It's so fake. And the thing is, like, I think Chovy deserves a lot of credit for doing a lot of damage in a lot of games, right? The Galio was such an incredible thing, but, like, he was just hitting a Scion all game.
Now he's got the Leandri's burn on it. The Mulligan's burn is there. I mean, it's
he's wearing a lot of masks, as we can see here. I think that the main thing, though, is that Chovy is able to do a lot of damage to this bulky lineup, and they have Soul Point now as well. I mean, Gen G are not going to be taking damage if they manage to get themselves a Mountain Soul, and then the setup for the Elder. I mean, I don't know whether T1 will have enough time to get this Senna scaled up, you know, to have that advantage. As the unstoppable onslaught here from Faker is optimistic, as Chovy does have those Swifties. The rest of T1 looking for an angle, but Owner's approach is going to get denied, and I think Faker is just going to go down. Chovy comes on over, does have a Q, but it's Canyon that grabs the kill. The rest of T1,
Baron's up.
Baron is at least able to take this turret in the bottom lane, but he's got a teleport in hand.
Baron's up, and without half of the front line, I think they just focus him down again. If he decides to show up, he is going to come here a little bit late. Genji playing this slow, Duro on the flank.
Yeah, keep his verdict going to be a big deal, but it's on cooldown.
And again, he's looking for it.
Yeah, Flash not quite available just yet. Keen is going to stop that one. Carrier in so much trouble. Genji looking for the turn. A better Baron play than their last one, we have to admit.
Oh, Doran gets caught here.
With the wraparound. And Chovy is going to be able to find him with that stun. He has to throw down the Ragnarok, but using it defensively. He doesn't get a lot of time. And Keen wants that angle. Owner is going to find him. And it looks like Keen is going to get dissuaded, and the Baron will be foregone for now.
I think, honestly, T1 pretty happy with how that panned out. The fact that they were threatening that Doran flank, he obviously gets focused down, but unable to catch him out because of that ult here. Faker ends up going aggressive. They want to make a proactive play, but the double TP instantly turns things around, and T1 decide they can't follow up with this.
Not to mention the Keeper's Verdict, which denies Carrier from being able to stick around and buy space for a potential Doran TP. Because if this starts to go better, Doran TP's in to match, and then maybe they could have found something there. But like you said, denying the Baron felt like best case scenario for T1. They're able to do that, because if they lose the Baron there, they lose the Soul as well, and that means Mountain Soul goes over, but they were able to fight tooth and nail to hold on to that one. And the only gold lead here is Pace, right? He's getting bigger and bigger. He's post 70 stacks here on this Senna, but the rest of the team is so far behind that it doesn't necessarily matter, and we mentioned this so long ago in the game, is going to be a big responsibility for Doran to maybe be a frontline so that Pace can actually go with him in terms of target selection. Doran gets on top of somebody, Pace layers that damage with Faker there. They just haven't been able to set up those phalanxes for the Pace. They haven't been able to find the right targets, and it keeps being someone from T1 goes in and gets burned down, and Pace is like, I'm trying back here, but I can't quite get it done alone. 50 seconds until that dragon spawns here, and T1 absolutely cannot give this one up.
And we get the rapid fire for Pace, a big spike, being able to play around that just ungodly center range. So hopefully on the back of this can get a bit better target access following up on the setup from the team.
And on this Drake fight, it looks like Shadowflame not quite done yet. For Ruler, he really wanted to collect that item. I mean, Chovy has 3. His shred is ridiculous now as well. As Duro not too worried about Carrier.
Even with the gold lead for Gen G, I think just on item completions, T1 have an edge right now. GA came in for Owner as well. These are some really good item spikes to have, but it's going to come down to execution at the end of the day.
Yep. I think this Keeper's Verdict is going to be such a big deal as well from Duro. Keep your eye on him to see what this Poppy can actually accomplish here. As Owner with that GA at the ready. Looking to make his way in. That is Faker engaged on. He takes so much damage as Keen wanted to stack up that passive. Faker is not going to be able to start any fights with that low health bar, and his teleport is available. He may need to use it.
I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
They can get that big shield and he can front line with that.
They're just going to focus the dragon now. They've done enough work here. Keria getting low.
Yep, Gen G going to try and hold on to this one. Remember, this is Mountain Soul, T1. They cannot give this one up, but Faker makes his way back. The rest of his teammates looking a little worse for wear, though, and FaZe just needs to hammer that Q button over and over again.
But again, only hitting Keen, and no one else cares, and these shot
the flash forward from Keen, but he misses. Doesn't get on top of FaZe, who gets his exhaust off. And now Carrier gets into that backline. Chovy able to avoid FaZe. Grim Deliverance is denied. And now the Dragon should belong to T1. A double. Doran as he gets into the backline, but it's Ruler that locks that one down. Owner should be able to secure this Dragon, but that is going to be the snipe from Canyon to try and even out this trade. And it will not be even in the end. T1 deny the soul and win the fight.
Faker wants more here. They are going to try to collapse.
And Faker's health bar looking a whole lot better now, as Ruler is going to be able to snare him. The flash forward, and Ruler will get that speed up from the W.
This was such a chaotic fight. I've got to say, there was a lot of mishaps from either side. We see it starting off. It's Keen trying to set up this grab on a FaZe, but FaZe flashes, and then Keria actually fails the combo when he flashes in. But then Doran gets access.
And Doran gets exhausted, but it doesn't matter. He's in ult, and he's just running through this team. The Keeper's Verdict can't impact him either. And even though he goes down, he did enough. And it feels like for the first time in any of these Olaf fights, he was able to make the difference, buy the space to allow FaZe to follow up on those prio targets, and they make it work. They get the first Dragon of the game. They put a huge dent in the gold lead. The stacks are rolling, and FaZe is deathless on this Senna. His positioning has been very good, and finally, Doran sets him up.
He is very big.
I think a big thing as well is that since the last fight we had, Doran able to pick up Death Dance and Hex Drinker, so he just feels so much harder to cut through. And when he starts getting kills, he's getting the Death Dance cleanses to reset the bleed. He is very... Oh, my lord, that range.
Oh, dear.
Rapid fire cannon coming in hot.
And Ruler not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe. And won't even be able to really stand near the minion wave. And FaZe is going to find Duro. Steadfast Presence not really doing anything at all as the snare is going to connect. Dawning Shadow. And Duro is very durable. That is going to be GA now down for Owner as they overextend a little. Faker moves in, and even Tibbers stays alive. Keen, very frightening as well, level 17 on this Zahan.
The Maw,
3-1 and 2.
The Maw here for Doran makes him... I think when we see the next big fight, I mean, he just has to run at whoever FaZe tells him to, and they shoot. FaZe shoots at whoever Doran is running towards, and it feels almost impossible to lose fights now at this stage because he's so big on this Senna.
Well, Tibbers is going to go flying around just a little bit here. Gen G getting control of this top side. That shock blast, I mean, this poke is still such a huge deal. The range is something that we cannot really forget about. As T1, they need to be so decisive and start fights before their health bars just reach 0.
He's poking tanky targets as well. He's hitting the Sion, it's doing so much damage.
Is now done 4 items on this Jace.
Yeah, he's super strong. And the fact that he's got 35,000 damage, like remember, Chovy inflated that number massively by just hitting the Sion all laning phase and even outside of lane. Canyon, this is just
camps and then poke.
Yeah. He's hit some really, really big ones. Hasn't always been onto the Senna, but
through Celestial opposition.
Yep, it doesn't even matter if he's not hitting the Senna, if he gets enough time to hit these shock blasts, though. As Faker's gone a little bit halfway in terms of building both the armor right and the magic resistance, so it feels less tanky than Doran in a lot of ways because Doran has his ult running. He is level 18 at this point, 3 levels up on Faker, but it's all about whether or not the Shock Blast hits FaZe or if they get enough time to Shock Blast enough of the front line with Chovy's burn damage coming through. They can't start a Baron yet. They don't have a traditional AD carry. They do not have enough control, so this game is once again going to slow down a little bit here, and I think likely the next fight will be on the Dragon, not the Baron, in about 90 seconds.
I am terrified to see the damage if Canyon hits a Shock Blast onto FaZe.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. As the Shock Blast is going to connect onto Faker, that one,
the thing is,
we're not too worried about.
So much
I would love
money.
to see his first strike numbers.
Because, I mean, that's the thing with First Strike is that, you know, obviously in lane, if you're playing a laner with it, you can proc it pretty consistently if you're in the right matchup, but you don't have the damage to really back it up. This is the point where Canyon has the damage to back it up. This is where First Strike really spikes. and he's just printing more and more money. Unfortunately for himself, he only has one more item slot, but getting towards that pretty quickly.
Yep, BF Sword now in pocket as well. We'll see what he's going to turn that one into, as a GA is probably on the way. Owner does now have 4 items himself. Black Cleaver is now done. They've got a couple of those.
If you can start stacking these Mountain Dragons as T1 as this game gets longer, it's huge, but we're already so late into the game. I don't think Soul's on the table for them, but denying it from Gen G is massive, and that's permanent if Gen G get it, whereas this Baron is only temporary, and all of those inner turrets are still up. So getting Baron doesn't mean you're sieging to win the game either. You're playing it so much wave.
God.
And yeah, he is big. He is the biggest. He also gets to extra, bling bling control wards, because why not? I've got so much money.
And you also get free crit, so he's just got, I mean, he basically had 100% crit anyway, but then that gets turned into more damage.
But he got hit!
Stacks, and he does get hit, does do a lot, but the Piercing Darkness is going to be there to keep the center somewhat healthy. There's the interrupt from Keen, being a bit of a hero to try and keep Ruler safe. And it is going to be successful, as Duro now with that steadfast presence. Doran not actually going overly aggressive against Gen G, as the Dragon has spawned. Keen in a little bit of trouble. Oh my God!
That's it. I mean, that's all you need. Now Paze is in so much danger if he sticks around.
That was the thing that we were scared of seeing, and now we know why we were scared of seeing it.
Yeah, that's the Mountain Soul, I think.
That's enough.
Just got it. That's it. It's that simple, and it hasn't been really hitting this whole game, but it does twice.
Doran realizes that he's probably been seen based on the movement of Gen G, and the Keeper's Verdict is not going to come
He just
on
wants
through,
to make sure Owner doesn't steal. He just wants to make sure Owner doesn't steal, so he channels it. If Owner runs in, he just knocks him away. They wait for it, secure the Dragon. I felt like in that moment you could see Gen G couldn't even believe that T1 was giving it up, but they did. And yes, he's got a lot of stacks. He's got 100 crit. He's got the additional damage from the IE. But if he gets hit by 2 shock blasts, if he gets hit by a 3rd, he dies, and they might lose more than a Dragon, so he has to leave, and the Dragon goes over, and now Gen G can put their focus on the top side of the map.
Isn't it so unfair, though? You just get hit by one ability from Canyon, and then, oh, well, I just hit a massive item spike. I was ready to play the game. I guess I'll just go and take a break.
I do have a solution.
What's that?
Don't get hit.
I have another solution. Have your front line stand between you and the Jace.
I think that is that included in Don't Get Hit?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a great strategy, though.
That helps with the Don't Get Hit.
It's on this very deep flank, and is now trying to find an angle. Oh, TP coming in. They're going for a play.
Yeah, Keen actually cancels his back there as well, as Carrier is going to find him. Faker looking for an angle here. Let's see whether Keen can actually buy enough time, because Doran and Owner are both running up.
This is a Zahin.
is going to follow, as Keen does have the ulti. He's doing a lot of work and has charged up the passive. It's going to take a long time as now Canyon gets on in here. There is the chase as they look to get on top of Doran, the Dawning Shadow, to keep him alive, as it's both of them going down. In the meantime, though, Pace just dead to Chovy. The bear burns him down, and Chovy throws a Q into a decoy, but eventually finds the right Wukong, and Faker might be able to push Chovy away, but the damage, it has been done, and Gen G will wipe them off the map.
This felt like a winning play for T1, but then Paze gets exploded by Chovy, and suddenly, without that damage, without that DPS, without that Senna, everything falls apart, and Gen G will claim the Baron.
And it is so crazy how much damage Doran took from Canyon at this late game stage. Like, oh, Olaf, he's going in, and then he goes almost 100-0 as well, as they trade their lives in the beginning of this. And we're going all the way to the beginning of this replay, which is a little bit longer here, but it allows Gen G to group up. But watch where Paze is on the left side, where Chovy is trying to match him. He has to go super far away, because if they catch him, he dies, but he needs to rejoin his team, because he feels like they're starting to lose control of the top side fight. He ults here, but watch Chovy. Chovy does not wait. He's got a control ward there, and he just 100-0s him. And Paze's first death may be his last in this game, as now Gen G have so much siege to push and control. They have the Mountain Soul, and it gets so much harder from here.
You know what's crazy is that we were talking about how Chovy's gone for this more burn-heavy build. He did obviously just finish the Rabadons before that, but Paze had Cleanse and Flash, and I just don't think expected to get one shot.
Well, the way Chovy was walking, he looked like he was clicking on the team fight, right?
Yeah. I mean,
then just
he faked it really well.
Flashed on his face, and he was just dead.
But I think in Paze's mind, he's like, I don't die here. I have Cleanse Flash. He was pretty late with the Cleanse.
Yeah. Either way, an impressive play from Gen G, and now full control in their direction. 4,000 gold the lead, but the... Oh my lord! Okay, Canyon, he's now got 6 items. Like, this guy, you were mentioning the money printer. He doesn't need the money printer anymore.
He's a damage printer now!
Yeah, he is.
And my god, the accuracy is going up the later this game goes, and with more and more items, that's a good pairing, as Pays obviously has a lot of sustain, and given a little bit of time, can get his health back to full, as you can see here, but man, you get hit by another one of those, and suddenly you lose an inhibitor.
Well, you've got Ruler now trying to push this one in. Does manage to take down the inner turret thanks to the crystalline overgrowth. That is going to be that gold lead extending a little bit further. The top wave has not been tended to at all by Gen G. And so they're going to be pinging that one out now, looking for a reset, buying some items, and then going for the top lane push. The key. But this Baron is... I don't think it's going to break open the base or anything like that. And the Elder is what we need to worry about.
The key is the Elder, right? And they're going to have... If they don't get any inhibitors, they should have some prio and they should have some control, but it's not as good as it could have been. But when you are the team that has this much poke and this much turn with the Annie, right, the Zahin that could charge on you, it's hard to be the approaching team, and Doran, when he presses R, the timing of that, how he does it, the fact that he doesn't have Ghost now, but he will have it for that fight, these are all really important things. And T1 still have the opportunity to turn this game around after what looked like a potentially game-losing catch there onto Pays. They still have one more shot at this despite everything.
What's really important is normally you fight at Dragon, you burn your summoners, they're up for the next Dragon. But we didn't get a fight at Dragon, it was the Shock Blast onto Pays that meant there wasn't a fight. They used their flashes after, so going into this Elder, there's going to be a lot of summoners not actually available yet. You can see Pays' flash 3/4 of the way. Dragon's up in 50 seconds. There's so many of these summoners that will be down. That's going to make it such a tense setup.
Another Shock Blast is going to connect. It's not onto Pays this time, so it's not as much of a jump scare as the red buff will be secured. They're now looking for Faker, who does have to use the ultimate.
So much control is Gen G's right now. Like, they're pushing them back. Faker's pushed out, doesn't have his ult now.
But T1 have to contest it.
They have to. They have to, and they don't have great tools. Keria is going to use his unsealed TP to get back into the mid lane here and join Pays so they can push that prio and look for a wraparound. But this is do or die, and Gen G held all the cards for this really critical objective, a game-winning one.
And the thing that's really frustrating here for T1 is that one of the biggest counters to Olaf is just getting burst down. And Gen G's composition does that. Like, that's its whole job, is to burst a target and take them out of there. They even have a Mel for execution. And so I feel like what we've seen from Doran in the past on this pick just feels way less possible unless he finds a beautiful angle to avoid a 5-5.
They're looking for him. They don't know where he is. They're like, where is this Olaf? Okay. I want to see him. I need to know where he is. It's behind them.
Just TPing for the shield right now. Oh, it doesn't actually have it.
Oh, he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
As, all right, Keen could be in a little bit of trouble. Grim Deliverance is available, so he will be able to keep that one alive as the Pulverize comes in. T1 looking for the angle is Keen. He gets the Grim Deliverance. He manages to keep himself alive, but everyone is going down lower, and there is another snare, so Keen is dead. In trade for Ona, the flash out from Duro might be able to keep him alive as Faker just being that front line, and T1 now have control of the Drake.
But with no jungler.
There's no jungler, and they have to deal with a teleport back in. With the health bar coming back, I mean, Canyon here is not going to be able to secure this without his teammates, so it looks like we're just going to have a bit of a reset here on the jungle for top lane trade.
And the big thing for me in this one was Duro's ult, because this play started off favorably for T1, but Doran gets ulted out by Duro from the Banana Brush, and then as a result, they just don't have the Olaf. Imagine if he's running into the backline now, how different this could have been.
It probably would have been the end of the game, I think, in almost every situation, but the fact that he's not there means that we get another free fight here.
There he is now. Yeah, he turns around, but he's spotted so incredibly quickly. Chovy looks for the angle. The hell power of this Olaf is going down, but it's not going to fall, and Chovy dies. T1 fine, 2. Ruler is still alive, still has some damage, but Canyon will hit the deck, and that is 3 on the floor. T1 able to march up this bottom lane if they want to.
That's the late game Olaf comeback. You were talking about Atlas in the draft before we even got in the game. We've seen Doran do this before, and our minds were wondering about the simulation of what would happen if he was in that back line, and then we saw it before our very eyes. Ruler, the last to fall here, and I think T1 have pulled themselves to match point.
They've managed to do it once again. Doran on the late game Olaf comes in clutch, and this was not an easy game. This hasn't been an easy series, but T1 are looking to go to match point. Team trying to defend.
Yeah, trying to kill the minion wave at least, but it's going to be very difficult. Doesn't get that passive, and Duro now with the Keeper's Verdict. Can he get rid of them? The answer is no. Now, he hits a few minions away, but that is about it.
Not enough.
And there are 7 seconds on Chovy, and I don't think that's going to mean anything at all. T1, 1 game away from Daejon. As out of the fountain goes Chovy, and back again he goes immediately as T1 will walk off the stage after drafting a very strange draft and making it work at the very end.
They were the heavy favorites against Hanwha Life Esports. Everyone thought they had the momentum. They didn't have the draft reads there. Fast forward to today, we're seeing tons of draft creativity. Makes you wonder if they were hiding it just in case. And then today they come in as underdogs and they're starting to perform. They are on match point.
What a difference one day can make.
Yeah.
And T1 feeling more prepared going into this position. It's not over yet. Gen.G have really challenged them in this series, but being 1 game away from making it to MSI and denying the back-to-back reigning MSI champions from returning would be absolutely massive. But they still just need that 1 more game win to get over the finish line.
And there is just something about Doran, when there's MSI on the line, this guy just makes it happen in the clutch. Look at this! I mean, Gen.G were winning the whole game!
Look at the gold graph, look at the damage, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, eventually in the end, Canyon manages to eclipse Chovy there, but in the end...
Give me the Doran damage taken!
Yeah,
Where's that one?
The fake damage taken is pretty absurd as well. But in the end, I mean, it all comes down to that 1 team fight. They managed to take it down. No Elder required. They destroy the Nexus, and it is now match point for T1. They still need to win 1 more, but momentum is on their side. As we look to go to a short break, the space is going to break that one down afterwards, and I'm very intrigued as to what they have to say about the champions picked in this one. We're going to take that short break, and we'll see you for maybe the final game of this series right after.
여기 위치 안 걸린 것 같긴 하고. 나 가야죠.
올라가.
우리가 그냥 걸 생각하자. 나 위치 좀 볼래?
찍다 얘 찍다.
나 지문으로 나갈게. 지문으로 나갈게. 궁 어쩌? 야 센스 나와봐. 센스 나와봐.
매도풀.
나와. 애니플 있다.
우리 아래.
괜찮아 돼.
얘 주자 있다.
괜찮아. 쉐이스.
좋은데?
바텀 이거 잡아. 라인 잡아. 잡아야 돼. 멜 없어.
멜 노플.
바텀.
얘들아 멜만 노플. 메일 전에 둘 다 노플이야. 둘 다 노플.
확인. 나 바꿔야게. 나 공대거든. 바텀 와줘야 해. 바텀 깨야 돼. 바텀 가. 이거 나 혼자 안 돼. 나 네네. 몸 넣어도 돼요. 나 이거 따고 볼게 있어 나. 그 스택 타는 것만 줘니까. 얘멜 띄운대. 멜 갈게.
멜 노플.
멜 봐봐 멜. 천천히 하자. 둘이 잡아.
멜 잘 막겠다.
바텀 끝나.
확인. 나 진짜 갈게.
갈게 몰래. 끝내자. 바텀.
좋다.
나이스.
대전, 멋진 도시죠. 곧 치열한 승부가 일어날 곳이자 팬들을 위한 축제가 열릴 이곳에 제가 직접 이곳 대전에 왔습니다. LCK의 빅팬으로서 지난 결승전과 같은 성공적인 행사를 위해 직접 뛰면서 곧 다가올 팬페스타를 위해 대전을 자세히 알아보기로 했습니다. 먼저 대전을 느끼는 게 중요했죠. 음식부터 여러 명소들까지 이 도시의 생명력, 활력을요. 대전하면 또 빵이 유명하지 않습니까? 일단 맛있더라고요. 그리고 긴 답사 끝에 최적의 장소를 찾았습니다. 더 만전을 기하기 위해서 혹시 모를 여러 가지 상황들과 디테일을 하나하나 체크하면서 장소를 둘러봤습니다. 그리고 이런 상상을 해봤죠. 만약 이 아름다운 탑 옆에 티모가 있다면, 아니면 대전의 상징 꿈돌이가 티모 모자를 쓰고 있다면 어떨까? 그런 행복한 상상을 해봤죠. 정말 아름다울 겁니다. 그렇게 다녀와 보니까 알겠더라고요. 팬분들이 원하는 게 뭔지, 그리고 팬페스타에 어떠한 정성과 준비를 쏟아야 좋은 팬페스타가 만들어지는지 말이죠.
Life on the wild side gets so lonely. Wanna sing a lullaby to someone new. I must have lost my hand last night. You're on my mind. You're on my mind. You are standing right in front of me, baby. Living out our lives in this fantasy. I'm starting to see so clearly. You're the best thing that I've got. Yeah, I'm sucking energy from someone else. Don't wanna fake it all by myself. You are standing right in front of me, baby. We are living life right out of this memory. I'm starting to see so clearly. You're the best thing that I've got. I feel it all over. It's real. I thought I told you. These dreams will come closer, and I give you closure. Make your peace and dry your eyes. Hope you haven't. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the stone.
The rain is indeed coming down here in Wonju, just like all the damage, the shock blasts that were blasting on through, the Senna auto attacks, and ultimately, after a war of attrition, T1 find a way to get the victory here, despite the fact that Genji had so much damage, and they are one win away from returning to MSI.
Yeah, I mean, it was like really close series. I mean, these gigantic long series. I mean, starting off with the draft, I think the Doran did pull off the counter pick from the top lane. It paid really off, and flex pick for the Sion.
Personally, I really like the Jace because I felt like nobody really plays Jace jungle after Jace nerfs. He got really heavy nerfs. But I feel like Canyon found the build that is Voltaic Cycle Sword. I know some people did it in solo queue, but it felt like the damage in mid lane game was insane. And all Senna had to care about is that Jace poke. And then if Jace is a flex pick, that allows you to pick Zahen, which was also a big problem for T1 this game.
I mean, I think Sion was not a flex pick. I think they just knew that it's just good into any. So I think they just decided to just play it in mid lane. That's how I felt. And I think highlight one is all about the why Sion is good into any, because of you can actually do something more than any, because like you pick any to be proactive in the early game, but I think Faker Sion had so much moment into the bot lane.
And part of it is also because I felt like when any plays against Sion in the mid lane, normally anyone wants to bully you out. But how are you gonna bully out Sion? It's just not possible. He has way too much HP. He can stack some of that magic resist. He's way too tanky, so then any T-burst has way more value. Also, there's a nice interaction with Sion and any T-burst. You can always push it away with Yuri.
Yeah, and because of Faker's play,
the drive.
Because of the Faker's play, I think that Mel pick from Genji didn't really work out, because I think they meant to pick Mel to punish Senna bot lane, but I think Faker having so many moments by himself made Genji bot lane really hard into the situation. And also had a great synergy with the Wukong in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest point is like you can just take 2v2 any single time with the Senna ulti especially. I think that allows the map. You can actually help bottom, you can help mid, you can also help top. Playing around objective, it was really easy.
Yeah, we said in the pre-show, these guys have shared a lot of the same champion pool, but we know how big their champion ocean is. Where is the pick going to come from? And it comes from Faker with the Sion. However, we had another flex pick. It was that Jace. And let's take a look at that damage, because it was ridiculous. It was so much damage there by the Jace. Yes, he's got the big target of the Sion to hit, but he was constantly finding Pays and ruining any setup that T1 had.
But you know what? It makes so much sense, because you could see in mid-late game, Pays couldn't breathe. Every single time he got hit by Jace QE, he couldn't even walk up. I mean, the Jace was doing so much damage, and I feel like Canyon is one of these guys that can pull it out and be comfortable enough to actually lead the game and to snowball the game. Because normally in team fights, it's really hard to play Jace against Wukong, but Canyon made it work.
And this is the highlight from Jace jungle, by the way.
Just one.
Just
one shot.
This one skill shot from Jace made the Soul Drake for Genji, and that's all we need to see. That's how Jace jungle works.
Yeah.
Hit the spell, and you get the objective.
I mean, I can't even blame Pace, because he was dodging more than 20 times, but there was only one time he got hit by, and then they have to lose the Drake.
I think you have to give some credit to Canyon, as he had so many melee champions in front of him, right? You have that Sion, you have that Olaf, you have that Alistar, but somehow he was finding Pace in these fights.
So I felt like T1 was struggling to find the angle even before the team fight, so I thought it was in the Genji favor.
Yeah, and here we go, the final fight here. It starts off with the Elder, and it's a good look for T1, but they don't have enough damage to follow up, plus you lose your Wukong, and they still have their jungler to 1-for-1.
Well, there was a little bit of a small mistake from Doran as he gets Poppy ulted away. So even though this fight, I think, happened really one-sided towards T1 if Doran gets his ult off in time, but he fixes it in the next play, Huni.
But now the advantage on the Genji, though, Genji has the TP, and I think it was really just only one window that Doran can look for.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I mean, from the draft, like, he didn't actually win the lane, but he farmed for this, like, this moment. The 45 minute in the game, he was farming. He knew that, like, sure, Olaf is, you can't lane dominate anymore, not used to. But against this type of a team comp, you're playing as Annie, you're playing as Jace, Poppy, Mel, Zahen, no one can stop this guy.
And I feel like I had a concern in this draft a little bit for T1, because they were really heavy on physical damage. And it felt like they were on a timer, especially after that Mountain Soul. It felt like maybe Kin kind of outscaled. But I feel like the Olaf and the Senna really stepped up big time in teamfights late game.
And I think, again, it was again T1 with the clutch play. I think it was just only one angle, only single one window that they could look for. And it was 40 minutes in the game, fighting for Elder, and it was just T1 making another crazy play into the late game.
And there was awareness there by Doran as he didn't recall. He found that space on the bottom side of the river. And you could see, he was like, do they see me here? No, it looks like the TP's still coming in. Do they see me here? I know they're going to have blue buff warded, so it's go time once I turn that corner. And it was just enough damage to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, Chovy did interview released in this morning. The T1 comfort zone, we have to be careful when it's a behind. This game, They were down so, especially it was a mountain, and they found a comfort zone. It's crazy.
But I still trust in Gen.G as well, though. I think even though they had the rough game in the game 3, I think they still have some fundamentals that they can play through. So I feel like them having a first pick again in the first selection means that they still have to plan against T1.
There's so many stars on that Gen.G roster that have the ability to carry. How are they going to divvy up the draft? What is left up in Chovy's sleeve? It is going to be such a fun task to try and figure this one out. And again, what is at stake here? It is Gen.G, the back-to-back MSI champions, trying to find their way as the second seed, not the first seed, the second seed. Whereas T1, they've gone 4 times in a row, looking to make it 5 in a row, and win MSI, where some of these guys on this roster who've won world championships haven't had the opportunity to do that. That man on your screen, the king of Gangwon-do, it was Beryl who called the 3-1 T1.
He did.
He might have the opportunity to still do that, but Gen.G, they have been one of the most dominant teams across League of Legends over the last 3 years. Will they continue it here with one more life left to go? Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 4.
Make it 5! Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 3. And yes, we are here for match point for T1 as they look to punch their ticket to Daejeon. And one thing that Daejeon said really stood out to me, and that was these teams are going in as second seed. And I'm just kind of terrified for everyone that's in like the MSI play-ins, because this is going to be a tough task. It feels like we're kind of sending another first seed. Because these two have been to the last, 3 MSIs together, you know?
Yeah, it certainly does feel that way. T1 end up on blue side again here with this choice here of Gen.G of the first pick. So we'll see what they want to do with this in this draft as we get very, very deep into Fearless. A lot of people do prefer the counter pick, but not Gen.G in this situation. So it makes you wonder what that first pick they're really gunning for is ultimately going to be. When Engage is starting to become a premium, that could be something that they've got their eyes on.
Well, Varus going to be taken away second here. The Rise is the notable ban that has not been taken just yet. And Gen.G, will they be banning that away? Do they want to get themselves a Karma? Or do they take away the Karma here and allow these Engage supports to sort of roam free at this stage?
Interesting, some of the picks have been really high prio in the LCK regular season. Obviously, the patch has changed, but I was going to say Caitlyn and Jarvan are picks that have been largely overlooked throughout this weekend and are coming in as these late bans. I was thinking maybe those were the sort of picks that Gen.G would opt to prioritize coming out of this draft, but not going to be the case. Karma, though, left available here for Gen.G to take if they want it.
Ezreal up and available as well, and I think that it is somewhat dangerous to go for this. You can lock Karma and then get either Sivir or Ezreal, especially with the Jarvan banned away. That makes a bit of sense, and that's what they're going to go for here. But it is dangerous. We've seen Karma's really run into some issues when there's a champion that wants to roam over the other side of the rift.
Now imagine if T1 were able to get Misfortune Nautilus and then on 3 get Jarvan or any variation of that. The Jarvan's banned. I think that's why Gen.G predicted this was going to happen. If the Rise ban goes through to get the Karma, they don't have to worry about the Jarvan. But we'll see what gets picked here for T1, because if you go for that Misfortune, it creates a lot of other holes in your draft. And instead, we're seeing the Gnar with the Vayne fearlessly banned here, feeling like a great blind pick for Doran. We'll see what comes with this, as it looks like T1 are opting not for the bottom lane, but instead for the top half.
Something that was banned in the previous draft was Owner's Nocturne, which is potentially on the cards. Not sure if they want to prioritize it here and now, but a potential option, and it looks like they will go for that.
That's going to be the choice. This was a difficulty a couple of days ago, but we know that Owner is pretty phenomenal on this champion, regardless of one game's play. And let's see, Gen.G not going to have that Ezreal denied. They can go for the Karma Ezreal if they would like to, or they can focus on getting some counters out onto the map, as Karma can pair with a lot of different things that are still up and available. There's been a lot of weird stuff picked in the AD carry role, as Canyon thinking about the Xin Zhao. So Xin Zhao Karma, I think it's phenomenal combination.
Yeah, it's just going to be the Xin Ezreal. You could have considered a Sivir, but you really don't have to right here with how much power there's already packed into this bottom duo. The response here is an interesting one, because if you go for your top side lock-in, it means that you can do something that's good with the Nocturne. But again, we've already talked about Faker's Aurora and how we don't expect him to play it.
Maybe the Lissandra is an option here.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a safer blind one, maybe.
You have the bans afterwards, so you can kind of... And it's already so late and fearless that a lot of these mid laners have been trimmed away, so I think they can make sure that the solo laners have a good lane. We'll see how much priority they put towards Faker or Doran in terms of these bans.
Yeah, few options, as Keen has had a lot of things that he's liked to play into the Gnar. I'm kind of expecting that he probably wants to just play Renekton, like kind of everyone. But we've seen Twisted Fate in the top side of the map and could be used as a flex pick as well for Gen G if they would like to. Although they will be locking in both of their champions at the same time, so things should be a little bit face up.
Nautilus, I think, has to be banned by Gen G here, as the Sylas ban is great for the Gnar.
Oh, that's such a good read, actually.
Yeah.
There's some amazing ults.
It almost looks like you could see Ryu's reaction to that.
Like, dang it.
A little bit frustrated, but they were able to read that one. Nautilus feels so good with T1's draft. Because
I think Lulu as well is kind of absurd.
Yeah, those two, because you can make a Lulu scaling lane there. Nautilus allows you to just chain the CC together. And ultimately, they'll ban Sivir instead, which is quite interesting.
I think maybe scared of a Sivir Yuumi that we've seen sometimes that can sort of just survive the harass with the sustain from the Yuumi, the spell shield, and scale up to be pretty monstrous with this team composition. They end up taking that away. There is still the Ashe Seraphine on the cards. So I wonder if Gen G are at all concerned about that.
There's that TF that we were talking about, and I'm actually assuming that that is a Keen ban. I think we've seen TF into Lissandra in the past.
T1 we're like, are they going to ban mid or ban top? And they're kind of hitting both bases.
Yeah, exactly.
Both of those picks could go in either lane.
Yeah.
Yep. Dudu, of course, making the Sylas into Gnar famous this season, as it has been used in the past as well.
I mean, there's potential for a lot of different things to come out here for Keen in the top lane.
I think this is because the Nico Nocturne combo is so threatening, and obviously they're playing the Ezreal relatively safe AD carry, but playing into Lissandra Nico Nocturne is just nightmare fuel, literally.
I mean, I think that Gen G could still play Renekton. It's a little bit tricky here. There's obviously the ability to play Tristana, which we've seen in the past, which gives you an additional AD carry threat. And I mentioned it earlier, they left the Nautilus up. So
I think just MF Nautilus, yeah.
Yeah,
you're right.
It is definitely something I expected to see banned, and we didn't see that. We saw the Sivir, then we saw the Nico. They pivot, and it's going to be Inara Lulu.
All right, well, Chovy has your Lulu. If they do want to pick it away, that's going to be where it has to go. I don't know whether that is going to be the case.
I don't think so.
And Faker has had a lot of experience with Lulu mid, as it's still one of his most played champions, even though it's fallen out of the meta a very long time ago. He did have to play it many, many times. That's the Aurora that you were talking about. But that's a gangplank.
Keen is one of the picks we've seen from Keen and
they lock it in!
Keen and Keenan are the two players in our region who love to play this into the Gnar more than anyone else. It gives you a lot of extra scaling damage and a global threat.
Just makes it so hard to sort of skate around the battlefield as a Yunara as well.
But also gives a second very real threat to Gen G. So regardless of what their mid pick is, there's so much single target focus from T1, and you're going to have the Gangplank as a second target you have to take down who has those oranges to cleanse on Lissandra ult, for example. They go for the Ahri, not a matchup that typically you would see picked into the Lissandra, but we have seen it was specifically Lissandra Nocturne played into Zekka's Ahri earlier this weekend, and he managed to evade a lot of the threat quite effectively.
In this meta, I'm never a fan of Zilean. If you res your AD carry dies a second time every time. We've seen Zilean work well, I think, in solo lanes and in other places with different drafts than this one. I wasn't really buying into that hover. I think always
it was always going to be Lulu, and
yeah.
Keria wanted to, give the fans a little bit of hope that he was going to play one of his weird things, but that's just not going to happen.
I mean, with Nocturne on your side, and the fact that this lane is incredibly powerful, it's just such a brain dead choice. Like, anyone could make this choice. Everyone would make this choice. Not saying that Keria is brain dead because he made it. I mean, anyone could make this choice. And Keen on this GP gives you a little bit of extra explosive power, but it is also a pick that can be vulnerable into this comp and can be pushed on in side lanes by this Nocturne. I like T1's draft more. I think they got a lot of meta picks here that work really well together, and Gen G kind of found some answers that aren't that convincing, but at least they found some answers to what T1 put together. But T1's draft is proven, and Gen G's is not.
I think in terms of the cohesion in team fights, T1 definitely have it, but I'm a little bit concerned about you have a Nocturne into a Xin Zhao, going to have more early pressure. You're playing into Ezreal Karma, you're playing into the GP, the Ahri. I feel like the early pressure is there for Gen G. Can they snowball that into an advantage that will win them the game?
Yeah, I do think that there is a winning lane in top lane for T1, but outside of that, it should be a lot going in Gen G's way, unless Faker can get the better of Chovy, who kind of self-counterpicked himself in this one. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for T1's match point. Gen G, they can take us to Silver Scrapes with a victory here. T1, they could just punch their ticket to Daejeon right now and be our second seed, meaning that our first seed from regular season would be the first one going, and then our second from the regular season will also be going. There's something nice about that, I guess. But Gen G not wanting to go out without a fight. As now Canyon walking up towards Ona here, steals away the Raptor camp, gets level 2, and sends Ona packing.
What did Ox just say? Early games in Zhao, going to feel pretty good in the Nocturne.
Yeah, completely cuts Ona out of this portion of his jungle, and Ona's going to immediately make his way up to match, but he's already behind in tempo quite significantly. And my concern right now isn't really for Ona. It's for T1's bot lane, who might end up getting pushed on the tower. They're cut off from their jungler. Could we end up seeing a potential level 3 dive come in? We've seen it before plenty of times this LCK season.
It certainly could happen. And they set it up with a level 1. They cleared the ward. They did everything right. They had all full information about what T1 was starting here, so they knew they could find and interact with the Nocturne and set up for that potential dive here. Level 2 reached for Ruler and Duro on the bottom side as they continue to stack this massive wave up. Owner is going to, like you say, be able to cross-map here and try to get something back, but he will not be here for any potential defense. It's still, early game, it's still, heal and barrier available for Pays, so it looks like they're not going to opt for this, but did dare to wonder.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some level 1s, some Ezreal Karma just completely blow out the lane, and I think the fact that Pays and Carry are doing okay in the 2v2, even though they are being pressured, does mean that we're not going to see that early dive, but definitely a scary situation to be in with the prospect there.
Yeah, you can see King getting pushed in towards his top side. It's not fun in the early levels, absolutely, but can certainly get better as the game goes on. It's more about the scaling for the Gangplank rather than anything else, and the impact that your ultimate can have globally as this game goes on. As Carrier going to get poked down here by Gen G, and this has been afforded to them by Canyon. That one play around the Raptors gives them full bot lane control.
Just trying to bide his time here in the early parts of this matchup. Start to get a few more points in his abilities as...
Nice job. Wow. They're going to connect there. Electrocute goes off for Chovy. And Faker not dead just yet, but is certainly under a lot of pressure here. As Chovy's sidestepping so many of these Qs very, very nicely as well.
Canyon was ready to do something on that play, but instead he's just going to look to start these Raptors up and continue the jungle dominance.
Ona has no smite.
Yeah, so Canyon should be able to take this one if he would like to. There it is. Smite does come on through as the heal comes down. Polymorph is in. Canyon is going to do the walk maneuver.
Greater heals there. The movement speed allowing Canyon to get away after stealing those Raptors. So he's feeling pretty good. And would you believe Ona going straight to Canyon's Raptors in return?
Well, that'll do it. Should be able to take those ones down. Keen is looking a little worse for wear, but he gets the cannon. So honestly, what more could you want?
You know, it's interesting because there was definitely a resurgence of Gangplank when Death by a Touch came into the game. The trading power of that rune, really extreme on the back of the parlay, but obviously has been nerfed a good amount since it was released and now doing magic damage, but Keen just opting for the grasp in this situation.
Yeah, I do think that it works a lot better too when you're playing against a melee champion. And
I think a lot of things do.
Yeah.
I do think that in this matchup here, you're not going to be getting that much grasp early, but Canyon's going to cover this top side and should be able to put Owner down here.
Yeah, Owner really wanted to stop the back. He did do that. But Keen is obviously able to teleport back in whenever he would like to. Meganar is going to be hit here by Doran. as that is a lot of damage onto Pays. Mystic Shot's landing, but he's also able to turn it. Barrier, the flash, and Ruler's just dead! Nothing he could do, and he opted in for that!
He arcane shifted forward, and the thing with this Ezreal Karma, you have poke for days, you have the harass, but when you get caught in to a full all-in, there's minions in the way, the passive is stacked up for the Inara, you don't have as much sustained damage. With your Q's not there, what can you do?
Yeah, when the Q is up for Pays, the sustained damage isn't there. The base auto damage isn't there for the Ezreal, where it is absolutely there for the Yunara. You never win those, especially because the Lulu also has more consistent damage than the Karma when those abilities are on cooldown. And a massive, massive misjudge there for Ruler and Duro. And Pays is the kind of guy who will opt into those every time. If you're not sure, Pays absolutely is. He's got a call in his inventory. He gets first blood.
And this was also a point of power that Gen.G had to manufacture in this game. And for an unforced error to push that back in T1's favor without them needing to invest anything more.
Just a punish
means so much.
A punish attempt on the root. You know, it's so rare to get a root onto a target like this. And I think Ruler was just like, I don't know, he just fully instinctually was like, well, I punished that. And then instantly just realized, I think, that he had made a huge mistake.
All the minions in the way as well, not only blocking the Mystic Shots, but also you just taking minion damage on top of it. Just not the best play from Ruler, and gonna put this lane in a pretty rough position because now tier 2 boots completed for Pays. Having early tier 2 boots into a skill shot heavy lane feels so good.
Not to mention you stack your Q so much faster with the Greaves here for Pays.
Yeah, and if you look in comparison, Ruler doesn't even have a Sheen, which is a big factor in getting those favorable short trades.
Now Cannon Barrage is going to try and thin this wave out for Keen. I think was worried about a potential dive opportunity. Faker going to get spotted moving over towards Canyon now. Chovy obviously able to follow as the Claw gets Faker out of there. And Owner is not really interested in contesting this, although T1
S6 now
moving their bottom lane up, and now the Paranoia comes in, and Canyon's just dead. No level 6 available, and he's just going to die.
This was so well played by T1. They know they can slow this down. Cannon Barrage is used defensively on top, so they don't have it for the fight. Owner is calculated. The team rotates over at the exact same time he's finishing that buff to hit 6 to ult in, and now he's going to secure this dragon.
And I think in Canyon's mind, he's constantly trying to keep Ona down by denying him camps, but every time it happened, Ona just slinked over to Canyon's jungle and took some himself.
Oh, Doran taking a lot of damage here from Kane, and the trial by fire is dangerous. The parlay's not enough, and the is Gen.G able to get a kill over to Ruler, which is also so important to bring him back into the game. Oh, and now Chovy looking for an angle. Self-ult from Faker will keep him alive. Get that health bar back up again, but ulti's now traded between mid laners as well.
It's a nice influx of gold. Keen getting to push the tower in, getting a plate, the kill going to Ruler. But more than anything, I feel like that kill is just a big morale boost for
I was going to
Gen.G.
say, the vibes gained back is certainly more important.
Absolutely. Owner here is going to be looking to take these grubs away. Doran isn't here to defend, though.
Yeah, Uro on the flank. Just wrapping around, looking for Owner, who still will get snared. When becomes lightning, he's going to be eaten by the spell shield, though.
Yeah, the backup not quite there for Gen.G. They force Owner away, but respecting the fact that Carrier was moving in and Faker was on the map while Chovy was resetting. We'll get the replay.
Look at this Owner on the left side here. Faker gets out. They're buying time because Carrier and Pays have prior and rotate over. Level 6 is here for Pays. It's an easy call to make to commit both ultimates there, blow up the jungler, and the fight is won. There's no way that Ruler can make a longer fight happen there. Here, Doran going a bit too far forward, finds himself on the wrong side of this barrel.
Yeah, he hops in and then he wards the brush after Keen has switched brushes. So does manage to make his way out initially, but then the true shot takes him out.
I think he was trying to hit Faker, because he hit Faker in mid lane as well, and then was very shocked when he managed to also kill Doran.
High value, you know, just fire it up through the middle of the map. If you hit, you hit.
Not bad at all. We're going to say calculated, even though now we know officially that it was kind of an accident as Cannon Barrage goes down. Faker comes in, though, and Keen going to need to eat a lot of damage. He does! Doran's dead, and Keen stays alive! It's a solo now.
Where did he be?
What?
Why would he do that? Term is up! Faker, what was that?
What? Huh? Oh, he tried to... Did he try to flash? and press TP instead.
That could be it. That could be it. I'm going to go with that could be it.
I'm unsure. I think we can all agree that is not what he wants to happen.
Well, yeah.
All of a sudden, this is a game state where Gen G have pulled ahead in gold. Chovy picks up a kill. Keen already got one earlier. He defends the dive there. And all of the advantages for T1 are washed away. Outside of the Dragon, of course, which is permanent, but a bit bizarre here is the turret ramp is what really starts to do them in.
Yeah, I mean, the instant response from Keen with the ult, and then he has the oranges for the fear. There's no ult from Faker. So initially, the Gnar goes down.
I think he just thought that was his best chance of getting out. There's no way he was trying to flash there. That wouldn't make any sense.
I don't know. It feels to me like if he just keeps walking.
The walk strategy seemed promising there.
Yeah. I think it must have been an unforced error, unfortunately, there for Faker.
I mean, you can't cancel TP, not for a long time, so once it's pressed, you're just a sitting duck.
Yep. So, Gen G now with a slight gold advantage, but I feel like both teams, there's been some mistakes. I feel like the pressure of this series has been getting to both of them. Ruler with the miscalculation in the early game, Faker with the weird teleport in the top lane. No one is infallible in this series so far, and this is not a large lead by any means. And I'm looking down at the champions that are ahead. And Yunara being 700 gold up is a scary prospect, as Chovy going to look for Faker here, but doesn't find the orb.
It's scarier when you consider that she'll, in 13 minions' time, have a Cole's worth of gold advantage additionally over Ruler to push him up to 1,000. So, very, very strong Yunara. A lot of great setup.
Scary now, though, is Keen has got Essence Reaver, so mana problem's no longer a thing. He can just trade heavily with Doran. He's approaching that level 13 big GP power spike. And at this point, he can just walk up to him and spam Q, and there's not much Doran can do about it.
Yep. This is where the matchup sort of turns, and you're probably sitting at home, you're like, oh, well, why did he pick this? He's just been like, you know, getting pushed in lane over and over again. Well, this is why, as now Faker in a lot of trouble, takes the claw, gets to safety, and does have now a lot of his health bar missing.
Yeah, you are Lissandra, so you're inherently somewhat safe with your ult and your claw, but he doesn't have TP, so having to back here is really going to hurt, especially with this dragon spawning right now. It looks like we're going to have maybe one dragon apiece here. See the back of FaZe right now as Canyon starts this dragon up, and Gen G get a huge win here as Faker was concerned about Prio on the dragon, and he found out he didn't have it.
Oh dear. This is not where you want to be backing, as Owner is on a ward and is therefore going to be interrupted. That is going to guarantee that this dragon goes over to Gen G. As teleport back to the top lane from Doran, they are not interested in looking for that one. True Shot Barrage is not going to quite find the interruption there onto FaZe. And it is going to be a Ocean Soul. I kind of felt like that was what was going to happen. I believe the first two Drakes, yeah, Infernal and Hextech. So they're very cool ones.
Hey, look at all the items that just came through that would have been nice to have.
Yeah.
For that dragon is the Hex Plate, the Kraken Slayer, and the Ardent Censer are all bought as the dragon is taken.
We're kind of learning why they didn't decide to fight for that one.
Yeah.
The wallets were a little heavy, needed to get to the shops before they really wanted to make anything happen. Level 11 here for Doran, as Faker is able to get himself away from this outer turret in the bottom lane. And a bit of a park in mid lane. Ruler obviously wanting to hit that Manamune spike as soon as possible. And there will be a moment, even though the Ezreal is 1,000 gold behind, where he will be stronger than FaZe. And we'll see whether Gen G can leverage that.
Potentially. If he hits that 2 items and this lead is maintained, then yeah, that can be a point where you're stronger. But if FaZe pulls ahead further...
Yes. If he then kills all of Gen G and buys an Infinity Edge, I would say that FaZe would be then ahead.
You know what? I would agree.
But sometimes it's good to point out the obvious, though.
I think there's more to it than which items the AD carries are holding. It's how the fights are set up, who has vision.
It's not the items you have, it's how you use them, Wolf? Is that what you're
it's
saying?
how your teammate sets you up to use them when you're the AD carry, because sometimes you don't get to do anything on your own. You have to be given some help, as that was a great charm. Chovy's been popping off on this pick into a counter pick.
Yeah, that is probably a dead Duro. Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
So just in case Duro wanted a flash, he probably would have died anyway, but just in case he wanted to, he didn't get a chance.
No.
Flash polymorph from Carrier. They're like, we are killing this guy no matter what. And definitely ensured that one.
Absolutely did. That is going to mean in 23 seconds time that T1 will have control around this Herald. I do feel like it was perhaps a little bit of an overinvestment as Keen is going to get ulted and then presses oranges.
Yeah, that was pretty bizarre as well there.
He is not the target that you want to hit with a Frozen Tomb. Let's just say that.
Yeah, a lot of resources expended from T1, and now we have the Herald up and available. Your Lulu doesn't have Flash. You're down 4 ultimates. And they're the big ones, actually, because even though Gnarl is big, it has like a tiny cooldown, so you can kind of spam it. So I think T1 not going to be able to contest this Herald at all with how many they've expended.
And not to mention the barrage means that Keen can use it without even joining the fight. And because he has TP, he can join the fight, but he can make an impact without that.
Yeah, Genji should be confident here.
Yeah, and I mean, Faker does have teleport, but Keen has Cannon Barrage. So if T1 are going to try and walk through this choke, they could have cannons.
I like this choice. Pays has made the right choice. He's just going to keep pushing with his cannon wave here to try to get some plate damage done. And he won't be able to do what a Herald does, but he can do a little bit.
I think a big factor is T1 posturing just to make sure Genji did group up so Pays does get access to the tower. If you just don't send anyone a Herald, they'll just have people in mid defending, as they do now.
Oh, Canyon.
The ult back up, by the way.
As the ulti plays a little bit of Nocturne tennis as he does flash his way over the wall, but the eye is going to get taken here by Keen. He's fighting against Pays, but Carrier's there to back him up. I have a feeling that this gangplank is not going to live, and he is going to go down. That is going to be the kill onto Doran, though, as now Faker is in a lot of trouble buying time, but it's a double for Ruler. He finally goes down, though, as Chovy looks for the angle, but doesn't find it, and Pays kills the rest of them. Quadra kill for the Inara.
This huge cleanup from the 80 carry of T1. 7-0-0 now on the Yunara, and Genji in shambles after that fight. T1 didn't contest the Herald because they didn't have the ults, but the aftermath, as they came up, they saw a window and Pays was unleashed.
I'll take late game win condition coming early for 700, Alex. 7-0-0.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of manifested this. I don't want to take responsibility, but I do feel like we should be a little bit careful.
Initially, it looks like the teleport timing here and the angle for the teleport is super disjointed, and that T1 have really misjudged this situation. But when you look at how the fight breaks out here, Faker buys a bunch of space, but Pays is alive, and Faker, as he dies, does so much damage that Pays is ready to go in here and finish it off. Flashes over, has the barrier, and knows he has the damage, and there's just not any outplay opportunity here. Nice try comes through from the Arya and the Karma, but he just cleans it up a Quadra, and this guy just keeps doing this.
Yep.
He keeps getting the Quadras, he keeps getting the Pentas, he waits for his moments, and he seizes them well.
And you know, Doran and Faker, Doran getting a 3-man ult in that choke, and then Faker following up, doing all that damage to set it up. T1 in a winning position right now, but still looking to set up for this dragon, and Genji trying to approach.
Yeah, see whether Genji have some fight left in them. Cannon Barrage back up and available. In fact, every ultimate is there apart from Doran's. His Boomerang also running away. Pays taking a lot of damage here as the Rift Herald. They catch him! And they catch him! Carrier in trouble as well, as he will be taken out by Canyon. And he has the Crescent Guard there as well. They take out the turret. Faker with the self-ult, but he'll just be taken out as look at all this essence that Chovy's built up from all of these kills. And T1 throw it all the way back to Genji.
We've had caster curses, but I feel like this was a player curse.
Yeah.
I did
not up so well.
I did not take responsibility for this one.
That was a player curse.
You know what?
Right
Maybe
there.
we shouldn't say anything. Maybe we should just say commentary noises. So we can't be blamed for anything.
He was the one who got the kills. He was the one who looked infallible. He was the one who had the great judgment. They had the angle, though. The late Herald drop, and he just completely gets...
Wait, oh no.
Oh, not able to get that, but that is Ruler that locks it down. Canyon was walking to the top lane.
If he'd stolen that, would have been pretty insane. But yeah,
watch Pays.
The thing is, he ults, but he got slowed going into it. So even with the dash, you can't get out. And then he was just already dead, basically before Chovy touched him, but he just finishes him off.
The Essence Flux was on him when he got hit by the True Shot Barrage as well. Just everything was lining up.
You know, when you get 7 kills on a Yunara this early in the game, it feels great, but there is a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. And I feel like Pays maybe needed someone to say the Uncle Ben line to him.
Yeah, with great power Yeah.
Comes a target on your back, and they got a lot of CC.
Yep.
And burst damage, as we saw there from Ruler.
Well, Pays is now, you know, he's going to learn from that one. He's still massively far ahead, but he's the only one on his team with an advantage. And once again, it's Chovy is massively far ahead, and so is Pays. It's happened in the last 2 games at this stage. Last time around, though, it was T1 that were able to get the better of Gen G. We'll see whether Gen G can play it better this time to bring us to Silver Scrapes.
Now they have that third item for Pays, because until he purchased it, it was like, I have a massive gold lead, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything right now until that item is
exactly what you were talking about has occurred. Orcs as well.
Realize it is 2 items, which normally feels great, but Pays is on 3 because he got 4 kills in that earlier fight, so
yeah,
not very fair.
So I will cancel talking about the 2 item spike. For the Ezreal this time around. It's one of my favorite things to talk about as well. I'm very sad. That's okay. King going to be able to take down this outer turret in the bottom lane. Faker going to return the favor on the top side of the map.
T1, a lot of Baron control right now. A lot of vision control on the entrance to the river. Quite tempting to start this one up with this 3 item Yunara, but instead they're going to set a trap. And Gen G, like, don't take the bait at all.
You say that. Great Charm is going to connect as the Wild Growth from Carrier. That play was absurd! That is illegal. You're not allowed to do that as Keen turns up. And now the flash out. There's the Crescent Guard as Faker gets into the backline, finds the Frozen Tomb onto Keen as the Gnar comes back, but Faker is already dead. Ruler standing his ground and Pays taking matters into his own hands, but the barrel is just so big, and it's Ruler's turn to carry this time. Maybe I am allowed to talk about the item spikes because Ruler's
could be a penta.
the third as he picks up the triple. You best believe he was yelling penta, 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 but now they're yelling Baron, Baron, Baron.
They'll go for the Baron. A crazy play. It looks like Kerry was caught, but he goes for possibly the most aggressive Lulu play I've ever seen.
Always thinking about the Wild Growth on the Nocturne, but here he turns it and flash self-ults.
And then polymorphs Chovy after, so he can't ult away.
Exactly, and Owner's there to follow. But then they chase a bit deep with Faker on the Lissandra looking for the triple root here. Everybody's dashing through this cannon barrage. So much damage comes down, and then Pays again, steps forward, gets greedy, gets caught here by the barrel, and Canyon collapses through, and there's just too much damage. Owner can't escape, and now Gen G turned what was an incredible play from Carrier into a winning trade and a Baron.
My lord, this series is... And I kind of want to talk about something that you mentioned. I don't know whether you wanted to mention it on broadcast, Wolf, but you were like, this is the first phenomenal series that we've had, and it continues to deliver.
Yeah, it's like, honestly, after the first great game we had, which was game 2, I was like, well, that was the first real game we had at this whole event.
You were excited. You're like, I got my one game. I'm very happy. It's been a great
And we
season.
got a series, right? And that's good. I could walk out of this one happy, but ooh.
All right, Duro doesn't have flash, so he's very dead. It's just going to be taken out. That is going to take some of the wind out of the Gen G sails, as this Rebel Baron power play was already not exactly powerful.
So even though they will have him back up for that next dragon, he's the one who needs to be there setting up vision. So it does mean T1 can just push in and contest any of this vision in the dragon area.
All right, 34 seconds.
80 carries with massive advantages that they shouldn't ordinarily have. Like, I mean, not obviously the advantage is Pays over his opposition, but both 80 carries have more gold than
this
you're
is the thing.
supposed
You're like,
to have. They're
you're looking at it
accelerated.
and you're like, oh, Pays' lead isn't that big. He mustn't be that big. But that's because Ruler is now huge as well.
Yeah, he has Endless Hunger at 23 minutes, which is not actually natural.
Especially not when his opponent is 9-2.
Yes.
You'd think that perhaps Ruler would be a little bit further behind. That
And
is not
it's
the
a cool
case.
storyline we talked about earlier about how these players just constantly replaced each other on each other's teams, and the I don't want to say rivalry, but relationship that they have as a result of that, and probably pride that they have to want to try to defend their legacy against each other. It's very epic to see how this game has turned out, as this dragon will ultimately go over to Gen G. It's sole point for Ocean Soul, which isn't the most exciting, but is certainly something.
Yeah, even with the pick on Aduro, T1 just don't opt to prioritize it. Keep Faker up in the top lane. He didn't have TP when the dragon got started. It is up now, though. And Doran was down in the bot lane, although obviously pretty close to the dragon. So they'll just continue to buy time. The Red Bull Baron power play
is 0.
It's actually plus 52.
Sorry, it feels like 0. I don't think 52 gold is all that important. Canyon took a red buff. That's going to move it to 150. True Shot Barrage is going to stop Keria from going home, and Keria doesn't really care about that one. So not a whole lot to come from this very early Baron, as you would expect from one taken this early in the game,
I think
in this current iteration of League of Legends.
Now we have to think about which composition, as we get later and later, feels better to play, because both of these comps scale really well. You got GP Ezreal, right, and a Karma that's scaling up here, and then on T1 side, you have Yunara, and you have a Gnar who can be a threat in side lanes. I think that there's more threats for T1, which is why I trust their scaling more. I think they have more ways and more consistent options to kill Ruler, to kill Keen, to kill Chovy. And the Karma being, kind of a big shield bot isn't necessarily going to make FaZe too scared. It's more about Chovy, and he's the real one who has the extra damage, or Canyon, who could potentially get on top of FaZe if he's overextending. I think right now, even 1,000 gold behind here, this is currently a favorable game state for T1 as a result of this, but we will see how this all pans out. Arm guards here for Chovy, which gives him some extra flexibility.
FaZe is quite strong.
Yeah, I think one thing, though, is that even though T1 have a lot of ways of getting on top of the carries, Gen G do have a GP and an Ezreal, and even the Ahri has more sustained damage over a fight than Alessandra if you're getting the resets. If FaZe dies, I think T1 just lose so much pressure. These last couple of fights have gone badly for them have been because FaZe died. So all the eggs kind of feel like they're in the FaZe basket, whereas Gen G has a bit more insurance in case things go awry. It's really going to come down to that 80 carry for T1. He has to step up, get the damage down, but not step too far.
Yeah, this is the thing. He can feel that he has all of that responsibility, that he cannot let that force him into precarious positions like it did the last time around. True Shot Barrage lands on the Keria. Didn't like that. That took a lot of damage.
Shielded FaZe, though. That's a true support.
There you go. Beautiful.
This is a tense moment here, but a bit of a calm before the storm of this spawning Baron, this spawning Dragon, which would be sold for Gen G. So the IE is completed, and you can see that's a number, or rather an item above what Ruler has, but there's nothing to fight for, so it feels probably pretty frustrating for FaZe, who's the solo gold lead here for T1, that isn't able to utilize that advantage right now, and Gen G aren't going to give him that chance. We'll see if Ruler can't form up that fourth item before we do eventually get to these objectives here. He's 1,400 gold behind, but probably getting close to picking up that Shojin.
Yeah. Could be relatively soon, and that one is going to be ready. It is going to be Serpent's Fang done for Keen before he builds an Infinity Edge or anything like that, if the Gangplank would like. And
he's the reducer. He's got the healing reduction, the shield reduction.
Yeah.
If he hits a barrel on FaZe, he's got the health reduction.
Yeah, he does definitely have
We certainly have had a few, if FaZe gets hit by large damage numbers.
Yeah,
problem games
be a prominent focus point in this game.
Yeah, they're not relying on consistent CC to hit the Yunara. They're relying on consistent death to hit the Yunara.
Death is the greatest CC.
It's pretty good. Cannon Barrage is also pretty good CC as well. So I think that Keen his responsibility will be making sure that FaZe has an awkward circle to walk around in that makes him slow and does damage. But we'll just have to see how these fights are going to be set up, because Gen G, oftentimes in these moments, are very good at just building a gold lead. Right now, this 800 gold, this minuscule advantage that they've had, has been held for such a long time. And you guys were talking about scaling. I think that by the looks of things, T1 are just very happy to let this game go late and be better in team fights, because that's how they've won quite a few of their more recent games.
And it's certainly been the case. We've had a lot of comebacks throughout this tournament, and this gold lead is so tiny. But T1 have a lot of tools. They're going to have to pick their moment correctly. Speaking of, we're going to have that TP in for Chovy here as the Dragon starts to spawn. Faker will match it after buying as he finishes his back right now.
Yep, Ocean Soul on the cards here for Gen G. True Shot Barrage going to be avoided by Doran. As Kane...
Area is so important here is Wild Growth, how he chooses to use it. Does he
honestly, one barrel can be the end as FaZe goes in. There's a Paranoia as well. Cannon Barrage goes down, but not a lot of value coming from that one as Keen still able to get a lot of damage from the grave, but he will go down. And T1, can they get back in? Wind becomes lightning, Doran stays alive. And Gen G, I think they're going to have to give this one up. I don't think the game is worth one Ocean Dragon.
I don't think so.
Faker did reset, doesn't have TP, so just trying to run back over here. Pays trying to get the red buff and heal up off it.
Or didn't get a whole lot out of this Mega Gnar.
Well, he flashes,
he's doing it now.
does get a single-person ultimate, but Chovy will
here yet.
Yeah, going to help Ruler grab that kill. Now Carrier just goes down. The True Shot Barrage does a lot of work, and Faker turns up alongside Pays, but T1 have 2 dead. That's going to be the soul.
That's not what I meant, Doran, that you just get a lot of the Mega. It didn't mean you had to try to get something out of the Mega.
Despite the fact T1 get the numbers advantage, it felt like, oh
dear, they're looking for another angle. Great spell shield there from Ona. He's able to block the charm from Chovy. As Faker not quite able to find the slow from the Q. Genji slinking back towards the Baron. Teleport in from the gangplank. And Chovy looks for it again.
I mean, they're on Baron. He's just trying to keep them at bay as they finish this one off. It's down to 75.
has ultimate, though, if he really wants to go for it.
It's vision, though.
Does he have health bar? That's the problem. As Kane, these barrels just do so much damage. 4 seconds until he does have the Cannon Barrage back up, and that is second Baron over to Genji.
And I want to talk about this real quickly is...
You can take your time, I think.
Yeah, because we're going really early into this one. The wild growth usage here is great again. But when we get to the part where Doran goes in, it's not that his choice to go in itself is wrong. It's just that Pays isn't here, right? There isn't follow-up damage. They don't have their combos and tools. So he goes in, and then Pays is like...
well, Yunara without ultimate as well, like, just doesn't really do as much.
Over the wall.
If everybody was together there and the targets were a little bit lower, sure. But it just felt super forced there. And Genji were already going to get the Dragon if he doesn't do it, but then they get an extra kill. They turn it into a Baron, and this Baron looks like it's about to be way more relevant than the last.
Well, they're looking for an angle here as Canyon just presses Crescent Guard. So that is going to be ultis traded for the junglers, but also Pays. He pressed his R button. He's not going to have that for the next little while. And Genji, they take down the inner turret here on the top side in this Rebel Baron power play. This time around, it is looking like it's pretty charged up. As Faker able to take the claw to get himself to safety. They kind of wish that their inhibitor turret could have also taken the claw to get to safety because it's not looking very safe at all. Pays still doing a lot of damage as Canyon in trouble. Faker is just dead.
A charm from Chovy means he can't ult, he just goes down before he gets a chance.
Oh my goodness, and this Cannon Barrage means that there's no ability to try and follow up on anything at all. The poke damage from Genji just kind of ridiculous.
They're trying to end this game right now with the whittling down of these turrets. 3 cannon minions charged up. They just can't clear them.
Yeah,
Chovy!
and the flash from Chovy not going to quite connect as they look for Pays. He still almost dies. To Ruler is keen, wanting to get the barrels down. Doran charges up that Mega Gnar. He throws the house around, but the base is now exposed. The Nexus will just be focused here by Genji. And cue the Silver Scrapes. We're going to 5.
Such a tense game coming down those final moments. Faker tries to make the big play, tries to go in, and a charm shuts him down. It feels like T1 had what they needed to win that game. They had so much gold on Pays, but some missteps, some missed movements, the pressure getting to them, and Genji claw this back to take us to game 5.
Oh, the burst damage in those final moments between Ruler's True Shot, the barrels coming through. Pays thought he had a second lease on life with that wild growth, but he absolutely did not. And this game was so back and forth, but it did, like you say, Ox, start to seem like, hey, T1 have all the pieces in place. All they have to do is put them together and win one team fight. They failed the Dragon fight. They gave Genji some agency there. Faker tries to go for a big play, and Genji and Chovy snap the neck of T1. And you put it best earlier, it feels like this whole series is Pays versus Chovy. This game felt a little bit more like Pays versus Ruler in the kills, but the high impact plays that both of these players are making, their agency is so high right now. Feels like whoever wins this 5th game, it's gonna be one of the 2 of them that picks up POM.
Oh yeah. And honestly, like, I don't remember the last time I saw Yunara get this fed and not just win the game. But I think Yunara has found a little bit less success as this season has gone on, and we were waiting for one of these older gentlemen to step up, and it wasn't Faker this time, it was Ruler. Faker has another chance to do so as we cue the Silver Scrapes. We head to a break, the Space gonna break that one down, and then we'll have game number 5 to see who's going to MSI alongside HLE.
한번 볼 생각할게. 네. 천천히.
나 살짝 실했다. 쏠.
야, 매운 맞췄어. 나이스. 나 미칸 없는 거야.
천천히 꺼내 생각하자.
여기서 끝낼 거 보자. 나 이플 감 갈게.
매우 잘 쳤다.
나 화약통 시험 줬고. 딜러들 뭉쳐있지 말고.
대포 많아. 대포 많아.
라인 지워자 이거.
얘들아 공 언제 돌지?
내가 줄게.
몰라.
솔직히 될만해.
빠르긴 해 근데. 유나한테 한번 받고 난 빠질게 이거.
시력 좋으니까 천천히 하자.
대포로 끝내면 돼. 천천히.
한번 볼게.
포킹하면서.
잡았어.
유나 노플.
나라.
타워. 유나 노플.
천천히 해봐.
끝났다.
타워 와줄래? 타워. 나이스. 와. 나이스.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
If history was going to be written it was going to take all 5 games, whether it's Gen G heading back to MSI for the 4th time in a row to defend their back-to-back titles, or whether it was T1 toppling the 11-0 record that Gen G have had throughout their franchise history in qualifying games. It is going to take all of them as Gen G battle back against a 7-0 Yunara and find the victory here yet again. It has been crazy, guys.
I thought the draft kind of cooked because in the beginning, Gen G had the free Azure Karma in the bot lane, so I thought Gen G is gonna storm so hard all the game. But it turned out T1 has 7-0 Yunara, and I thought it's gonna be 3-1. That's how Beryl predicted, and now we see insane comeback with the Chovy Charm onto Lissandra, and now we are here for the Game 5.
And that was just amazing play by Yunara, Lulu, Keria, and FaZe, really stepping up, getting themselves ahead, and kind of making this T1 draft even stronger. But then the rest of it, that was just pure chaos!
It's super chaos, it's mind-blowing. Like, I mean, I did call off from the pre-show. T1 is looking not clean. So they might need 5 games to close the series. I did say it.
Not clean is like nice way to put it.
It is
not clean.
Very nice way to put it. As we take a look on the top side of the map, it is already 2-0 T1. You're thinking this is it. The snipe in a 1v1
team. Man, like, you're playing Nari into GP and he was already 25 CS up. Like, 70 against 45. And like
but this makes no sense.
They're hard forcing. Like, why? Just keep farming.
So,
and you know, Faker had no ult in this moment.
Yeah, I mean, for me, T1 is cooking too much. I think they're never happy with the small victories. That's the issue that they're having right now in Wonju overall. So I've seen so many times T1 could have just a small victory into the objective or macro, but they're just going fully deep. They're overcommitting over and over again, and I think that put T1 in a really hard position to like have a natural game.
Now, across series, usually you have storylines, and in each game, there's a storyline, and this is a 2-parter. This is a 7-0 Yunara. You have the 0-0-7 Lulu, so you're thinking, okay, things are going to go great. You get charmed, and it gets turned around here by Keria.
I mean, that was just beautiful, right? Keria finds the flash in, knockout, instantly polymorphed onto Chovy. So Chovy got baited, and then Faker goes in with the flank, and that looks like a great fight for T1. But then I feel like Faker focused the wrong person.
I mean, do you mean the Chovy got baited or FaZe got baited? Because he got so excited, and like he's going for more. There's a barrel nearly on top of him. And he lost the barrel fight. No one was actually able to hit the barrel for him.
Yeah, at level 13, that Gangplank barrel comes out so fast, and FaZe overheated, and they get punished, and don't necessarily lose control of it, but the dominating control that they had goes away.
Yeah, I mean, again, they were chasing too much into the Gen G's team comp, and I think they can always bounce back with the GP barrel. They just have so much damage, but they just don't have the setup, but T1 set it up for T1.
Yeah, and I just think it's so fascinating that the draft resources went to the opposite sides of the map, right? Gen G picked the strong bot lane and lose early on the bot lane. T1 put resources on the top lane and lose the top lane. Yeah. And it's those guys that are carrying. And then in highlight number 3, it all comes to a head here where it is that Yunara that's going, that's cooking. You get the early pick. And then T1 just lose their minds and go out of control, out of the order.
That's why we love T1 Circus, because they are very unpredictable and they do make the games entertaining. One thing I can say about this fight and this whole game is that please put some trust into FaZe. I feel like he was performing very well. Maybe in the previous fight he was over-eagle a little bit, but you can argue that the fight club went even better for T1 beforehand. Now this fight, FaZe is not with you. He's doing red buff. Just relax, Doran. Don't go in.
But the thing is, like, him getting charmed by Ari was also crucial because it was already 4v5. All you need to do is just wait for Lissandra.
Yeah, I mean, Keria, he just played too good. He played too good that they thought it was a sweet spot for T1. They could just wait for Lissandra, wait for FaZe, and even Nar become 1 HP. He can just TP back and play for 4v5 and then just be natural, just play the game. But they didn't.
And this time, after losing Soul, they do get punished. It was the Baron take then by Gen G. They pushed down the top side of the map, and it was the charm by Chovy after Lissandra portaled in, doesn't have the chance to Frozen Tomb, and gets punished here with this.
So it feels like this series kind of felt like Genji just driving normally, and like T1 is trying to annoy Genji, you know? And like, if you're not getting bordered by T1, then you're just driving to Daejeon. But if T1 can annoy enough the driver, then I think T1 has a chance.
For me, I think it's, again, focus on the bot lane. I feel like FaZe overall had a great games. I feel like there's so many mistakes from both teams that every game goes late game, and even this late game could have been good for T1, but they were just over-eager and they just threw the game too hard. Relax. Trust Keria. Just pace. You can play through them. They are your win con.
Yeah, I mean, just playing through win con, I think that's the main key, right? And as you said, I think it has to be more way more delicate, way more concentrated, which is like, you can't actually make this type of the mistake. You will get insta-punished because, as we call, Genji is a good team. Like, as a team, they know how to punish when you actually mistake. I mean, those are gonna be actually hard at, especially Game 5.
Now it's all down to Game 5, fearless draft. T1 choose the first pick in the first election, and now I'm kind of wondering because T1 they pick blue side more, and instead of like picking the first pick, and now they just got to pick their first pick. So I'm actually wonder what they're prioritizing in the pick, because like there must be it, right? I think it should be like around the mid jungle.
I think for me, actually, I would love to see maybe something like Ashe Seraphine. We haven't seen Ashe Seraphine yet. We haven't seen Lucian Mille. We haven't seen Caitlyn. We haven't seen Cassandra. So when you are blue side and you don't really get that counter pick, what if you, again, put your eggs into the pace bucket?
All right, it is time. Yet again, another battle between the red and gold going the distance. It is all 5 games. Records on the line that will be broken. Hearts as well, as Wonju lights up one more time with Silver Scrapes. Join us, will you? It is game number 5 with the ticket to Daejeon on the line. Let's send it back on over to the casters for the call.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 4. And as Silver Scrapes rips through Wonju here, we are just absolutely blessed with this series going the distance. Not only do we get all 5 games, but every single game has just been such a joy to watch. No idea who is going to win until a Nexus explodes. And I mean, apart from game 1. And after game 1, I was like, oh no. But then all of it has been redeemed. All of it has been saved. And it's brought us to this moment as we prepare for the draft. Right at first selection does go to T1. They have a slight advantage moving into this 5th game. But I don't know whether it's going to necessarily do anything, because I feel like they've been choosing the opposite thing and getting what they want every time anyway.
Expectations have just been subverted over and over and over again in this series. Like, there were a few people, Yankos included, said T1 3-2. They expected maybe this situation if T1 could close out the 5th and final game. But a lot of people said Genji. A lot of people didn't trust after that Friday matchup for T1. But as soon as T1 got control of this series, it also slipped away. And yes, they have that advantage in terms of the draft, but they don't have the momentum advantage. We're going into Game 5 of Fearless. So much has already been shown. They've already pulled out a lot of strategy here. And I'm wondering what's left in the tank.
Yeah, and a lot of it is about the answers to a lot of things that have been left up, right? And there's only 6 bans to start us off. I think the Orianna, obviously still going to be banned. The Varus, the Rise. I think all 3 of those need to stay on this ban list. But the Nocturne snuck through in that last game, didn't manage to get T1 over the line. There are quite a few things that have been basically permaban status. I guess the Bard as well does need to be removed. But I think there's 2 slots that are still now up for grabs, and we'll see what they're going to be utilized for.
We've also seen a lot of variation in what you're prioritizing in your first 3 picks. For most this weekend, it's been top side of the map, but we've seen a bit more bot lane prioritization here. Now you got to think, whatever you don't pick in your first 3, champion pool's already been threatened because of Fearless giving them 2 more bans, especially when you look at pools like AD Carry. They get really thin really quick.
I think this will be the series where we start, or this game will be the game where we start with AD carries. I think something like an Ashe first pick, for example, is even incredibly strong depending on what the picks are going to be. That Nautilus pick and the Misfortune lane that was considered also could be a very, very big one here in this last game. But there are also the niche AD carry picks we don't often see. The Kog'Maw, the Jinx, right? So many of those different scaling picks that could come out as the Engage gets thinned down.
And this is the thing, the Thresh, the Tahm Kench, these things are going to be used with something like a Jinx, like you're saying, are now still available, and are certainly things that Keria has utilized very effectively. Yone is the first ban, though, here from T1.
I think maybe they want to look for a potential early Azir pickup in this situation. That's what
that signals. Yeah, I think so.
And maybe Gen G just susses it out and bans that one away. But obviously first, you need to get rid of the Bard. The Orianna needs to be taken away. There's a lot of homework that when you are second pick, you need to do. And T1 might just throw that out the window and force you to only ban 3 champions and leave some of the other crazy ones. We already listed that there are 4 that have to be taken away, and T1 just may not agree to take any of them.
Yeah, I think you have to take away some at least, because I know there was the big 4, but there's also the fact that like there's Jarvan as well. Ideally, you get one of those big picks, and then they have to ban the rest.
I mean, something's getting through. It already is.
Something is getting through.
The Azir is a consideration for sure. But
Orianna needs to be banned, right?
There are still some... I think he'll probably ban Orianna in this spot. I think there are some picks that Chovy can play into the Azir and feel very comfortable, including the Sylas.
Oh my lord.
He didn't do it. They want to trade. And I think that's probably... If Faker wants to go for the Azir, you get Orianna +1. You get Orianna Jarvan, by the way.
Yeah.
And I think that's something you're very happy to take if you're Gen G right now.
I think the Varus ban is good because then there's potential to trade those mids with the Orianna and the Ryze. But now it's up to Gen G because they will get a double pickup.
Yeah, I think you just ban... Right now, you ban Ryze. And you say, if you want the Azir, we'll play Orianna Jarvan. If you pick the Orianna, you don't get the Jarvan. Okay, they ban the Orianna instead.
Going to be taken away. I think this is a bridge too far. I think that Faker has been so good on Orianna for the last 10 years. So I don't think that that is a risk worth taking. We've seen some teams try it this season. It hasn't worked well, but then the Ryze gets through.
Yeah.
Is it a Talia pick here for Chovy, I wonder? Oh, this is game plan, because he willingly gives this Ryze up. Instead of banning it to try to get Jarvan plus the answering pick, what is the answering pick now to the Ryze with the other choice they've made? Talia Pantheon, you know?
Victor and Talia are probably the big ones in my mind that we kind of have seen playing into Ryze and at least having a successful, the Victor in particular, successful early game.
Wait.
Canyon wasn't kidding.
It's locked in. Okay, so this is a flex.
Yep.
Right? And we don't know whether it's going to be Keen, whether it's going to be Canyon. We know that Canyon is the best Nidalee player in the world, probably, or at least the most famous.
If the Renekton is locked here, then we'll know. But I don't know if they locked it.
No, we won't.
There's not a lot left available, I feel like, to pick into the Renekton other than just taking a tank. So, they slam it. It makes a lot of sense. I think for here, for Doran, you're probably just taking a tanking into this. There is Cassante and Ornn. Those would be the safe options.
I mean, Owner has played a lot of Talon in years past where he's meta. He hovers it a lot. Now the crowd got excited about it, but I won't.
Yeah, I'm trying not to
here. The Fury makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. I think the Fury...
Dogs and cats? Dogs and cats in the jungle?
The Fury is not only that kind of remaining pick, but also into the Nidalee, you have point and click on your ultimate that can actually reach your dogs block spears, so you don't even have to dodge them. I think T1 pretty happy with what they got so far, and probably just going to pick up a top laner for Doran here. I think something safe, something that can just survive as best as possible. It's never easy to survive against Renekton Nidalee, but to me, Cassante, Ornn are the picks I would be leaning.
I vote Cassante. I think it's the safest pick here. Ornn offers you a lot of CC, but doesn't necessarily pair with his draft that well.
Or Haggis! The Doran special! Oh my lord, now Chovy locks Yasuo, and we're going to have the best game ever. Because he's playing Renekton mid, and there's Yasuo into Gragas top lane. No, it's probably not going to happen, but that would be very funny. Chovy, now we'll see what he is going to pick up here as Twisted Fate.
I'm not actually a huge fan
I don't like this.
I understand the thought process. You want setup for spears, you want roaming pressure to play through sides, but we have seen Twisted Fate struggle so much in an Neferi.
And there's not a consistent damage threat in the mid lane the same way there is a Ryze there on the other side. So
you can definitely lock him down. You can get him in position to die to Canyon. And this is not a composition built for longevity. Oh no. I know that. I lost my hair because of it. This exact combo, it was Showmaker and Canyon that were playing together when the Renekton Nidalee was locked in that series.
So now the second rotation of bans with no bot lane is picked. The pool's really going to get thinned. Ashe, Seraphine going to be taken away as a combo. Lucian was already taken away. Some of the remaining 80 carries I think are standouts. MF, Caitlyn. Caitlyn already banned. MF and Sivir I think are the two that stand out to me.
I mean, you could just ban Nautilus because that's really scary. As a setup for either of these compositions, but especially Gen G's.
Yeah, I think they need a lot of setup CC in the bottom lane, especially for Gen G, with Canyon the one that needs to be facilitated. So I would agree with you.
The Blitzcrank ban signifies potentially a Thresh lane here for Keria and Pays. I would not mind a Thresh ban here, but it does leave a lot open in terms of 80 carries.
You know, with Gen G's composition, I wouldn't put it past them to go something even like a Kai'Sa in this situation.
They match the Thresh, like I was saying.
All right.
Like, they could just pick Nautilus on 4 here, and then you can go either MF or Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa's a rough lane in the MF if they deny it, though. It's a tricky one.
I think you probably want Nautilus, and then you hope to try and pick an 80 carry that can weather whatever they pick up. That's probably what you're looking at.
I mean, Keria can play Kench here still with a lot of different 80 carries. Aphelios for Pays, Jinx. There's the knowledge band we expected. This feels really strong right now, position-wise for T1.
And so what is now the list of champions that are available? I mean...
Neeko is a standout.
Yeah,
that was
Neeko's
banned
a
last
big one.
time. Rel is available as an engaged support.
Leona, technically speaking.
Yeah, something
popular.
for setup for the Nidalee is what they're probably looking for here. But Duro is...
Even Milio as well, though, when you have a TF, you could have gone like a longer range Milio comp, and the Milio buffs the TF range. But they will just go for the MF. Not going to be able to get the MF Nautilus. But that kind of feels like one of the strongest laning picks left in the bot lane. And now for T1, how do you respond with this?
Do you just go for the scaling pick and try to weather the lane? Oh, Sivir's still up.
I think you just go Sivir, because you can spell shield the double up.
And you can play Sivir Yumi if you want to as well.
Yeah.
Sivir Neeko also feels pretty powerful as T1 round out this composition. Look,
Keria's stoked about it.
Is like, yep, they let me play it, and it will be the Rel misfortune for Gen G. This composition did come together better than I was expecting after the TF, I'm not going to lie, on the Gen G side. But I'm looking at T1's draft, and I'm feeling like this looks more like Game 2 than Game 5.
I think it's a big edge for T1. The Naafiri and the Sivir have tools of dealing with the TF threat, and the TF is going to be struggling to survive. You have an immobile backline, the TF misfortune, and a lot of threats onto them.
This
go to team fights, it feels tough, but even the early pressure, I think T1 can match a good amount.
This feels like Game 1, where T1 have the multi-threat scaling draft, and Gen G were like, they've got to get ahead early. They're going to have to hold on early. And they did. They were able to snowball that game. They were able to just destroy them and hold on to that lead and kind of maul them. And I still yet think that T1 have the better draft. I think they can weather the storm here. I think that as these games go later, they have the better win conditions. They have the easier draft to play. But we're looking at, you know, Nidalee, Renekton Nidalee here for Keen and Canyon, a classic pairing that isn't necessarily one that we associate with these two players together, but with these two players separately, they have had so many great games on these champs. The TF has always linked well with it. Gen G are on a timer. They've got to win this game early, or T1 just are too big to fail.
Yep, and it was Renekton Nidalee by Noguri and Canyon that was really the most devastating. Let's get into it. Game number 5.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Desperately, our MSI defending champions are trying to get themselves a ticket, while our world's defending champions are looking to deny it from them. It's an absolute treat here that we get game number 5, but it is still going to be such a shame that we have to say goodbye to one of these teams. I mentioned it earlier on in the day. I want to reiterate it. It's going to feel weird not going to an MSI with both T1 and Gen G there, but that is just the reality that we are in with the power shown by Harmon Life Esports.
We have had a grueling series here And I think it has led to a lot of errors. Like we saw in Game 4, both teams making mistakes, but still some clutch plays from Gen G brought us to this 5th game. That fan sign we saw during that final cheer from a T1 fan said, "I canceled my bus. Please just win. I'll find my way home somehow."
That is so good. Wait, if they lose, are they not going to be able to find their way home?
I hope they can find their way home no matter what. There's a lot of great public transportation here in Korea, so
yes.
I think they'll be all right.
They do have some options, but that is a brilliant fan sign. As it is certainly a day that could have gone a lot earlier and has certainly gone the distance. I feel so blessed that we get the full value.
Oh, it's nearly gank.
Okay, looking for the angle here as Faker
Gold card.
ghosting away, and there's the flash. Gold card to come through. The spear will connect, but Canyon not able to get the empowered pounce, but still Faker is running for such a long time. And it means that Chovy is able to have so much free time with this lane. Faker is running the wrong direction, remember?
He's going to get
so
the execute.
will not actually get the execute. Look for the... actually, no, does decide to do that. He probably could have just gone for a recall. We know, obviously, that Canyon is on his Krugs.
The thing is that I think the execute is safer, and you're only losing like 4 seconds.
Yeah.
On the
and if you
timer
do
there.
try and channel it back, you're definitely getting speared.
Yeah, so I think he took the safer option there, able to get away, and didn't even burn his flash, is the big thing. Held his flash throughout that,
yeah, just
and it ends up
ghosted.
paying off. Yeah, massive move there from Faker.
Now,
is Canyon pretty good at Italy?
Don't get me wrong, this is all great that Faker didn't have to flash, he gets away, but he's still losing a lot of power in this lane. Lost a lot of experience. Chovy is a full level up on him right now and has a wave of extra experience, or a wave of extra CS. So still a huge win for Gen G at the end of the day. Chovy expended his flash, but I think well worth it for what he got in exchange. Because he has teleport, he can take this quick back here and try to further the lead.
Yep. Keen trying to deal with Doran. We know that Doran's Gragas has been such an incredible clutch tool in the past. In fact, it was the reason why T1 lost to Gen G a couple of years back on this very journey.
Yeah, and Baze got the MVP instead, and Ox and I argued about it.
I'm still mad about it, and I think Chronicler still thinks that Paze should have got it. And I still I just hope that one day he realizes
Guys,
that
let's not bring it up.
Well, I mean, the POM vote is coming up soon.
Yeah. And honestly, Paze had a really good series, so he might be able to get it. And Doran and Paze are back on the same team again, so that conversation is relevant. Okay, Ox? It is, somewhat. It's all right, we're taking a lot of damage here. We'll get snared by Carrier. Make It Rain does stop Paze from making an entrance, but this is T1 with a lot of control here of this lane.
A lot of damage taken.
Wow, Paze is so far ahead. Kind of crazy. 2 waves? Something like that?
Plus Cull. And I think it's the power of the melee support here for Duro just kind of getting poked out by the Carrier Nico here with the Sivir clearing those waves.
Oh, Gold Card just going to be snap locked here by Chovy. Faker getting ran down momentarily, but not able to do enough damage there to really threaten him. Flash still in hand for the Rise, as even some popcorn chickens denied.
And even Canyon got the shot on the doggy.
Yeah, he is just hitting doggies with the spears. Even sets up the cannon. Thank you very much, Canyon. As Chovy just going to be able to shove this wave in as Faker does go back to base, but he is going to miss a fair bit of this wave. It is a cannon, so not going to miss all of it or anything like that. But some plate money going over to Chovy and a slight lead here for Gen G, despite how terribly things are going in the bottom lane.
So ultimately, we're a 700 gold lead for Chovy now. Before we're starting to really talk about the extra passive money that's going to be coming in. It's come in already, but it will continue to come in over the course of this game. It will get larger and larger.
Yeah,
pretty good situation here if you're a Gen G fan.
I would
agree. Think important that this is the manner they've played it out, because I feel like the 2v2 mid jungle is actually tricky. If they go for a fight after level 6, I think Owner and Faker would be in a very good spot to take it, but they haven't done that. They've gone for that early gank that set Faker behind. Chovy able to find success there with Canyon backing him up, just keeping the Rise down, because when you have double roaming ultimates on these mid laners, whoever's in a position to move is going to feel much better on their team, reap the benefits.
Well, we can see a lot of the reason why the Nidalee is picked is so that you can just really get through your jungle as quickly as possible. Owner has been very good at keeping up so far. Canyon does hit that level 6, though, as he does claim the top scuttle. And we'll now look for a little bit of a reset. We'll obviously be able to get around the jungle and hoover things up very, very quickly. But T1 not wasting any time. They are now on this dragon towards the bottom side of the map. And Canyon went for a reset and is now just looking to head towards his blue. So another very early dragon, although not as early as that one previously, will be claimed by T1 to get a little bit back against the flow of play.
Dragon secure here immediately. Not in a farm lead or anything like that, but does have the scuttle top side here to try to play through with this Renekton. In 70 seconds, those Grobes will spawn, and maybe they can get a little bit of power there. Pretty quiet early game.
Yeah. And I feel like this bodes well for T1. I see Renekton Italy, and I'm like, you want to get things done in the earlier stages. But mid-game is probably where this game is going to really take a turn. We haven't seen a Destiny Gate yet from Chovy either, so if things get a little bit weird and wonderful, as the ulti comes through from Ona, there's a Realm Warp as well. The Gate, the Destiny, has come on through, but Canyon didn't have a bounce to get over that wall, and now Carrier is the target for Chovy, and Canyon just looking to pounce his way out of there. The dagger is going to miss. And I think that Canyon is able to get the Primal Surge. The Blasco is not enough. And first blood will go to T1. And Fake is the one that claims it.
You see how as soon as Ona sees Canyon there, he's like, we can make this play. Fake is going to back me up. He ults immediately. And although the chase is extended, a big reason for that is Faker holds his flash, does not want to commit that resource because he knows they can get the kill without it. And as a result, not only does he pick up a kill to help him get back into this lane, but he remains potentially safe from a future gank with that flash in his pocket.
He's cut the gold lead in half off of that play on this Rise as the one who picks up the kill. So this is a big wrench into the gears of Gen G's early machine. And we saw Chovy try to match the ultimate there, but knew he couldn't alter that play. Saw with his Destiny that Keria was flanking there and tried to get him, but was unsuccessful, as we're going to have a potential all-in here for Keen.
Yeah, here's the Dominus as Doran holds onto the cask. Canyon looking to take down these Grubs. One of them was taken by Ono, but the rest of Gen G show up. That is going to mean that Canyon is able to secure two of them. And Dominus here getting the health bar back for Canyon quite nicely, for Keen, sorry, quite nicely, as Pei's taking a lot of damage here. Double up thrown at him as well. Ruler claiming a little bit more control now that it's a 1v1 there towards the bottom side. And in fact, the bottom lane is entirely equalized.
Well, I think you look at the items that were picked up, and Pei's got the scout slingshot.
Oh, no, not the slingshot.
And Ruler got the Vam Scepter. So when it's just a 1v1 situation, it's going to feel really good having that extra sustain. And it's only going to be amplified when you get that first item, that Bloodthirster, makes it really hard to contest MF in terms of cryo.
MF's base damages are so good too. The double up damage is great, so does end up getting a lot of power. That eats a turret shot, and that's the end of the aggression. But we did see Duro was rotating over, and there was a potential angle there to try to look for more, but they do decide not to. Rod of Ages purchased here for Chovy. This starts that timer here at 9 minutes. And we're looking for a pretty strong soul here, very likely, in this game with Ocean off the cards here. Mountain picked up, could be something very explosive in this one, so the second dragon could be quite valuable to take, especially if you are T1 to get double dragon.
Or it could just be Chemtech.
I said
it could,
likely. I said
Ops,
likely.
this is game 5. We're going to need you to lock in, okay?
I'll do my best.
Just channel what would Valdez do?
Lock in, that's what he did.
He would lock in.
After you told him to, of course.
Yes, exactly. As Chovy throws out a gold card, finds Fake with that one. Some wild cards there as well, doing some work. But Gen G slowing this game down. And it's so weird because it feels like this gold lead is entirely fake. As Gen G, kind of relying on Chovy stacking the deck in order to get that bit of extra money. So I'm going to say that this one is entirely even. Grubs over to Gen G, Mountain Drake over to T1. And in 1 minute's time, looking for a bit of an angle towards this Ocean and some daggers flying out from Ona. Canyon will be able to soften him up here momentarily, just killing all the doggos.
Yeah, good move from Ona using the dogs to block the spear. And I think Canyon is just struggling to find really the headway he wants to right now. You'd love to be invading, stealing away camps constantly, finding opportunities on your lanes to have setup, which is all three of them.
Yeah.
But so far hasn't been able to do so.
But Doran has ult, right? And he has his body slam. It's quite difficult to kill him very quickly, even if you do get that commitment. And Doran is spacing well.
He's also just building pure tank.
Exactly. It's hard to kill him for so many reasons, so that's not a lane you necessarily want to play through.
Mid lane, Faker's got so much wave clear, and he's been doing a good job of pushing Chovy back here. So he hasn't found an angle that's very clear. He hasn't found the gold card comes through, we get the kill. Outside of what happened to Faker in the very early game, even though Faker got the execute, it was successful there. But that's where the stun Nidalee spears stop.
I mean, that's the thing, is Faker now has Merc Treads and was able to maintain his flash this entire time, so just not an easy target at all. Spell Shield and the Nico Quone in the bot lane. It's a composition from T1 that gives its challenges to a Nidalee. Dragon up and available now, and Canyon just coming out from base, so T1 will be starting this up.
Yeah, I feel like Gen.G have kind of just been off-tempo for these Dragons so far this game. Or maybe just not that interested in it, as Duro just scouting around here. Does not get tagged by the snare, as Chovy just doing his very best to keep things shoved in. That's going to be a Cloud Soul once again, bookended this series by Cloud Souls. Feels like my birthday. It's Keen and Doran continuing to do battle here towards his top side. Good combo there from Doran, but great stun from Keen, as I think mostly concerned about clearing out the minion wave. But Doran, with the Balmy Cinder and the Bramble Vest, is just really hard to do damage to.
Yeah, Gragas also got a buff recently to his damage reduction on his W, but it only comes in when you max it. He's gone E-max into W-max because he's going tank, not putting points in his Q, other than that Fierce on, and so as a result, getting very tanky very quickly.
Oh, bit of a party cast there from Doran, but great sidestep from Keen as the Destiny Gate combo comes down. As soon as he makes one mistake, it's Doran going to hit the deck, and that is going to be the first kill for Gen.G.
He's just like, all right, well, you used your peel tool, and we're going to kill you.
Instantly, the Destiny Gate comes down as, all right, that's a cute little flash away, but I don't think it's going to really help Duro here, as now Carrier is a little bit by himself, wants to try and flash, but he's unable to do so. A little bit of a mistake there by the Nico, and that is going to be another one over to Gen.G. But a cute play from Duro to go over the wall, then back again.
Yeah, he just essentially was like, I'm going to turn this escape into a little engage.
And I feel like T1 did not need to do any of that.
I like how there's a voice of reason that echoes after everything is said and done. Orcs is like, wait a minute, why?
Doran was completely fine in the top lane, playing a defensive lane, then tries to look for this window, but Keen has dominance. You're not killing him solo, there's no one in range. It was just a pressure cask, and that opens him up to this gank. And then they're backing away, and the rest of T1 try and make a play onto Duro, but it's a Rel with Flash, so hard to pin down in this situation. And the end result, because they both go over in the Herald pit, Carrier ends up isolated alone, and then he unfortunately fails to flash as well.
Failing the flash is the worst of it, but just wanted to ult to try to buy some space.
And could have set something up potentially, but without Doran, like, just don't really think you need to.
I think they wanted to, they saw the pressure was coming, they wanted to turn it around, but it all just got disjointed. They kind of came in one by one piecemeal, and Gen.G got the punish there. Great escape / engage from Duro to set up the second part of it. And now it's a pretty big gold lead here on the top side of the map. This Renekton very, very ahead.
Yeah, and now Doran under fire one more time. Chovy just trying to get some damage down onto this outer turret. And Doran, like you mentioned, not a lot of points into the queue, so that is not a very scary ability, but leaving Ruler parked in the mid lane is something that they can absolutely do now. He's got that Bloodthirster completed, a big old shield going to be there to keep him safe. And the double up helps out there too.
He's going the Yuntal first, not going the Essence Reaver, so you don't have just infinite mana on the back of that, and you don't have the ability haste as well. Does mean that a bit of an even tougher time into Ruler. You can't just Q and then W every single wave and have no mana issues.
Yeah, and this opens up the Rel to be everywhere else because Ruler needs no resources here to just control this lane. So Duro goes where he pleases.
Yep, Owner is not going to be able to lock him down. The crash down is going to be working here as decent little sidesteps from Canyon, actually buying enough space. Trying to push T1 back. As Keen moves over towards his Rift Herald, that is going to ultimately be the target. As Faker is putting a bit of cross-map pressure down towards his top outer turret, but it looks like Gen.G not too worried about it. As Ona comes on in, there's a Hex Splash from Duro as Carrier looking for a bit of an angle. He's a little doggo, that's very, very cute. But now Keen wanting to stop any sort of approach. That will be the Riptail going down, but the Pop Blossom, he's going to come on in. Bullet time, fantastic though, and Gen G looking brilliant in the team fight. T1 flashing the wrong direction as the Realm Warp from the Blast Cone gets phased to safety, and it's Owner that's popping off eventually. Gets cleaned up by the Crocodile. But I have to say, that was one of the coolest little plays I've ever seen.
That Realm
was very
Warp
cool.
escape was insane, but it's still favorable.
No, T1 win the fight. I know. 3-2. Riptail goes to Gen G. That was the coolest play.
It could have been
so far
4-2 if he did not actually make that play.
There you go, beautiful.
And this is a great engage here with the knockup, but the bullet time is so impactful throughout it. Doran gets chunked down. He has to try to run away. He and Paze are isolated on the other side. He blast cones into the Realm Warp, which is placed at max range for Faker, by the way. I thought Faker was going to use the Realm Warp to try to reposition before the fight even broke out, but he uses it here at the end to help Paze get out, and we have a pause.
So the thing is, Keen was right there, so if the timing was slightly off.
Oh, it's like, it was so hopeful.
Yeah.
But everything went right.
Yeah, I actually hope that this pause is a request for a replay. Like, that was a really, really cool Realm Warp. Can I just see it again? And I think that they should honor the request.
I wouldn't keep your hopes up on that one. I think it might be for something else.
All right. Well, we'll keep you updated as to what it actually is.
Normally,
we did see for a moment that Owner did leave the chat.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether it's necessarily him or with everyone.
I was going to say, normally we can look back, but it's pretty far away here, this arena, to look back and see what's going on.
Yeah, we are on the sort of T1 side. So having a look now, I can confirm the game is paused.
Looks like they might be at Doran's side of the booth.
I did see Owner disconnect before we went to break, so that's my guess. But
we're resuming. I believe everyone has watched the replay, and they're all golf clapping, and now we're going to be resuming.
Yeah, you can just rewind and watch on your stream many times.
Yeah,
if you're watching at home. So,
all right, here it is. We're just going to hop back in.
We saw game 2 of the series. It was Gen G who had like the scaling elements of the composition, and they really slowed the pace of the game down, opted out of these fights. A lot of cross-mapping initially in that one, and even though it didn't find favor, they did eventually get beat in the late game. It feels like T1 going a bit more headfirst in their approach, despite being into this Renekton Nidalee TF combo that you feel really needs to get the ball rolling. They are just fighting them pound for pound in this situation. This Dragon, though, will go down. They will opt out of that, but already at a 2,000 plus goal deficit.
There is full vision, though. You can see this ward is not being cleared out, and Owner is just going to come on over. It is not going to be the secure, but Canyon now in a lot of trouble. He blasts a dash cannons to try and get himself out of there as Owner gets the reset, and now Chovy's the one that's in trouble. This is a bit of a disaster. Yes, they secure the Drake, but the flash has to be employed. That's their last one that they had available. Chovy gets out. Oh, Duros did just come back up. I mean, but yeah, that is a lot invested to get that Drake.
Earlier you mentioned, well, the gold lead was much smaller, mind you, that the gold lead felt kind of fake. And a lot of that, I think, was based on the fact that this TF is hold up. Faker?
Yeah, Dominus is going to come on out here as the flash is up again for Keen, and he doesn't even need it. Wait, he does, actually. He used it just prior. And Flash is on top of Faker and takes him out. That's a solo kill for the Renekton.
Keen's super strong right now in this Renekton. Has the Black Cleaver, has the Merc Treads. Compared to the Rise, was a barely stacked Rod of Ages. Not much of competition here. Doran with a great engage, and Owner, the power of the Nefiri into the Nidalee, just that point and click, targeted damage, so hard to avoid, and Chovy able to get away on this one, only just.
The main part of this for me is the Banana Brush control, because Keria made it so they couldn't actually follow and look for the fight there. You know, Ruler is just cut off, can't actually join, can't do anything with this MF pick. Here it's just Keen running Faker down, wants to use the empowered W, it's letting it charge up. Doesn't have it, just decides, okay, I'm just going to Q. It's got the extra range. I can't get into melee range. Faker just ends up getting burned down. But what I was going to say right before this is, I think this game is still incredibly close, right? You were looking at a game where Paze has a gold lead. Surprise, surprise. Again, T1 have the scaling advantage. And Gen G have a 3.3 thousand gold lead, but it's on a Renekton and a TF, who has a lot of that gold lead in his CS that he has. By the way, look at the CS numbers here for Chovy. He is way up on Faker, like 35. So
there's a Renekton.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a horse and a crocodile that Faker is going to have to deal with as he manages to get in.
Realm Warp King.
Both of those champions had CC to deny that. and they were unable to catch the GOAT.
You saw the stun coming through from Keen, but just a little bit too late. Great sidestep out of the Realm Warp and back in from Faker. That seemed like a Doom scenario.
Yeah.
And he does get out with his life and makes this game a little bit more playable here, but his turret, I think, is not going to be so lucky. It's a bit of a race here for this turret. Well, actually, first brick was already taken in the bottom lane, but still a race for the second here for Gen G. They'll win it before Doran is able to get his first of the game on the bottom side.
A little bit of a tempo advantage you could get from that one as well, as Doran is biding his time, trying to make sure that as many of these minions do go down. But because of that, Chovy is able to make his way back over here and is going to be able to save this turret for the next little while.
Yeah, Doran just not very fast at taking towers.
No.
With no AP apart from Doran's ring.
And it is his ring, but that doesn't change the...
Do you ever try to hit something very hard with a ring on your finger?
It does? Yeah, no, it hurts me when I do that.
Yeah, it doesn't really hurt the structure you're in quite too much. Chovy picks up Rapid Fire Cannon, which is a huge spike here at 20 minutes for this TF for setting up Engage.
Oh, I blinked and he's 3,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, he is the gold lead. But consider this, right? There's a Rise and a Sivir in the same composition. Insane wave. Even the Gragas without AP, their wave's decently fine. T1 can just hunker down. They got the early double dragon and scale up. And I think right now, that's what you've got to do. Just don't get caught. Don't get pinched by this TF, the Renekton Italy, and just farm waves over and over and over again. And there's a way back into this game. We've seen Pays do it countless times. Faker potentially caught, as I say it.
Yeah, Blast Cone going to come in, though, and Faker just gets out.
Escape artist, man, from the, the level 1 gank all the way to now.
But it does buy them a bit of space to use this Rift Herald in the mid lane. The outer ring of turrets likely to fall down on this next push. This turret is not long for the world. Chovy actually looking for a bit of an angle here as Faker taking a lot of damage just from that blue card with the Lich Bane stacked up. As Doran, he did manage to get the outer turret in the bottom lane. Golf clap for Doran, but it does cost them 2 turrets in the end.
Does feel like the pressure is mounting on T1. Dragon up in 45. They're already up 2. They don't need to strictly fight this, but obviously we saw last time Canyon secured the Dragon and they punished him for it immediately, so I imagine they will set up and look for an angle, but they can give it up, the Dragon itself, if they don't see a window in, or if they'd rather just prioritize the fight over the objective.
And I do feel like T1's composition, team fights, better than Gen G's.
Absolutely.
I think that Gen G definitely need to play for the smoke and mirrors, play for the side lanes, and try and catch targets unawares. Getting this outer ring of turrets, making the map as dark as possible is so important for this Gen G composition.
I think
Carrier
Gen G,
slow down.
The main goal for Gen G here is to, if possible, deny his track. They do not have prio, but to be able to look for a turn on an objective. This isn't the one. They're going to have to be proactive here as we see Doran TP in.
Yeah, he is very durable. And so they're going to have to give up on that prospect as Gen G looking to try and make this a 50-50. Kane's teleported in, though, gets that big old shield. And let's see what the Renekton's going to be able to do. Pop Blossom onto 3! The secure of the soul point for T1! But can they win the fight? That's the question. Doran is such a problem. He takes down Ruler before he falls, but Pays is dealing with so many problems himself. And Carrier running the wrong direction on the map. Faker and Ona, though, still huge threats in this fight. And Duro is limping away. And without Canyon, without Ruler, there is so much damage missing from this Gen G composition. The gold card, my goodness, Carrier in a lot of trouble. He'll be taken down as Keen locks up that one. And Duro, why are we still going back? It is crazy to crash down. It comes on through. Chovy almost survives, and Keen now trying to sink his fangs in, playing around the vision that they had available, but it doesn't work. And Faker locks them all down with a triple kill for the Rise. Why?
I mean, there's so many things that go wrong here for the side of Gen G, but the Smite secure is there for T1, and they're set up for the longer fight. They have the more consistent damage.
There's actually, it's a great engage from T1. There's actually a pretty big error from Pays in the follow-up because it's Doran and Carrier who get this engage. They find Ruler, and we see Faker following up, but then Pays moves up to this wall and wants to go to flash over it and fail flashes and just dies as a result. So the fight would have been so one-sided if that hadn't happened. It ends up at three players on both sides left available, but Gen G, this is the point where after they clean up Carrier, they just go too far.
I mean, there's a Rise here, and the Rise isn't ahead. The Rise is 3 levels down on Keen, but it's a Rise, does a lot of damage. Chovy thinks he can maybe help execute him, but Keen can't collapse fast enough. And so Faker just cleans up house. There isn't enough damage here to take him out. Imagine what it's going to be like later in the game when Faker isn't this behind. They put a huge dent in the gold lead here. This Sivir is scaling, and T1 are on the Baron. What I was going to say right before that Dragon was, I think Gen.G's main goal to win this game is to look for a turn off Baron. Now, Baron against them, they have no pride. They got to come contest.
And Faker has Actualizer now. He is so strong.
He is. Let's see whether Canyon can make some magic happen. It looks like the answer is absolutely not. As they look for the Magnet Storm combo with the bullet time, and Duro is just dead. Owner is able to secure the Baron, grab the kill. And now Gen.G are desperately fighting for their lives. And it will not happen. Owner is able to stand strong, and Shobi getting here late, and he will go down. It's the ace, and it's clean for T1.
Ace for T1, and the crowd erupts. 5 members of Gen.G dead on the back of that play, Baron in pocket, and they just cannot deal with all these threats. Faker so strong, Ono with 7 kills. How can you shut down this Neferi?
I think they just punched their ticket. I think they've done it. They're on Soul Point. They got Baron. They have the scaling composition. And here with Gen.G, their comp turns defensively so well, but on the attack with no plywood sword. Look at Duro and Ruler. Try to set this up, but it's too desync. It's too disjointed. T1 are already out while the bullet time flies. And as the result, it's easy for T1 to actually turn. They lost their engage. Ruler kites it out so well, but it just doesn't matter. Chobi's on a TF, and they're just overwhelmed. But it's a clean ace. It's a gold lead. It's a Baron. And finally, T1 fans, I feel, are starting to feel like they are going to Daejeon.
It's looking like it, as Duro, as soon as he missed that Magnet Storm, the flash came through. The spell shield was there from Pays. And Ruler was so ready to trust the bullet time just hitting the air. And T1 now, they've taken the inner turret towards the bottom side of the map. Inner in the mid lane is now going to be going down as well. And Gen.G well and truly on the ropes. It's a 6,000 Red Bull Baron power play already. And they still have a minute left on that one. They're looking to break the base in this bottom lane. And we already mentioned it, Gen.G's composition, it doesn't have legs. I mean, it does have a lot of legs based on the champions, but it doesn't have legs as far as the late game power.
And we're in the late game now, and T1 are scaled up.
All right, let's see whether Gen.G has a last-ditch effort in them. They now have the ultimates back up and available as that Destiny Gate does come back in, but it's going to take a miracle here if Gen.G are going to do it with this composition.
And Ruler doesn't have, or Duro doesn't have flash to set up Ruler for success with a Magnet Storm. They just don't really have any ins here.
Look at Doran, he's just cutting them off from the tower.
Yeah, just wandering away. Doesn't actually hit the body slam. As now Ruler trying to get some work done, but does hit the air once again. Pop Blossom onto 3D engage from Carrier. Absolutely beautiful, but the follow-up isn't quite there necessarily. Ona able to take down his opposite number, and Keen the next on the menu. Fangs go in, down goes the Croc, and it's a double for the Neferi. And T1, they're going to take another inhibitor and maybe even look to take the game.
They're going to TP Durham back in. They're going for the end.
Going to end. I don't think there's any way. There's no Magnet Storm. There's no bullet time. There's no answer to this push.
Well, let's see. Ruler is still up and available. Vitorin is trying to stop that from being a reality. Duro goes down, and the Nexus turrets are following suit. They're looking for pace. The spell shield is gorgeous, and Chobi is likely to fall, but it's Ruler that falls first. And 1 TF against the world is not going to do it. The defending MSI champions will not make it to MSI this time, and it's T1 that reclaim that position.
So often we've seen Gen.G overcome T1 domestically, but when it comes down to just one of these teams attending MSI, it's not the back-to-back MSI champions who will be attending. It's T1 who take them down in 5 grueling games.
5 grueling games and so many comebacks between the two of these squads. You know, we're trading these wins back and forth where it looks like it's unwinnable, but there's a big comeback, there's a big swing, and that's an exhausting series. That's a series that when you get to the end of, you're not even sure what happened 2 games ago. You're so focused on the now. And Gen.G had control. They had such a lead in this final moment. We all knew that it was not necessarily going to be enough. And all it took was one poor dragon fight. One time you mess it up, and T1 are going to come back and win, and that is exactly what happened. It's time to take the ticket here. The 2nd seed from the LCK is T1.
Oh, getting a little bit confused by the Magnus. I have to admit, I am too, as Faker is the first to hoist the ticket. And they are making it to MSI once again, 6 times in a row, as they deny Gen G the opportunity and they join Humble Life Esports. And so now, for the teams that are heading towards the MSI play-ins, it's now the world champs that you're going to have to face if you want to make it to the next round.
And I think realistically, regardless of who went, it was going to be a tough matchup.
Yeah.
But especially with how this series played out, Gen G gave it a phenomenal effort and really took it as far as they could. But T1 on the day just had some of that magic.
You know what? When T1 went for their comfort picks in game 2, we trusted this is going to be a great game by them. They're going to pop off, right? They did. And I feel like Gen G did the same thing in that final game. They pulled out all the classics, but it just ultimately was not enough. And there were some of the classics on the other side as well, including Carria's Nico, which had so many amazing engages. I think his best game of the series by far.
I think Carrier was absolutely unbelievable. I also think that it must feel so good for T1 to have Doran on their side now in series like this, especially domestically, just because he has clutched it out so many times.
Specifically in the road to MSI,
right.
I don't know what is up with him. He just
loves the mid-season, man. He's all about it. He's a summer boy.
Best of 5s here in Korea, he just does so well. And it happened to T1 when he was on the other side as well.
Yep. And Faker, what a turnaround performance, by the way. His rise absolutely phenomenal in the 5th game. And we felt that he was shaking a little bit in the 4th game, and then immediately just turns it all around. That Realm Warp, one of my favorite plays from this series, but there were so many phenomenal plays. Carrier turning a I'm getting picked into I'm going to kill you play that they ultimately didn't actually win in the end, but it was still so cool. So many great moments here for everyone. As Ona, he's going to claim it.
Such an incredible story of this series. And he said it was fun. Wasn't it fun, basically?
Yeah, it was.
Essentially teasing the fans who were extremely stressed out from start to finish.
Yep. And I think the big cheer for Doran makes a lot of sense in my mind. Rushes it up again.
Just like last year, the callback feels good. He doesn't leave a message on the sign there, but
his name is enough when it comes to this
Well,
tournament.
he left a message on his shoulder, or maybe pushed it away.
Well, he's going to be following one of the guys that he left a message to MSI. We'll see whether they can potentially get some revenge over there as well. Maybe we'll have a rematch of our very first final, as our 1st and 2nd seeds are just going to be listed down as far as the standings were concerned after the regular season of the LCK. Sometimes it does just take out
new
like
team
that.
logo.
There it is. The train is full.
It is.
And it's on its way.
All right, T1 getting the next carriages. Unfortunately, it is now stopped. Wait, no, we've got to pause. We've got to pause. Okay, we are going to go, and we'll sort that out and make sure that we do get to Wonju. As we're going to check out some of these highlights here. Gen G made this composition do what it was supposed to. It just didn't do it well enough to get them ahead enough in order to take down T1.
I really think that instead of looking for the Dragon fight, had they tried to trade Baron and pulled T1 off Dragon and looked for a defensive turn fight with this Realm pick,
Realm Warp,
then I think they could have actually gotten one more team fight and pushed with Baron and maintained control of the map. But when they went for the Dragon and failed the Dragon fight, that's all it takes in this comp for T1 to just get completely take all the control away. They scale up and it's just done. It's just done like in an instant when you lose that single fight.
This, to me, was a bold draft from Gen G. And we've seen times before where Canyon's brought out his bold picks late in the series, but it just didn't feel like this was the Nidalee that we'd seen at other times, just because it just didn't find that early success, wasn't able to challenge Ona in the jungle. The Neferi ended up massive and was such a pain for the likes of Gen G. An MF isn't well equipped to deal with a Neferi. You can just jump onto her, easily get out your bullet time. A TF definitely is not equipped to deal with the Neferi.
And also, you didn't need to pick it that early, right? As this was the game-winning play. Carrier just having an absolute blast here in this 5th game. You can see, even from Champion Select earlier on, he was just having a great time. Just shows that love of the game certainly does help you win.
You know, Canyon's literally such a menace for T1 in the Donlon era for so long. It feels like they were so well equipped to deal with it. They gave him so few ins in the early game, even though the lead was there. Final moments here, just so decisive for T1. They know they have everything they need. Doran goes through, and they just find the follow-up. Look at Chovy here. Pays flashes away, but he can't get him. It's almost like he's teasing him.
Another spell shield just perfectly timed. And T1, Faker, you can see playing it out until the very end. Everyone else celebrating. Faker knows that there is more work to be done if he wants to lift that MSI trophy again. But this is the first step towards Daejeon and towards success.
There's only one question left. Who picks up POM?
That is a really good point. I don't know who I'd vote for.
Good thing you didn't have to work it out.
Yeah, I guess I don't have a vote.
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually.
Me and Wolf sitting there, furrowing our brows.
I think it was a pretty easy Pays vote for me. He was the main character of this series in wins and in losses. They either shut him down or he was unleashed, and he popped off. I think you couldn't talk about this series for T1 without talking about him in each and every game.
Yep, I even think the games that they lost, Pays was absolutely phenomenal.
Wow, that's crazy, Wolf. So you voted for Pays over, say, Doran.
Different series. Different series.
Wow.
Interesting you kept changing the topic when we were talking about that earlier.
Would you believe I voted for Doran?
This time?
Oh, did you really?
I did.
Oh, that's actually really cute. I think Doran had a phenomenal series. I think
Oh,
that he,
man. I feel like you and I are about to have a long talk at the after party.
I'm looking forward to listening in with zero, I don't have a horse in the race.
I'm going to call Chronicler, and he's going to tell me I'm right this time.
No, he won't. He'll back me.
Willie, maybe you're going to be the only one. I personally probably would have voted for Carrier because he had a big smile on his face at the end of the game, and I really liked it.
This is why he doesn't have a vote, by the way.
I remember the Carrier Alistair game well.
All right, now it is time, though, to head over to the stage as we go to the interview with T1. So here's Dear.
Thank you very much, guys, for the handoff and the amazing commentary. This is Dear for the full team interview translation, joined by the players of T1.
잠시만요. 2016 MSI 2016 LCK 로드 투 MSI 최종전 T1과 젠지의 대결에서
In the
T1이
Road to
승리를 하면서
MSI
마지막 한 장 남은
2026
MSI 티켓을 거머쥐게
final round.
되었습니다. 5년 연속
T1 has taken the final spot
감독님과 인터뷰
for the
나눠보겠습니다.
upcoming MSI.
오너, 페이커,
We're joined
페이지,
by
캐리아 선수,
Doran,
그리고
owner,
톰
Faker,
감독님
Pays,
모셔보겠습니다.
Carrier,
승리 축하드립니다.
and head coach Tom. Congratulations!
네, 먼저 도란 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
Let's have a word with Doran first. You just beat Gen G and we'll head over to MSI. How do you feel? You know, Gen G was such a strong team, so we went the full distance. But after a close series, I'm just really happy that we're able to take that victory. Yeah, it was a loss, win, win, loss, win. Going the full distance, it was definitely rocky. So how did you maintain your mindset? I mean, we prepared really, really hard. So I think we went in with the mindset that we are the better team today, and we really played our hearts out with confidence. And you faced Keen, the heart of Gen G, and your role was crucial. So what did you focus on the most? Nothing special particularly. I think I just really wanted to focus on doing what I normally do, and it went really well. And Doran, you must be eager to win this MSI, right? Yeah, last year we lost to Gen G, and it left a lot to be desired. So being able to get this revenge this year to make it to MSI feels amazing, and I'm quite confident. Any word for your fans? You know, all the fans who made their far way out to Wonju to support us. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. And we will prepare for MSI very hard.
네, 이어서 오너 선수 만나보겠습니다.
Next up, we have Owner.
패승으로 승리하고 MSI에 진출하게 됐습니다.
With that 3-2 victory today, you made it to MSI. How do you feel? You know, just on our way here, it just felt like we would win. It's a little disappointing that it's such a shame that it took so much to get that victory, but obviously a victory is a victory. It feels great. And the series was so intense. You guys were absolutely playing with your fans' hearts, and even Game 5 wasn't easy. So which moment did you see the win coming? Around the Drake, me and Rise was trying to clean up, and after being able to push into the first turret in mid, it felt like we had a big edge. So I think in the end, just given how much value we had and how much advantage we had, we knew that we would be able to win. And at the very end, we saw your Nafuri. And the Nafuri finally won, and this isn't a preferred pick for you, so how does it feel to win with her? You know, I didn't really pick the Fury too much during an official match, but this is definitely a pick that we have practiced a lot with, and I think that's what really paid off. And it was a close 5-game series, and it must have been pretty nerve-wracking. So how were you able to maintain your focus until the end? Honestly, it's really all the cheer and the support from our fans that we were able to keep our energy until the very end and not lose our focus to win. Any message to your fans? I mean, since Friday, there were fans all over the world just coming to Wonju to send us energy. So I think I just really want to say thank you so much. All thanks to you, we were able to make it to MSI. So hopefully we are able to repay all your support by performing well in MSI. And next up, we have Faker. T1 made their 9th MSI total appearance and the 5th attendance in a row. And in the making of this record, you were all along there, Faker. So how do you feel? Well, it was such a fun match today, and I'm really satisfied and happy about that. And just getting another chance to attend MSI means so much. So hopefully this time at MSI, I want to make sure that we can bring it home. And within many silver scrapes that filled the room while you were on stage. It was such a close series today, so what did you discuss with your team before Game 5? Genji was doing so well today, and I think that's what made the series so close. And I feel like it's just that my team had the better synergy today. And that just made the series so much better, and it felt more amazing. And before Game 5, I think everyone really didn't have too much pressure going into that match point. So I don't think I had to say anything in particular to lift any of the pressure off of their faces. And which player would you like to give credit to for winning the final round? I would like to say all credits to Faker's Rise. I think Faker's Rise did really well. And this would be your 9th MSI appearance. How amazing is that? With all your fans excited to see you perform in Korea, what is your mindset? Thank you to all the fans who made it happen to support us, for us to make it to MSI. And I really want to have a great showing at MSI this year in front of you guys. You know, our team doesn't have an MSI trophy yet. hasn't been able to lift an MSI trophy for a while, so we want to make sure that we're able to do that this year.
주역이 되신 기분 어떠신가요?
And Pace, you got the POM. How do you feel?
너무 MSI 진출을 너무 하고 싶었는데 진출할 수 있어서 너무
I really wanted to make it to MSI, and just making it makes me so happy.
페이지를 이야기했을 때 기대하셨나요?
And actually,
너무 좋았는데
did you expect Baker to mention your name during that? Who would you give credit to? Yeah, I mean, it felt really good, and I was really happy about the win, but it made me even happier.
가장 잘했던 순간은 언제라고 생각하시나요?
And what do you think got you the POM today?
어렵고 그냥 팀원들이 잘할 수 있는 환경.
I can't just pinpoint one moment, but I think my teammates were able to set me up to enable me and for me to be successful. So I'm just really grateful for my teammates. And going game 5, it must have been physically exhausting. So how did you keep your focus?
할때 제가 좀 절었다고 느껴서 근데 3세트는
I feel like it's just starting from the first 2 games. I think that's when I had the most struggle. And from game 3, I feel like I was quite warmed up. It went really well, and I didn't feel like it was too difficult. So I had a lot of fun playing. You must be excited to relive the 2024 MSI Championship. So let's hear your word going into Daejeon. This time, MSI is being held in Daejeon, Korea. And alongside my teammates, I want to make sure that we are well prepared to go ahead and lift another trophy at MSI this year. Next, we have Keria.
5년 연속 MSI 진출에 성공을 하셨습니다.
This will be your 5th MSI attendance in a row. What does this victory mean to you today? When we first made it to Wonju, I had such a great feeling, and I thought we were gonna go as first seed, but you know,
정말 이렇게 뜨거운 박수가 나올 정도로
we slipped a little bit, but we're able to come back with a great performance today, which feels amazing.
웃으시면서 무언가를 외치는 모습이 카메라에 잡혔습니다.
And in game 5, after picking Nico, we caught you smiling, saying either nice or we won. And the fans were curious, so what did you say? After the draft? You know, we were all talking about how nice our draft was, so I just said nice.
네, 나이스.
How did you say it? I said nice.
이 뱀픽을 바탕으로 해서
You said nice very confidently.
굉장히 또 좋게 나왔습니다. 오늘 좋은 호흡을 보여준
With this draft, the Pace Keria duo chemistry was on point. So what would you like to say to Pace? You know, personally, I thought that we did really well, but there were more areas that we actually need to work on. So I think it was all really Pace. All credit to Pace for doing so well. And what is your mindset for MSI? Well, personally, I don't have any MSI trophies under my belt, and also T1 hasn't been able to get a championship at MSI, so I want to make sure that I am able to contribute to that victory, to that trophy this time. Congratulations on qualifying for MSI, head coach Tom. I'm sure the fans are all cheering for you as well. How would you rate the overall match today? It was an intense 5-game series. And I'm just really grateful that my players were able to play out so well today. And after the loss against HLE, you mentioned refining areas that need improvement. So those innovative picks and strategies stood out today. And so what was your approach? And during the battle for first seed, I think we went over those moments where we made mistakes and all those areas that we needed a lot of feedback on. So I think that's what we really focused on. What would you like to say to your players? will be attending as the second seed. And T1 as a team, regardless of what seed they are, they have always been able to pull off a great result. So I hope that we're able to lift the trophy this time. And what is your mindset for the 2026 MSI in Korea? As it is being held in Korea, I want to make sure that we're thoroughly prepared so that we can win the MSI. So please give it up for head coach Tom.
진출을 했습니다. 원주에서 좋은 모습 보여주셨는데요. 이 기세가 대전으로도 쭉 이어질 수 있도록.
And I hope that you guys are able to carry this momentum from Wonju all the way to Daejeon. I'm looking forward to witnessing your greatness in Daejeon in MSI 2026. And that is all from T1. And back to the desk. Thank you.
And it was a hard-fought battle. All 5 games were necessary, and even in that last one, it was a deficit for T1. It was Gen G in control, and yet again, an angle was found. Think about how many escapes and how many attempts that Gen G thought they had Faker. It was like 3 in a row. You had the blast cone into the Realm Warp for Pays on the Sivir multiple times. Did you think Gen G had him? Not exactly. And then T1 blasted the door open and booked their ticket to Daejeon.
There's 2 things you should never chase in League of Legends. 1, Singed. 2, Faker.
Okay.
Banger.
All right, gentlemen.
We did it. We did it.
Other way. Yeah. No. Wait. Yeah.
What
there
are
we
you
go.
guys
All
doing?
right. Good job. Yeah. Good job.
Beautiful.
One of those hands is for Umpty, and then, Beryl the knower, the king of
A little bit.
Kanto
Not
was
much
the
though.
knower.
Again, I feel like this series, it was not a clean series. But if there is something that T1 thrives in, it is the circus.
Yeah.
And that game 1 just proves it. That game 5 just proves it.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as it goes to game 5, I knew it. I knew this is gonna happen.
And even the draft was very strong, right?
The game is not gonna be clean. The draft is not gonna be clean. So it's going game 5. It's gonna be dirty, but that's the comfort zone for T1 Circus.
I mean, to be fair, I'd never seen Genji this shaky in BO5. I think Genji was the one who controls the most. I think it was just controlling over and over again with the macro and the clean games, but I think this time around they couldn't handle the T1 Circus around here.
Yeah, and I mean, it just feels tough for several of those guys on there, especially Keen, given the fact that on that Gangplank game, he's the one that clawed them back as things were going wrong. Canyon getting his game 5 Nidalee. We pulled up the stat on how high that win rate was. He had multiple forms of CC to land the combo with the gold card for Twisted Fate, with the Renekton on the top side of the map that goes hand in hand with that Nidalee. Wasn't able to get it done. And it's just tough because it was that 11-0 record in best of 5 qualifying matches for Gen G and Samsung before that. And they seem poised to be able to do it. And they fall short here. Their MSI dream is over. And it's just kind of crazy to see that happen here in this fashion.
Yeah, I think so. And I feel like, even though they got that Nidalee, even though they got that Renekton, I just felt like they made this, in my opinion, mistake where they went into early game again, right? We have seen that early game is not really working out, and I feel like T1 went for more of the comfortable scaling. They had the Sivir in the bot lane, they had the Napiri that is going to outscale the Nidalee, and then how do you even hit a spear on Napiri, right? Faker on his Rise, Doran on his Gragas, like all of these picks are just their picks. Faker, Rise, Doran, Gragas. Face comfortable scaling, signature, and carry on Nico. Is he not the best Nico in the world? I mean, he's probably the best player in the world, so he might be best on Champion 1, but he's Nico. He has so many cool plays, and yet again, he was so good on the Nico.
Yeah, I mean, it's a banger series, as what he said. I think the game 5, the most important is getting comfortable picks and just play like you, just be natural, I think that was the real main key for T1.
All right, let's take a look at the POM results. You heard it on the interview broadcast. It did go the way of Pays on the bottom side of the map. He had himself a fantastic series, and it was just such a long series. The Yunara game, he got fed early. A couple of those mistakes obviously dumped him down into that game number 5, but still gets the job done and the nod here with it.
I mean, I kind of agree with Keria in the interview that he said he was the one most consistent And I think that was the key for T1 right now, because I think everyone was just like, shaky, like ups and downs, but I think Pace was the one. But for me, Game 5 matters the most in BO5, and it was Faker once again playing his rise, playing his own champion. I feel like he had the moment where he got ganked at level 3 and he got out. He got executed with the Ghost. And I think that was kind of gamble play from Genji, because you kind of have to play through the top side when you're playing Renekton Italy, but he went down with the like surprise mid gank, but it didn't work out, right? So I feel like that was the one why Genji were struggling in the early game. So that's why I picked Faker. He had so many escapes, including that. So I felt like he was most impactful player in this BO5.
Uni.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it goes to Faker as well. This guy carried me to MSI 9 years ago. And still carrying the team to MSI. Unbelievable. Like, what can I say? Speechless.
How come you became so washed so fast and he's still there?
What do you mean? It's 9 years ago. Like,
wow.
This guy, he's eating 30-ish.
Faker is eternal.
But he's playing. Bro, like, I can't believe he make this actual judgment. Ulting behind. So make sure he can follow up where the Gragas. Duran had such a great ulti and body slam in animated carry. And look at how they're like, they're calm. Like, I mean, they're not getting excited. He knows what to do. The owner and Faker just playing together. It's just like they knew, like they just know they're gonna win. It's crazy, 2v3.
Till the end, Chovy tried to kill Faker here, but it was not enough, I think. They were going on wrong target, and now Faker just cleans up all the targets. I mean, again, this guy pulls out something when it matters the most.
Yeah, I mean, this is like super winning gameplay, because like they were actually losing the goal like by 3,000, and by this play, they swing whole goal, swing whole objective around the map vision. It's insane.
All right, so from one wash guy to the other, Yankos, what was your POM?
My POM was, of course, Pace. As much as I believe Faker performed so well in Game 5, I think Pace was consistent, and consistency for me was the key. Pace saying, trust me. What? Okay, anyway, Pace is saying trust me, because I feel like T1 should have trusted him, and I think they should have trusted him way earlier than that. I feel like he was there with the Kalista, he was there with the Yunara. Yes, you can say, oh, he got charmed that Yunara game and he actually died when he was 7-0. At the same time, if you rewatch that game, trust me, you will see way more mistakes from T1 than just from Pace. So I feel like Pace was just so consistent, so important for T1, and he was always bringing that damage up in team fights. He was just there, and he was my player of the day, of the game, of the series. Yeah.
There's Wolf also backing you up there. It pays to play for Pace. He had himself a fantastic series against his old squad. The first time he got to play that best of 5 against Ruler, he rose to the occasion. So did Doran, again, multiple times. The Olaf game-winning play. Again, the Olaf game-winning play, and they give him the Gragas in that Game 5. You can always bet on the Kruglord on the road to MSI. He does get the job done there as well. Pony going with from a successor to a competitor, from a competitor to a victor.
Wow.
Pony,
philosopher.
The philosopher.
Once again.
Yeah. He might philosophize a little bit too much for KT. But when it comes to the POM comments, he does not miss.
Isn't this just a great story that Pace won the player of the game in a Game 5 as well, in a game against Genji? The first time T1 faced Genji this year in a BO5. Isn't that amazing?
It is amazing.
The story is just beautiful.
And Pony encapsulates it beautifully as we continue on with some of the comments here from our pundits. Helios with this series showcased the power of T1 bot lane. And we were saying it all series with it.
I mean,
they kept playing through the top side of the map.
Whole time. I mean, the thing is, that kind of showcases that they are actually really strong, though. I think dropping the bot lane over and over again is actually insane, because I think the Genji kind of approached it in the opposite way to pick the bot lane first in the first phase, right? And they banned out more bot laners on 4-5, but they still managed to win the bot. So I think that was the key for this draft, and I think that's why, even though you don't have the first 3 picks in the top side, they're gonna make it.
But what if they actually did 1-2-3 bot lane? What happened there?
You can see
we don't know.
The MSI.
I like that. And you know what? I think that was their adaptation from Friday, because Friday they were dropping bot lanes and it didn't look that good. But today they felt way more comfortable, and even though those bot lanes were dropped, they found these peaks that just changed the entire games.
I mean, Templar gives the shout out as well with the AD diff. I just go back to that the Ezreal, right? The solo kill on the Ezreal. That was yet again what was prioritized. The Ezreal Karma for Ruler and for Duro. And still yet again, the bot lane comes out on top for T1 early on in that one. Go on the call for the Korean side saying an ADC that pushes forward on the front line. Pays has definitely got something special. T1 is the most popular team in the LCK in the world. And I've got to tell you, Pays' cheer when we were doing the interview was the loudest out of everyone. You got Faker on that roster.
Yep.
You got Owner on that roster. You got Kara on the roster. Pays was the one that everyone here understood carried T1, and our casters encapsulated it pretty well.
Yeah, including everyone. I think even Owner and Keria delivered their moment as well. I think Nafiri game and also his Nico engages were insane. So I think all 5 players deserve to get some shout out here.
All right, with that, let's take a look at it one more time and make it official with today's result. We got ourselves exactly what we wanted. All 5 games in a best of 5 between the red and gold. T1 come out on top, handing Gen.G's first ever loss in a best of 5 for a qualifying series, and they will be the second seed. Don't worry about that logo. It's T1. It's T1.
It's T1. It's T1. It's T1.
Guys, listen.
Look at the word.
You know what this means? That means we're gonna have G2 and BLG and T1 once again in the MSI, in the international tournament.
We will, but when you think about it, now I can reveal my true name. I'm a European guy. I came here from LAC. KC against T1 for who will take the main bracket stage.
Yeah, and who is that?
What do you mean?
And that is what do you mean?
What do you mean, Jakob?
Europe, baby! LAC is coming for you guys!
Here's our MSI qualifiers, the 11 squads having done it already. It is Hunwell Life Esports in T1. BLG getting the job done recently against Top Esports. G2 qualifying over KC. Lion and TL already through. The order will be decided later on today in the LCS Spring Finals. It is Team Secret Wales and Deep Cross Gaming getting it done in the LCP, and Furia claiming the final spot from the CBLOL.
Yeah, even though T1 had such a great series today, we even have even stronger team in the LCK. HLE managed to succeed in the road to MSI, and going into MSI as a first seed means a lot as well. So I'm really excited.
So excited.
I'm so excited.
We're all very excited to welcome the world today, John. It is going to be a heck of a time as, yet again, T1 fail to have words describe what they're able to do.
Nah.
Time and time
Can't
again.
explain. I can't explain.
But they do it again. They will make it to MSI for a record-breaking 9th time. They lead the world in that. They lead G2 in that. But their work is not done yet. MSI is coming up. It will be in 2 weeks, and we will welcome the world to Daejeon. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you here at the LCK for round 3 and round 4. Bye-bye.
See you in Daejeon.
Thank you.
작년 MSI 결승에서 만났어요.
그러니까.
벌써 무섭네요.
그런데 이
is just I don't just win, I live my mark into the stars.